and no other name. From the adversaries, from the presence of their identities, their image. They couldn't stand for you to see anything good or have anything. Do you know what real adoration is? Do you know? Do you know what real honor is? Have you cried for these babies that have no help because people don't want to help them? They're too concerned about their money or another woman or another man, but nobody cares for their freedom. Nobody cares that they know who they are, their heritage, their identity, and no one wants to empower them the way that Yah wants them to be empowered. Are you willing to go through whatever it takes to save them if necessary? If you ain't been through this, it's not for you. Go back to your centers. Go somewhere else. No more. You keep your lies, your pride, your eyes. Yeah, cause you will lie. Abominations. You ever prayed for your mother after you hated her being? You didn't care whether she lived or died for all the wrong that she's done to you and your children and your wife, your family. When the Most High showed you that they plotted to kill you, to weaponize anything and everything that they could, even you opposed to you, to destroy you. Because they couldn't stand for you to see anything good or have anything good. Because of them. No more confusion. Where spirits try to speak to you, to confuse you, manipulating voices and identities, to counterfeit, to shapeshift, to try to get in your mind, to get you to accept them. Nah, that's null and void. That's all reversed. That's all canceled and cast down. It's nothing. I tread on serpents. All you wicked niggas. Nigga. I holla Yah. Tell me, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Or was it worth it? You gonna get me, and you gonna say Sam, and your who name. It's lost or confused. Nuh-uh, you is. That's you. That child's supposed to be a reflection of who you is. Because you're the one supposed to be teaching the child in the way that they're supposed to go. You don't need no Bible to tell you stuff like this. It's common sense. You don't know order. You don't respect it. That's the real truth. It's okay to be truthful with ourselves. It's more than just a conversation. Get up and do something.
like truth. Expect that. That's just what it is. That just shows you the truth of what they is. Don't become hateful like them or murderers like them, because I know what it's like to teeter in that. I know what it's like to teeter in that. And it's no good. It's no good. That's too much bitterness. It's too much hatred, bro. It's too much hatred. And it's not worthy of my heart. It's not worthy of your heart. We not them. They not us. We totally different. That's why I said we not equal. That's that Libra scale that we not equal. No, we're not. No, we're not. Equal people don't go sit there and robbing people's lands and heritages and hiding it for 500, 600, 700, 800,000 years and suppressing it. It's Psalm 83 right there. And people want to still argue and complain like it's not like it's a lie or like it don't exist. Oh, it's a conspiracy. Oh, go search that word up and then shut up. How about that? Go get you some education. Go learn you something. Get some schooling. You know what I'm saying? Don't they call it the school of life? Come on, bro. Y'all got more intelligence than that. And you know you do. I've had these same conversations, this same energy, even more so, because I used to be so hard on myself, bro. Because I ain't want to mess up. I'm not scared of messing up now. I just make a practice of not doing that as best I can. I still have my days like anybody else do. I'm a man like anybody else who is, bro. But you're not gonna trample me. You're not gonna talk over me. You're not gonna talk down on me. Is what you're not gonna do. You're not gonna belittle me. You're not gonna do it. I'm out here every night, bro. Every day when people sleeping, walking alleys, watching over my people. Like a watchman do, a real watchman do. Holla, y'all. Whatever y'all need me to do, I go do. I make an effort to do it with consistency. I don't have to be told to do it. You can't compare to me. I'm not trying to compare with everybody or compete with everybody. I don't want to. There's nothing in that, bro. That's weakness. That's my opinion. But that's weakness. Why would I want what you got? I don't want to go through the shit you gotta go through to get that. You don't want to go through the stuff I've had to go through to get what's mine. You don't want to, I'm telling you, because you won't make it. You're gonna have to go through a whole lot of near-death and death experiences. Real talk. You're gonna have to go through a buttload of pain that you're not ready for. You can't even comprehend it. Hollywood ain't got nothing on it. Stop being covetous of other people's stuff. You got your woman, keep your woman. You got your man, keep your man. Keep your drawers out of somebody else's house. Mind your own business. I'm not out here to convert anybody. I'm out here to send a message that the Most High has for his people, because he yearns for his people. He yearns for his people too. He wants all people to come to him. Not no society that can't save nobody, but they're the reason why everybody's going through what they're going through. Come on, bro. This ain't no rocket science. Everybody's stuck in the Quran and stuck in this so-called testaments, but don't even know the definition of two bulls. And it's telling you in the word Bible too. Dumb diverse is Papa Bulls. That's their QA 1666. And come on, bro. Come on, man. But every time you go on that 9 to 5, you gonna sit there and think like, man, I'm tired of this, bro. I'm tired of this. Every time you get home to your family, you sit there, man, I wish I could stay home with y'all. You don't think that's something or someone else beyond you trying to tell you something about yourself, bro? Newsflash. I think y'all found more worth in obviously found more worth in all of us than we could ever possibly think the dreams to imagine we could find in ourselves, bro. He deems us more worthy than we themselves. Because then why would you be tired of certain stuff? That's why I don't do this black, white, this, that, and the third. I have my expressions on it. You can see it in my videos. I ain't hiding nothing. I ain't got nothing to hide. It's the truth of how I feel, bro. Because it's the truth of experiences and encounters that I've been through. I've experienced hate from all kinds of people. See what I'm saying? All kinds of things. But at the end of the day, hey, it's not my fault you choose to be a hater. You're just a hater because you want to be. I'm not the reason for your downfalls. You know what I'm saying? You may not even be the reason for your downfalls. But if people praying against you, trying to speak evil on you, this, that, and the third, and gossiping behind your back and shit, and calling you different names and stuff, and then making videos about you, this, that, and the third, it just shows who they really is. If I make a video about you, I hope that you be on the video. I hope that you be on the video. You know what I'm saying? Better yet, I'd rather see you face to face. That's how I deal with my problems nowadays. Everybody go to social media. You know what I'm saying? Everybody go to social media for their problems. Most people anyway. You know, to run their mouth. How is that gonna help us heal, bro? How is that gonna help us learn? You know what I'm saying? How is that gonna help us come together as people? How? You got no logical explanation for that. How is that gonna lead children in a way of helping their neighbor? You know what I'm saying? How is that gonna lead children and the one to be the greatest them that they can be and praise Yah, acknowledge Him, reverence Him? You know what I'm saying? You can eat and praise Yah. Did you know that? I can take a shower and praise Yah. Did you know that? You can make a video and praise Yah. Did you know that? Without even singing it. Did you know that? Did you know that prayer is just thinking? Prayer is communication. Did you know that? Ain't that what we all want? Clear communication? Real family? Why don't you? You know what I'm saying? Hello, y'all. It hurts. I know it do. I'm a living witness. I've left a lot of fakes, a lot of frauds. Family, friends, neighbors, associates. Oh, I've left many of them. But I'm still not alone. I have Yah. I have a numerable company of righteous Malakim all around me. I have my wife, I have my children. You feel me? Yah gave me new family. I got Ariel, I got Saves. More little family, little ones over there too. You know what I'm saying? I left fraudulent people, fraudulent things, because it wasn't keeping peace, bro. Don't be deceived, because there's a thing that's false security and a false peace too. I sat there and I was wondering, you know, I am who you say I am, yeah. Nothing more, nothing less. That's good enough for me. But I'm sitting there wondering, like, you say I'll keep you in how I'll keep you in perfect peace with mind to stay on me. And sometimes it's been so difficult to keep my mind stayed on God. Like, that didn't even make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it made no sense. Like, I keep him in perfect peace with mind to stay on me. How do we keep our mind stayed on you when there's so much distractions? There's so much different energies and frequencies. You know what I'm saying? So many different ideas and thoughts and projections, and then all these patterns and stuff that they got going on with MK Ultra mind control and stuff like that. You go look it up. You can go look at my video, Book City 3.5, and your evidences will be there. I got another video too that I'm about to look it up for you, so you can go look it up. You can see for yourself. Make your own decision. But as for me, I'm praise my God, bro. Anything that's wicked or wrong thought projected at me, or in my own thoughts, it just won't be. It's eradicated. It's like smoke, just out of there. It's annihilated on sight. That shit not gonna manifest in me, nor through me, nor around me, nor coming to me, opposed to me and my family. No. You know, one thing y'all was telling me over time was be specific. You want to pray for something, be specific. If it's wicked, you ain't gonna get it. Especially praying if opposed to his. It ain't gonna happen like that. It ain't gonna happen like that. bro. It's not yours. Deny all the counterfeits, y'all. All their claims, deny them their claims, reject their claims. Reject their voices, their petitions. Refuse them, ignore them, don't hear them. Block them out, blot them out. They're locked out already. They're already blocked. It's already done. People want to be free, people want truth. They're looking, they're searching, let them find you. Meet them where they're at. Take them further, take them deeper, and further advanced and enhanced. They want to be healed. Let them be healed. The Yahuwah name and no other name, bro. It's wrong to deny good people, good things, or right people, right things. That's wrong. That's wrong as hell. And they have no right. They have no right. It's not right. What it say? Be slow to speak, quick to hear, quick to listen, right? Slow to anger. So many people get angry, you know? I mean, I ain't gonna say it's wrong to get angry, but sometimes we're wrong about what we get angry about because we have a lack of knowledge, right? And it says in the Bible too that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So if my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, then what is the point of us lacking the right knowledge? You know what I'm saying? You got these people for Kemet, and then you got these people for Hebrew Israelites, but it's like, bro, I get the part of our heritage and stuff like that, you feel me? But when a Hebrew Israelite brother comes to me and talk about, oh, you support Kemet because I wear Ankara. Bro, the Most High taught me the definition of this symbol, not you. I know the wickedness that Kemet has done. But I know the wickedness that Yasharah has done too. You feel me? All the diverse tribes that make up both of those peoples and their intercourse that they've had with each other over the centuries and millennia as well. So don't come at me with that because you don't know what you're talking about. And again, you're trying to judge and condemn what the Most High has given, and He hasn't given it to you. You reject the Most High not even knowing that you're rejecting His word because you're assuming too quick of what you do not know. You know so much about Kemet, but you don't know nothing about Israel and Kemet's connection. You don't know nothing about Ephraim and Joseph and their connection. You don't know nothing about that 2 sticks made one. You don't know nothing about the wholeness, bro. Miss me with all of that. You feel me? I know who I am. I know the tribes I come from because the Most High taught me. I'm not going to 23andMe nothing to try to do some genealogy bullshit that I know that they're corrupted. And every other organization, whatever they call themselves, weirdos. Shut up. Weirdo. Real talk, I'm not about to go to them to get more confused, to get more stupid. I was already stupid. I was already confused. You know what I'm saying? If I don't want any of it, what, I'm supposed to go get more of it? That don't even make sense. Ignorance breeds ignorance, period. Lack of knowledge or knowledge. Same with wisdom, bro. With all that getting, get wisdom, right? Wisdom is what? The principal thing, right? That's Yah. And with all that getting, get understanding. I understand Yah. I overstand everything else that He's commanded me to overstand. It's not a suggestion. It's not an opinion. It's not a question. It's not an option. It's the way. And the truth of Yah, bro. There's order to it. So stand in your position, my nigga. Real shit. Know your place. It's not an insult. You need to know who you is. You need to know what he's giving to you. If you don't, you're gonna be reckless as hell. You're doing everything and anything and not knowing what the repercussions of that is. And you're gonna be wondering why certain things going on in your life the way it is. But it's like, bro, have you observed yourself in your thinking yet? Do you acknowledge him in all of your thinking? Anger, bitterness, hatred, lies, confusion, murder, rape, perversion, pedophilia, what else? Bitterness, guilt, shame, pride, deafness, blindness, you know what I'm saying? Dealing with adultery, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Come on, you ain't got no business trying to correct anybody on anything, and you not practicing that every single day. If you not, you know what I'm saying? I could be wrong about a lot of stuff that I'm saying, but I'm gonna go to the Most High. What do you feel about this, y'all? You know what I'm saying? Was I doing right? Was I doing wrong? Do I need to learn more about this or that? You know what I'm saying? Like, correct me when I'm wrong. Correction's not a bad thing, because then at least I know what's wrong and what's right. You feel me? I'd rather do right than wrong anyway. I've always been like that. I ain't never need no freaking religion for that, bro. Never. I'm not denying what God's given to me. I receive it. I embrace it, bro. I've been through those times of rejecting it because I didn't know if it was really real or true, you know what I'm saying? And then I've had those times where things I could hear and feel people praying and doing witchcraft and all kind of shit to try to get me to reject it or deny it or separate from it. And it's like, no, bro. Well, Yahoo was joined together in the beginning. Let no thing separate. They keep saying let no man. No, it's let no thing separate, bro. Let no thing divide. Let no thing conquer. Let no thing murder or steal or rape or deny them. No other thing. Let no thing, not even me, reject it. You feel me? That shit not happening even through me, bro. Not even through me, not even through me. I love my God. I praise my God. I adore my God. And I do it in your face. I do it in secret. This is who I am. And I'm not changing that for nobody, bro. You keep your religion, you keep your faith, you keep all that shit. None of that shit. That shit don't serve no purpose for me. It's all beneath my feet, and I trample over all of that. Because I have the authority to do so, and the power and the birthright to do so. And that's my Yah. Period. I often wonder who was the people that they say who taught everybody else everything. I wonder if the Maya people really was the people who done that. I know who I am. Do you? It's not a pride thing. Pride for what? There's people out there that rather you call, I'm stupid. Nah, bro. I done been through all that. Bump all that. I got to a point where I used to condemn myself so much. When y'all was trying to congratulate me, I guess if you want to put it like that, or people try to congratulate me and be like, you know, give you props or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I would reject it. Because I think I at that time I was thinking I wasn't worthy, bro. Like, praise y'all, but if y'all acknowledge you, you know what I'm saying? Like, is that wrong? Is he wrong for acknowledging you? That doesn't mean I'm above him, because I'm not. That'll never be, and I'm cool with that. I don't never want to be who he is, because I would have killed people a long time ago. I would have wiped everything out. I would have knocked everybody out, bro, period. Because I ain't got that type of patience. You know what I'm saying? That's beyond me. That's way greater than me. That's way greater than me, bro. The fact that I had to go to Yah every single time to teach me not to hate people. To teach me, you know what I'm saying, get that poison out my heart. I'll never be him. I don't want to be who he is, but I'll be one with him. You looking for the Son of the Most High. Here I am. Here I am, one of the many. One of the many. You looking for the Yahusha. That's Yahuwah saves. You looking for the Messiah? Here I am, one of the many. Here I am, one of the many. I am that I am. I am that I am. I am that I am. You should go research that word Messiah. You should really go research that word. What he say? Touch not my anointing, do my prophets no harm. And how many of y'all's people have y'all touched? How many of y'all's people, how many of y'all been touched the wrong way by people? With words and their works, their records. Man, blot all that crap out, bro. It's nothing. It's nothing. Hallelujah, bro. I'm in a place right now that's ran by Catholics and Christians. You ain't gonna touch me. Shabbat shalom, buddy. Real talk. Hallelujah. What you gonna say? Better shut your mouth. Better bow down and praise Yah. That's what you need to do. You need to sit on your butt. Or lay on your belly in your heart and stay there for a minute and learn something. You're not gonna usurp authority over me in my own land, nigga. You out your mind. I'm no longer searching for home. Home has been here the whole time. I just didn't know it. Because I was too busy trying to look for everybody else. Oh, I want to go to Africa. Because I can feel the music. I can feel it in the beat. Come to find out, I'm been home the whole time. They trying to get all y'all through Judaism to go to a whole nother land. Out your mind, bro. Preach to me about no goddamn Kemet. You out your mind. And that dude more albino than I am. You out your mind. And I'm not even albino, I'm red skinned. True ha'adama. Kwe talabalan. Tamerican. Hallelujah. Y'all sitting there talking about America, Amorites, Amera. You don't even know what you're talking about. Hallelujah. Go watch some of the videos. I'm learning this from y'all and from my own people. I've learned it from people that's not even my own people. You know what I'm saying? But they have own people when it comes to certain stuff because at least they acknowledge y'all. You know what I'm saying? Am I to discredit them? No. Now y'all in a true heart, you family in my eyes, period. If y'all say so. Sometimes the family y'all give you don't look like everybody else. Or sound like them or dress like them, you know what I'm saying? Or think like them. Probably ain't got the same blood. But there's things that's deeper than blood, bro. Real talk. I renounce and I denounce all the other ones because they counterfeit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't you ever come in my face and tell me that you love me, but you're willing to let one of your own relatives sit there and seek to destroy my family and my babies. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bro, you out your mind. You ain't no grandma, you ain't no grandpa, mother, father, none of that of mine. And you seeking to destroy my family, you out your mind. And you put me through the shit, you know what I'm saying? I ain't had no choice. I'm not my past though. You're not your past either. But I just don't want nothing to do with them. That's all. I hope that one day y'all bring them to their knees. And they cry out the name of Yahuwah. And they beg for forgiveness. They beg for mercy, I say it like that. They change. They cry out for healing. That's what I want for them. That's all I've ever wanted. I was wrong about Jesus. I was wrong about all that other stuff. And I see that was with that. I tried. And it seemed like it made it worse. But these things are beyond me. I just want to see people healed, the right people healed. And I want to see justice and judgment served in full force and overflowing opposed to the wicked ones, bro. That's their portion. They have no right to do what they doing to people. And we have no right to sit there and accept that like it's cool. And it's not. We have no right to sit there and accept that. No right to embrace that. Well, that's just how the world is. No, it's not. That's how people is, by choice. Yahuwah is worthy. He is worthy, and I am worthy. My wife Sherelle, Sherelle is worthy. My children are worthy. My new family is worthy. If y'all says you're worthy, I don't care who you are, then you're worthy, period. But then somebody says something otherwise, they're gonna get smacked up. It ain't gotta be specifically by me. Y'all gonna get you. Don't worry about that. You ain't got away with nothing. There's nowhere you can run, nowhere you can hide, nothing you can do to evade it. Nothing. He knows all of our hearts, the deepest secrets. The deepest secrets. You look at a tree, all that tree in its essence came from that little seed. And that seed came from God's thoughts, from his heart. Enforce your word, God, and reinforce it greater and deeper and stronger and overflowing in everything. Everything that you be and that you created. Never divide me from Yah, never again. First thing ever in my life that I got the choice for myself to truly love and to experience the maker of all things, even me, calls me his portion, says he's my portion. Your hair, your crown, your body, your essence, your being, your water, your earth, your fire, your wind, your ether, light, and unknown and unknown, your sun, your moon, your stars, your celestial bodies, terrestrial bodies, your flesh, your eyes, your ears, your bosom, your crown, your covering, everything about you, your name. White, red, brown, deep melanated, all backgrounds, playing in the field, wooden toys that they made, you know what I'm saying, and dancing and singing, Halaya, 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 Dalu Wabaya, you know. Can you imagine something like that? Watching them go to the river and pulling out water, sharing a cup, you know what I'm saying? And smiling at each other, making sure everybody gets full, you know, teasing each other. No, don't be greedy of all colors though, all backgrounds, but they all in one accord with the one ruach, the one God. Can you imagine that? You can't imagine that. What's wrong with you? Who are you, bro? Why are you here? You know, people ask me the question sometimes, what is the meaning of life? I ain't got no other answer other than God. Because I don't know no other answer. And even that response that I gave was beyond me. It's so mind-blowing, like it take a minute to catch up. You know how it be like, man, I'm slow. It be like that. It be like that sometimes. It take a minute to catch up. Because when it hits you, it hits you. You know what I'm saying? When it really settles in. I praise my God, bro. I'm not changing my mind. There's nothing else. I know. I've looked, I've searched, I've tried it. There ain't nothing else. Nothing else. There's nothing else. I don't even want the other people's and other things, names in my thoughts. I don't even want to recall those memories. I don't even want nothing of it, bro. Nothing of it. If it ain't helping me keep my mind on y'all, I don't want nothing. I don't want nothing to do with it, bro. People need healing. If that's not your focus out here, what are you doing? You're doing everything for nothing. For nothing. Build all you want to. You're gonna find out you built it for nothing. For nothing. Because you ain't built it for y'all, bro. That's why you can't take what's mine from me. Because it wasn't built for you. It wasn't built in your name. It was built to praise y'all. So if they try to build it using my image, my name, the works, things you give me, Father, out to the wickedness, tear it all down, burn it all down, eradicate it, annihilate it. Because they don't reverence you, they don't acknowledge you, and it's stolen property. Bring me back what is mine by force. They get nothing. They're not stealing your praise. And I'm not stealing your praise. I'm not robbing you of your praise, yo. Y'all praises us while we can't praise him. That's what acknowledgement is, giving credit. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Know what you're saying. Know what you speak, bro. Or stop talking. That's what it said. That's one of the reasons why I said slow to speak, quick to hear. You know what I'm saying? How else will we learn wisdom? Yo, who is the wisdom? It ain't me. You know what I'm saying? I can only speak of what he's given to me. And I've earned it through going through, you know what I'm saying, experiences that I've experienced. That he set up for me, and sometimes because of my own foolishness. You know? I got tired of being foolish, bro. You know? And wherever I've been foolish, knowing and not knowingly, God, wherever I have erred and sinned and offended you or condemned you or accused you, knowing, unknowing, or any oaths that I made, or covenants or agreements that I made with wickedness, knowing, unknowing, I ask that you show mercy, Father, I undo all those things and all the effects of them, and get rid of them and take their place. Sit on the throne of my heart, my subconscious, my unconscious, my conscious, my essence, my being, all the elements of my being that you created me with, in every realm, all realm, cyclical and regenerational from this day going forward to no end, just overflow and reign and rule, God. Because ain't nothing else getting this spot. Nothing else gets your place, nothing. Not even me. This ain't no game, bro. Y'all niggas playing with y'all souls, bro. When you playing with other people's souls, it's not right. It's not right. Get out of that bed with them women that's not your women. Women and men. Some women in the spots where a man is supposed to be at with that woman, with that other woman. That's not your portion. Make them flee, y'all. Make them get up. Make them stop them working what they doing right now. Visit them. Make them flee. Divide the wicked from the righteous. A total division from them. From us. That's all there is to it. And lock them and block them out. They get nothing else. No more energy, vampires, incubuses, and succubuses. No more adultery, no more rape, bro. Did you know that a woman with a woman is rape? A man with a man is rape. Sodomy is rape. So no matter whatever the word you call it, another woman going into another woman is rape. Another man going into another man is rape. That's sodomy. It's not cool. There ain't nothing proud to be about it, bro. It's rape. And the thing that suck about it even more is a lot of people, they do that because the opposite sex screwed them over probably many times. That's why there's a lot of single women and single men out there. That's why there's a lot of people out there talking about, oh, they fuck love or they rather be alone. They cool with it. They might really be, but deep down inside, some of them they not. They just ain't found the right one. Maybe it's not meant for us to go find them. Maybe it's for them to come to us. You know, people say what you want. I would just say according to your experience and how y'all bring it to you, and then you know, go from there. Because a lot of the things in the Bible is not right, bro, and it's been deliberately mispositioned like that. It's like a codex, or how you say, like a thesaurus. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the symbology in it comes from the Maya people, the ancient Egyptians, which they're one and the same. We are that. You know what I'm saying? Those of us will be that. And it came from some of the stuff in Everland and stuff like that too. I don't call it Africa because Africa's an oppressor. You know what I'm saying? The name, which comes from a European oppressor or an albino oppressor. Just like when we look up the sub-Saharan slave trade and stuff like that, right? The original Moors or Islam that was here in America before Christianity ever existed, they enslaved most of the people that was already here. That's why they usurped the name Maya and turned it into Maya Naga. That word Naga represents serpent. That's the serpent in the garden. You feel me? That's a tribe of peoples. So the Maya Naga are the Cherokee Moors and all the other Cherokee tribes and stuff. That's what they usurped the Maya name after enslaving and castrating and murdering their peoples. That's how America became a Moorish nation. You know what I'm saying? In that essence of the perversions of Islam. Now, I think at one point in time, it possibly was a form of Islam that was not perverted like that, and then, you know what I'm saying, it became perverted. However that may be, I don't fully, from what I've seen and experienced for myself and researched for myself, that these scholars of Islam and Christianity, whatever, Catholic Christianity and all that, you know what I'm saying, what they speak of, like, why they don't speak about this stuff? Why they don't tell y'all about this type of stuff? You know what I'm saying? Why they don't speak about this stuff, bro? Why your children don't know nothing about this? You know what I'm saying? Is it possible because they pick who gets to be a scholar and who don't? Because they suppress that truth. But you can look up videos of Islamic people, you know what I'm saying, going to the Vatican and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, meeting with the Pope and stuff like that, because they was working together. They was working as one in treaties. I think it was like 10 different tribes and shit like that, with Iroquois nations and stuff like that, and the British and Germans and all that, you know what I'm saying, they came up to this so-called rule of law or maritime admiralty jurisdiction that they got out here today. So it was many of our own peoples who betrayed our own peoples on our land. This is our motherland. This is our holy land. You know what I'm saying? You go study these names of these different cities and stuff like that, and according to what they call them, states or estates. You know what I'm saying? Countries is what they are. Texas is its own country. You know what I'm saying? Just like every other state is its own country. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the original natives, they betrayed their own people. You know what I'm saying? The penalty for breaking the law of the Most High at one point in time in the Maya nation was death. That's why they came up with the human sacrifice and stuff like that. But then a lot of people started perverting shit eating babies, eating people, you know what I'm saying, human sacrificing in that way, you know what I'm saying, and being perverted. And that's where our people went wrong. Because we ended up losing the way at that time. You see the Most High going to learn a different way, learning everybody else's stuff, and then tearing down stuff. Like, no murder means no murder, bro. It's not just people. It means that every other creature that y'all created too, including the trees, bro. The deforestation project, like people are so dense in their thinking, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. That's schizophrenia, bro. That's psychotic. That's the psychiatric that's been played on everybody. The foolishness, the manipulation. That's narcissistic, you know what I'm saying? That's twisted for real. That really is twisted. You can go on my YouTube channel, Just Be People. Go to the playlist, Book City, BOUCKE. CITY. Have you a study? Just my suggestion. You know what I'm saying? People deserve to know the truth, bro. Being a warrior is more than just out there, you know what I'm saying, with some type of weapon and ready to take somebody's head off. That doesn't mean you're a warrior, bro. Anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. And it doesn't make it right. We got bigger fish to fry than sitting there on social media butthurt every 2 seconds about somebody made a video about something that you can't comprehend. So it's in their mind it's demonic or it's satanic or that's the Antichrist. I got news for y'all. If you being brought back into the ancient past, study the ancient path. Ain't that in your Bible? I'll lead you in a way that you do not know. But you gonna sit there and say it's demonic. You gonna sit there and say it's satanic. But have no proof or evidence to say that it's that way. You couldn't even tell me what the language of Canaan is, let alone where it's at. They'll tell you it's in Zimbabwe or it's in Kenya, you know what I'm saying? Or they gonna tell you it's in the North Pole or some shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. It's in all these different places, but there's no specific one location. So what that tells me is there was a lot of things that was connected at one point in time. There was a lot of things that was connected, and there was some people who knew this, and they made some type of agreement to keep that from everybody else, which means either they're scared of it, the knowledge of it being known, or they got some shit to hide. And normally people got some shit to hide like that. It means that they're wrong, like pretty deeply on some stuff. Because why would you go so far, so deep to do so many lies and create so many distractions and so many different paperworks and writings, you know what I'm saying, to hide truth right in front of our faces? How many pyramids were discovered in America? Over 2,000? Come on, man. Corn is only native to the Americas? Come on, man. How everybody else get it then? You know what I'm saying? Do you study Pangea? Do you study how they reversed it? Europe is so-called bigger than everything else, but come on, bro. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. People doing the same thing that the other people's doing. White power, then they now everybody black power. Like, nigga, get out of that. Just be people, bro. Praise the Most High and shut the fuck up. Period. I think that might be why life is too short, because people are just so focused on the wrong things. You know what I'm saying? And we've all been guilty of that. It's time to go home in our mind. It's time to go home to Father Yah in our thinking, in our desires, in our needs, and our wants. It's time to remain home, to sit still in His presence. It's time to feel what we need to feel and let Him sift through it. Let Him filter us through it. Let Him show us the way through it. It's time to shut up and just embrace the truth. It's gonna keep coming out. The more people resist it, the more they try to hide stuff, the more they try to block and destroy stuff, the truth gonna keep coming out. It gonna keep coming out. Haven't you noticed that yet? The more these weirdos try to destroy what's right, the more truth keeps coming out. I'd imagine they pretty pissed right about now. Like, God damn it, you still can't destroy it. Because you weren't created to do that. That's not your portion. So you just be a good little boy, you know what I'm saying? Back on up, get your hands off my, mind your business now. Mind your business. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? That should be beneath our feet, bro. And it's not for people that be walking around weird and stuff, being all proud and shit like that. Like, nah, it's not even about that. It's like, yo, you have nothing to stand on type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like a walking across a big old pit. Y'all niggas ain't got wings. You ain't got no bridge. So you literally beneath their feet, you gonna fucking fall. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, burn all the bitches down, bro. My suggestion, go visit the sites that they tell you not to. Because you can. Do it anyway. Most High tell you to do it, go do it. Who cares what they think? Let them niggas pull a gun if they want to. You better hope that bitch don't blow up when you trying to pull the trigger. Because it will happen. And I've heard stories of it too. I've heard stories of a dude I was talking to face to face. He had one little red mark on his face, like half his face was red. But he told me, dude went to pull the trigger for the gun, and the gun blew up in his hand. Yeah, fuck around and find out. I've had an AK pointed to my face and a shotgun. I've been hit with the butt of an AK too. I ain't never seen that dude or them two dudes that done that since then either though. And when I went to go visit their house, it was too late. They was already in jail. I don't care about your guns, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Death does not scare me. It does not scare me. That shit's not moving me, bro. Hello, y'all. What is death? You know what I'm saying? Literally, what is death? But an opportunity for me to praise y'all even more. Then you really done messed up. No, it's really all bad for you. You know what I'm saying? You bring me closer to my Father in His presence. It's not gonna. How do you think that's gonna help you? You know I'm gonna come back, right? You know I'm gonna come back. Because now then there's no restraints. It's nothing left to hold me back. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing left gonna hold me back. You really done messed up. And I will help the righteous, bro. You out your mind. You lost your quarter. Real talk, bro. What is death compared to God? You're not gonna bully me with no death. You're not gonna bully me with death, bro. How many of y'all done sent out witchcraft shit and spells and shit, enchantments about death towards me? Go back to your sentence, bro. Out your mind. Hello, yeah. You out your mind. What is this? It's like taking a pickle off of out of a bowl of cereal. Like, what is this? Get out of here. You out your mind. Eat that shit. Get out of here. Hello, yeah. Real talk, bro. Tried, tested, and proven. People be crazy, bro. People be crazy. They want you to fear the colors that you write with. Oh, that's black means that. How long you been writing with the color black? Get out of here. Didn't God create that color too? Or you know what I'm saying? Or the void of color, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Get out of here with that. Meanwhile, same people talking about, oh, these white people. Is that right? Last time I checked, this was white. They don't look like this. Last time I checked, this was black. I definitely don't look like that. Pretty brown to me. This is my opinion. Pretty brown though. And meanwhile, you can find every color of sand in the earth that look like all of us. Shut the fuck up. That's why I don't do religion. Because it makes no sense. And it's worth being laughed at, real talk. Like the theosophy. Just throw that trash out the window, bro. Because I don't care what people say. You know what I'm saying? How many billions of people been waiting for Jesus when, you know what I'm saying, before they died, and then they died, and they still waiting? Come on, man. When he coming back? It don't even match prophecy. It don't even match. 400 years of slavery, right? If we was to count from 1619 to now, that'd be about 500 years. Or just about, all right? Be about 100 years of willful slavery, okay? If we discounted it for that 5 and made it 4. Okay, so after you're supposed to be here 2,000 years ago, but Christianity is only about 600 years old. And before Christianity was here, it was Islam. Now, people were in servitude to Islam for about almost 1,000 years, if not longer. So that means that Jesus wouldn't be coming back for another 400 to 500 years still. Wait, no. For 1,000 and 14 to 1,500 years. Don't even fucking match. You out your mind. Meanwhile, same people talk about, oh, you're gonna go back to Egypt again in ships. Nigga, we already here. What ships? Traversing back and forth on a yacht, maybe, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Or a cruise or something like that to the islands or something like that. Like, come on, bro. You don't even know what you're talking about. Shut up. That's what I'm talking about, the whole Judea agenda. Because if you don't know who Esau wasn't no white man, bro. If Jacob and Esau were twins, and Jacob clearly is not albino white, how the hell Esau gonna be white? Get the fuck out of here. Unless he was an albino black man or brown skinned man, you know what I'm saying? Like, he had no melanin, but come on, bro. Y'all don't even sound, that don't even make any, it don't even go right. It don't sound right. You can't even paint the picture to make, you can't blame that on white people. That's niggas' ignorance. Real shit. Going back to Egypt and ships again. Or maybe is it many of them who went over there who not supposed to be over there, what they call Africa now by their slave owner's name, is going to be brought back over here. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's just a thought that came. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying it's right or it's wrong, but it's like, bro, when you really put it into a true perspective and you really study to show yourself approved, things start adding up and lining up. Why do people going back to shamanism? You know what I'm saying? That was supposed to be voodoo and hoodoo and witchcraft. Witchcraft is when you were sitting there manipulating something by force for your greedy gain at the expense of others or the destruction of others for your own greed. And then acting proud and because you want to be destructive. That's witchcraft. That's sorcery. You know what I'm saying? And you're doing it opposed to the Most High, which means you're breaking the law of creation. In other words, the law of the jungle. So my question is, what's really good? What's good? Your car. What's really good? Anyways. But, you know what I'm saying? It's like, ain't got nothing on the Most High, bro. Nothing. That's the MC Hammer for real, for real. Can't touch the weight. You know what I'm saying? And it's just so much going on, you know what I'm saying? And weirdos claiming to be us. Israel is Egyptian, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with anything else. It's Egyptian. It's Israeli. Yasharal. It's Israeli. Isis, Ra, Eli. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Stop speaking. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop condemning and persecuting people that know what they talk about, but you don't know what you're talking about. Stop stealing other people's identities and the work that they do. You know what I'm saying? I sit here and I play certain videos with other people's stuff on it because that's my shout out. That's my shout out to them. You know what I'm saying? That's a congratulations. Like that's what, okay, God, thank you for helping my brother so I can use this as a reference to help other people out. You know what you go through my videos, you know I got my own material too, because you can see it for yourself. And I'm putting it out there so you can see it too, weirdo. You know what I'm saying? You a whole punk if you feel like, you know what I'm saying, just stealing somebody's work and shit like that gonna get you something. I don't want fame. I ain't looking for it. I don't need that type of crowd. I don't like people like that anyway. Especially them weirdos. Ain't nothing but rapists and pedophiles and murderers. You got your mind. That is not my crowd. No, thank you. If I play basketball, that's a whole fadeaway. I'm out. One fade away and I'm out. You know, real talk. Slaves. You might be, I'm not. You might be. I don't think all of us is gonna do that. You ever watched I think it's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2? Or Thor, I don't know, it was one of them with Thor in it, and then the Rock dude was like, hey man, we're gonna go come into your ship and get a lot of people to know. You wanna come? It's like that. I'm about to sit with them weirdos. Dressing up in a whole bunch of makeup and shit because they ugly as hell. And they know it. Wearing other people's hair and shit. And you wonder why your shit falling out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, messed up, bro. Ain't doing that shit. None of that. Diddy can't wait to go sit there and rape some little boys and some grown men. And they rape parties and shit. You out your mind. Them the type of niggas that need to be castrated. Real shit. And it would be just. So if you want to be famous and go to Hollywood, I hope you prepared for shit like that, because that's what them weirdos do. That's what the is about. And then hiding your identity from you. Then people like that become a worse slave, because you think they own $1 million houses? Some of them do. Some of them do. But all them new people coming in, the lower levels of man, they hide that shit. They hide the truth from them too, bro. Come on, man. But the ones that know the truth, they're wrong as hell, and they know it. That's why you know what I'm saying, I acknowledge the truth of that stuff, you know what I'm saying, and I shun it. But at the same time, that ain't my main focus, you know what I'm saying. My main focus is y'all, my family, you know what I'm saying. And those who y'all has deemed worthy of all creation. All that rest of that shit, it's already dead. It's already dying. They're literally dead while they live. They dead while they speak. They the zombies. I mean, you could put eating flesh, because that's what the symbology of a zombie is. Somebody who's so plagued from eating flesh. You know what I'm saying? Or cannibalistic, if you want to put it like that. You know what I'm saying? And then all the shit that go wrong with their bodies. That's the definition of a zombie. Controlled by their lusts, their desire for flesh and blood. Cannibalism. Devouring flesh. Well, they devour each other's flesh. Ain't that in the Bible too? They'll devour each other's flesh. Adrenochrome and all that weird shit. Blood drinking, blood rituals, spirit cooking and all that shit, man. That shit's trash. That shit is trash. It's nothing to fear. It's being knowledgeable of it is a portion of this walk and this lifestyle. You have to be knowledgeable of this type of stuff, bro. It's real life. It's real life. People was like, oh, that's a conspiracy. Oh, okay. It once was, but now we know that it's not any longer. Because if it was still such a conspiracy, how you got millions of people finding out the same truth? You see it every day on YouTube. And I don't even be on YouTube like that every day. I stopped being on social media a whole lot. Because a lot of that shit is garbage. You know what I'm saying? And then I I'd rather keep my, if we could say it like that, my humanity to be mankind. You know what I'm saying? To be a people. You know, it's so freaking robotic and shit. And then if it's not on social media, that's not right. It's not the truth. You out your mind. You need to get back in it the right way. It's what you need to do. Just my suggestion, but yeah, you gotta do the work. I can't do it for you. I'ma praise y'all, bro. I don't give a crap what these weirdos say. I know they don't like it. I don't give a fuck. And it pissed me off so much, you just gonna keep making me do it. You gonna keep making me praise y'all. Even though you can't make me, I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. You out your mind. For every child that's been murdered, for every adult that's been murdered, male and female, for every creature that's been murdered, for every piece of fruit that's been eaten, for every water drop that's come, I'm praising God, bro. For every water drop that has come and that will come, for every storm, all lightning, all wind, all fire, I'm praising God, bro. Period. Oh, well, look at that. You just, okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm praising God, period, bro. That's just all there is to it. There's no ending it. There's no stopping it. There's no going back to foolishness and none of that shit, bro. Ever again. As much as possible. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. For everybody that's been born, I praise y'all. For everybody that will be born, I praise y'all. For every day the sun shines, I praise y'all. For every day the sun has shined, I praise y'all. Hallelujah. Period. For every piece of clothing that's ever been made, every piece of grass that's ever been picked up or blown away, or every cloud that's come, every smoke, every fire that's come. You know what I'm saying? For everything that's ever been, I praise y'all, bro, because ain't nothing greater than y'all. Nothing. Not my situations, stipulations, environments. None of that's greater than y'all, bro. Okay, why did it do that? Because that's retarded.
Disconnected.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is nothing greater than God, bro. Why did you just do that? And what even happened? Alright, y'all, help me get this back, please. Because I don't know what just
In
happened.
pairing mode. To pair, search for the Vizio soundbar in Bluetooth settings on your device.
You know what I'm saying? At the order of Yah, me and the earth, abundant, and more overflow. You know what I'm saying? Overflowing. What? Oh, that's how you feel? I'm about to say, that's how you feel? If it could feel. But yeah, man, like, it's good to have good change and good changes, you know what I'm saying? Like, it makes me feel like, hallelujah, I am worthy, you know? Not even just the feeling, like, I'm knowing more and more that I am worthy. The Most High says I'm worth it, you know what I'm saying? The Most High tells me that I'm worthy, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'll take that, you know what I'm saying? I'll receive it. I embrace it, you know? If I don't know how, y'all show me how. You know, just like anybody else. If you don't know how, y'all show them how. May y'all's favor be with you, you know what I'm saying? And if you really about this life, you really for it. You know what I'm saying? Because it is, at times, it's a challenge. I've wanted to give up. You know, a lot of people, they jealous and said and done. I'm like, bro, if you only knew the half, you know how many times I wanted to give up, and I was like, man, fuck all this, bro. Real shit. That was my heart. That was my words. I'm not about to hide it. Because that was the truth. You know, I got it tatted on my arm. All raw truth. You know? But, you know, it is righteous teaching. I'm still working on my language, you know, but I ain't out here to sugarcoat nothing for anybody, because I ain't doing it for myself. I don't make excuses for myself, so I ain't making excuses for anybody else. But it's cool to sit there and observe, you know, and think about things from different points of view, you know what I'm saying? And not be so quick to assume, you know. Y'all let not my words be weaponized opposed to me, because You know, there are those who they thinking it's just, I don't know. In my mind, I'm like, don't you ever get tired of that shit? Don't you get tired of waking up angry and bitter and like, ugh? Like, I know you don't like yourself right now. I know you don't. I know you don't even like hearing yourself with that. I know you don't. I know you don't. You can't tell me that you get a kick out of that every day, shits and giggles, like just being bitter and just nasty. I know you don't like that. Come on, man. I know you don't. There's nothing greater than y'all, bro. Who else you know that can create clouds out of nothing? These weirdos got clouds seating and this, that, and the third, but they not real clouds. They not real clouds. Because you can manipulate weather, but that knowledge isn't yours. And you can only do so much. You know what I'm saying? So anything that's not of you, Father Yah, that wants me to agree with it, it's null and void. I claim it, I decree it, and I ask that you showed it that it's wrong and it is null and void, and let them keep that frustration, knowing that they failed with another one and some. You know, it's time for truth to manifest even greater, even stronger, and even deeper, like never before. And it's gonna do that with nobody's permission or suggestions or opinions. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Oh yeah. But anyway, Shabbat Shalom, y'all. Thank you for the likes, all 4 of y'all who sent the like, and whoever's still watching. I'm on the phone, so I can't really see any names or anything, but I appreciate y'all sticking in, you know what I'm saying, on the video and stuff like that. I hope that this can help y'all with your days going forward and stuff like that. You know, just be encouraged to do what's right. And yeah, hello, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Seek the truth for yourself, you know what I'm saying? There's a way out of everything. If it's wrong, there's always a way out. And if it's not seeming like it's easy, call on Yah. Hello, Yah. He'll give you that way out. And he'll give you the strength, because he is that. He'll be that for you. You know what I'm saying? And he'll get you out. Period. You know, he'll get you out. He'll be the solution. You know what I'm saying? And the answer to the problems. Because when I'm realizing about these struggles and stuff like that, sometimes they really designed by the Most High to teach us our own worth. You know what I'm saying? To teach us to let go of certain things, and those people, you know what I'm saying, that are not serving not only his purpose for us, but they're not serving our purpose for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, we not all the same peoples, bro. And that's just life. It doesn't mean that I'm greater than you or this, that, and that third. It don't mean none of that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, we're just different people. We came from different backgrounds. We came from different tribes. You know what I'm saying? And all these tribes in the earth, no matter what color they is or whatever, we all do well by seeking out the one truth. You know what I'm saying? The one truth above our opinions, above our feelings and desires and emotions, bro. Water's gonna be water. You know what I'm saying? And it knows it's water. It's a living entity. It's a living being. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's prejudice about other things, other kinds of water. I don't know that, because I'm not, you know. But I know that everyone has a connection, you know what I'm saying, to that water. You know, and when it flows in shalom, when it flows with peace, that water will be still. You know, it will just be. And that's what we as mankind need to be, is be still and just be. You know what I'm saying? What Yah say is, and there's no change in that. My thoughts couldn't change it, they're not gonna change it. My opinion's not gonna change it. My emotions not gonna change it. My being, my essence not gonna change it. No situation, no man, woman, child, creature, demon, Satan, whatever you want to call it, entity, spirit, ruach, being, it's not gonna change it. The seasons come, every season in their order. No, even though they doing, you know, weather modification, it's not stopping the spring from coming when it's time for it to come. That's the new year. That's the new year. No matter what they say, no matter what they project. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no one doing that. There's no stopping that. You know, and that proves that they not in control. They want to be so deep, but they're not. So y'all still, I don't know, but I would think guys like, you know what, whatever. Let you think what you want to think or whatever. But at the end of the day, you're gonna find out that same truth. How many people been on their deathbed talk about they found out that their whole life was on some other shit. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Praise y'all, be people. Just be people. Shalom, I'm out. Hey, yo, dig it, man. I'ma kill all these beats, broken shackles from my people's weaponizing these seeds. Legendary one slice in the bowl of trees, suffocating all the covenants and death. Now wait, breathe. We speak the same little retarded you niggas ain't bro. When you only holler your who will come get the straight flow. You niggas don't know what's knocking until they hit the dough. Hit the flow. Oh yeah. Deep overflow as I drink, pull the trigger, hit the hammer, hold still, don't blink. Give a mortal head wound, let's go without deep. I wonder if my teachers can identify. What you know? Who you know? Where you going? Streets, show me no peace, think it's heat. Screams, I'ma kill all these beats. Broken shackles from my people's weaponizing these seats. Legendary one slice in the form of pop trees. Suffocating all these covenants and death. Now we I'ma kill all these beats. Broken shackles from my people's weaponizing these beats. Legendary one slice in the form of pop trees. Suffocating all this covenants and death. Now we Blood prophet. How many years? How long will you hide? 'Cause when these streets show me no peace, niggas he screams, I'ma kill all these beats. Broken shackles from my needles, weaponizing these beats. Legendary ones slicing the over 5 streets. Suffocating all the covenants of death. Now we breathe. So look what we teach. I'm a strangler victory, so let me reach deep. Overflow as I drink. Pull the trigger, hit the hammer, but we still don't blink. I hit the portal head, boom, it's the moment I think. Hey, yo, dig it, man. What's the life worth living inside the limbo? Tell them they bring it just like a pinball. Tell them they pop it into a pinball. I just do it just like I endo. Smoking the cannabis, say they endo. Bringing it, open up all the windows. Holding your feelings on how the windows. Tell them we do it because we win, bro. Sweet Lord, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hey. We just getting started, this ain't no game, bro. All we insane or retarded, Nicky Pendo. They seek to change where it's hardest to bring me fame, no. I aim to switch up the magic, this ain't no game, ho. I beat your soul with your bones and make it rain flow. Burn up the soul with your bones, no Johnny Days, bro. Release the earth and it hurts and watch your pain slow. Walk through the valley of shadows of death and change clothes. The highest power inside of me, now I stand up. I'ma kill all these beasts. Broken shackles from my tools, weaponized these beasts. Legendary one slicing the whole body. Suffocating all these covenants of death now wait. When streets show me no peace, think it's heat. Screams, I'ma kill all these beasts. Broken shackles from my heels, weaponizing these beasts. Legendary one slicing the whole vibe trees. Suffocating all the covenants of death now wait. How many years? How long will you hide? Cause when these streets show me no peace, niggas heat. Screams, I'ma kill all these beasts. Broken shackles from my heels, weaponizing these beats. Legendary one slicing the vocal vibe streets. Suffocating all the covenants of death now wait. So let me reach deep, overflow as I drink. Pull the trigger, hit the hammer, hold still, don't blink. I hit the portal head, boom, that should open, I think. Hey, yo, dig it, man. What's the life worth living inside the limo? Tell them they bring it just like a pinball. Tell them they pocket is no pimple. I just do it just like I endo. Smoking the cannabis, say they endo. Bringing it, open up all the windows. Holding you feeling on how the wind blows. Tell them we do it because we win, bro. Julie Lord told me that hallelujah, hey. This ain't no game, bro. While we insane or retarded, the leaky window. They seek to change where it's hardest to bring me fame, no. I aim to switch up the magic, this ain't no game, ho. I beat your soul with your bones and make it rain flow. Burn up the soul with your bones, no Johnny Days flow. Release the earth when it hurts and watch them hang slow. Walk through the valley of shadows of death and change clothes. The highest power inside of me now I sing, ho.
If the new Chicken Big Mac at McDonald's looks like a Big Mac, has sweet buns and sauce like a Big Mac, but has 2 chicken patties, then it's not a Big Mac.
At participating McDonald's for a limited time.
I'm here with experienced real estate investors asking them one question. How would they, if they could go back in time, tell themselves how to break through earlier, faster? Would it be books, seminars, YouTube videos, or teaming up with other people?
Get on a team.
Yeah, what she said.
Exactly.
Sounds like it's a unanimous vote. 4 people said teaming up and getting with other people that are more experienced than you. What we're going to be doing is on October, our No One Left Behind Challenge. Go to NOLBchallenge.com where we can take you, a newbie, get past all the analysis paralysis by pairing you up with a leader, somebody that can close deals with you, walk you through everything. How can you get there?
Click the link below!
The future of fast food automation is here. Hi, I'm UCF Miso Robotics. Our Fry Station robot Flippy has already fried over 3 million baskets for some of the world's biggest fast food brands. What started as a prototype built by Caltech engineers has now evolved into a fully scalable next-gen product that's transforming kitchens across the US. We're targeting hundreds of major brands, and with automation reshaping the industry, there has never been a better time to invest. The clock is ticking. Learn more about becoming a Miso shareholder before this opportunity ends October 18th.
Preface. This work on sacred symbols has been compiled at the suggestion of the late Irving Putnam, who felt and assured me that such a work would be appreciated by the public. The kindly way in which the public have received my first 2 books on Mu calls for my most sincere thanks and makes me feel that my life's work has not been in vain. In this work I have given my personal view why religion is in such a chaotic state today. There are over 300 religions and sects and only one God. J.C. Chapter 1. Introduction. I wish particularly to point out in the present volume that I am not giving the meanings of symbols in the vestments in which they are now garbed. I am giving their origin and original meanings. Up to the time of Mu's submersion, all symbols retained their original meanings. From the time of Mu's destruction, I must pass over about 5,000 years. Those were years when seemingly no history was written except a few scraps in India and Egypt. During this time, mankind apparently was reviving and repeopling the earth, after its almost total destruction by the submersion of Mu and other lands and the subsequent formation of gas belts and mountains. On entering Egypt 6,000 years ago, we find that many of the original symbols had survived, but were very much Egyptianized, especially in pattern or design, with an incomprehensible theology attached to them. A multitude of new ones had besides been added, most of them having esoteric or hidden meanings. This confusion increased when Upper and Lower Egypt merged into one kingdom. The two peoples not. Page 16. Only commingled personally, but also their 2 sets of symbols. Thus 2 sets were made into one without any being discarded. It meant at least 2 symbols for every conception. So great was the confusion of symbols in Egypt, 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, that hardly half of the priesthood understood those used in the temples of other cities, although they might be but a few miles away. The next period to note in Egyptian history is the reigns of the Ptolemies. Many Greek philosophers then went to Egypt and were taught the Egyptian sacred mysteries. This knowledge they took back to Greece, commencing about 600 B.C. In Greece, the sacredized, new names and further theology were added. The result, generally, was the creation of amusing myths. The familiar Grecian myths may therefore be said to be influenced by the legends and teachings of Egypt and India. The next point to note is Mu's destruction, which removed her motherly control over religion and science throughout the world. The consequence was that each colony framed its own laws, at the same time making changes in religion to suit themselves. It is very noticeable among all ancient people that directly the control of the motherland was removed, those countries began to fall back. As time went on, they so degenerated in science and religion that the teachings of the first great civilization were at last entirely. Page 17. Forgotten and became a thing of the past. Myths, those shadows of the past, alone remained. Here and there, however, solitary flowers strove to raise their heads out of the weeds which now choked the world's garden. Coming down to present times, I find writers, supposed to be scholars, giving meanings to symbols that are purely mythical, the outcome, it may be, of fantastic dreams, and absolutely erroneous. Where they got their ideas, I cannot imagine. Certainly not from the ancient writings. The result is that science has drifted into an age of theories. Theories are made subservient to facts. A fact cannot be a fact unless their crazy theories prove it. The more abstruse and bizarre the theory is, the more, apparently, it is scientific thought of. A theory that is not even understood by the originator himself, and by no one else on earth, meets with scientific approval. Symbols and Freemasonry. Freemasons in their ceremonies use many of the ancient symbols. They freely admit that the original meanings are now forgotten, but they know that originally the symbols were sacred. being used in religious ceremonies in the infinite days that are past and had a religious and moral meaning in line with the first religion of man, their origin. Symbols and symbolisms are a principal division of archaeology. I am not a professional archaeologist, but I love the ancient and for over 50 years have been. Page 18. Diligent in the study of it. When the School of Archaeology went with her. Archaeology, the date when archaeology was first studied reaches far back into the distant past. More than 15,000 years ago, the ancients had special colleges for its study. In these colleges, a very profound knowledge of their past was attained. The further we go back, the more profound we find that archaeological knowledge. Like all other ancient sciences, archaeology had a dark cloud cast over it when Mu the motherland sank and the first great civilization was wiped out. Only seeds, remnants of mankind, were left here and there, out of which a new civilization was in time to develop. It is virtually within memory of living man that the study of archaeology has been again undertaken. Those who today call themselves archaeologists are, generally, diggers of the remains of man who lived, say, from 1,000 to 5,000 years ago. These are but of yesterday in human history. Why do they not go back to the beginning, as the ancients did 15,000 years ago? The archaeological study of the ancients began from his beginning 200,000 years before, if the astronomical evidence whereby such dates are computed may be accepted. Archaeology embraces much more than it is thought to do. As the ancients studied it, it was a fascinating story. It may be deemed a religion for, at every step, the student is confronted with works of a supreme conception. Page 19. With symbols of the power and wisdom of the Creator. The sights cause him contemplation. Contemplation brings him in touch with the Supreme, the great architect and builder of all. As the student progresses, he becomes aware that other branches of science are intimately connected with it: geology, chemistry, astronomy, and the cosmic forces. These must all be mastered to obtain the full benefit of what has been written and left behind by our forefathers for us, to act as guideposts to the greater knowledge. Nature shows man what is the origin of life. It shows man's connection with the great source and the great cosmic forces which control the universe. It also shows the origin of these forces. Thus archaeology is but one letter in the long word that unfolds the wonders and glories of creation. It brings man in closer touch with the Heavenly Father. Again, incidentally, it shows that true science is the twin sister of religion. They are inseparable, for without religion man could not comprehend the cosmic forces, and without fully comprehending these forces he could not approach the great divine love which rules the universe. The first chapters of the Bible were intended to teach man the workings of these cosmic forces. They failed to do so, however, because of the mistranslations of the Mosaic writings, which were in the tongue and characters of the motherland, and were copies of the sacred. Paragraph continues. Page 20. Writings of Mu that Moses expounded when he was high priest of the temple at Sinai. The esoteric temple writings of Egypt related the cause of the flood, showing what the phenomenon actually was. Whoever wrote, we now have them, failed fully to understand the ancient form of writing, as present man fails fully to understand the symbols and symbolisms which were there correctly copied. The early part of the Bible, therefore, has not fully carried out the purpose for which it was intended. The Bible Moses actually handed down was the sacred and inspired writings, the greatest and most profound work ever penned by man, containing a science beyond the conception of present man. Nothing, however, is, it seems, forever lost, For in various parts of the earth writings are being recovered which, when put together, provide us with a great part of the original sacred inspired writings of Mu. That which has been recovered gives the account of creation down to and of woman. The movements of all celestial bodies throughout the universe, the forces that are controlling their movement and the source of these forces. The origin of life and what life is, with the cause of the necessary changes in types of life during the Earth's development. Various geological phenomena and what their causes were. Page 21. And there is, finally, the coping stone of the earth, man. I find a word frequently occurs in the Bible which is misapplied. I refer to miracle. There are no miracles. What seem miraculous is due to our ignorance. They are phenomena produced by the exercising of man's own spiritual force, given him at his creation. The sacred writings say that this force was given to man to enable him to rule the earth. Masters used their spiritual forces. Their were looked upon as miracles. Master was an ancient title bestowed on those who had mastered the use of their spiritual forces. Those who spend their time merely in unearthing objects of the ancients are not true archaeologists. They are only diggers or miners. The archaeologist reads what he finds written on stone and clay, and informs the public what they say. A stone or plaque of clay with writing on it is only a stone or dried mud, having no more value than any other curious stone until the inscription upon it is read. Then it becomes a page of written history, and may be the means of revolutionizing the thought and teachings of present man. The value of archaeology is in this reading, thereby one gains a knowledge of the past. A voice is constantly calling, "Go forth unto nature and learn her great truths and lessons." Nature is the great schoolhouse for higher learning. No authorities are found there to muddle us. Nature is the one and only authority. Page 22. Every old rock, with its crinkly weathered face, every fossil, has its tale to tell, every leaf on tree and shrub whispers a story. The universe, with its countless celestial bodies moving in perfect order and time, calls for to know the source of all. All of these lessons are to be learned from nature to enable man in this life on the earth to prepare himself for the next step in his everlasting life. The origin of religion. What is religion? Max Muller says, religion is a mental faculty which, independent of, in spite of sense and reason, enables man to apprehend the infinite under different names and under varying disguises. Without that faculty no religion, not even the worship of idols and fetishes, would be possible, and if we will but listen attentively we can hear in all religions a groaning of the spirit, a struggle to conceive the inconceivable, to utter the unutterable, a longing after the infinite, a love of God. As soon as we know anything of the thoughts of man and his feelings, we find him in possession of a religion. The intention of religion, wherever we find it, is always holy. However imperfect a religion may be, it always places the human soul in the presence of God, and however imperfect and however childish the conception of God may be, it always expresses the highest ideal of perfection which the human soul, for the time being, can reach and grasp. The period in man's history which Max Muller here, page 23, refers to is geologically known at the Pleistocene period, coming after the submersion of Mu. Therefore what he found were shadows of the sacred inspired religion of the motherland, orally transmitted from father to son for thousands of years among the descendants of the remnants saved when the mountains went up and cataclysmic waves of water flooded the low-lying lands. This is corroborated in a paragraph where he says, There was a primitive Aryan religion, a primitive Semitic religion, and a primitive religion before each of these primeval races was broken up and became separate in language, worship, and national sentiment. The highest god received the same name in the ancient mythology of Ani, and was retained by them. The name was Diaush in Sanskrit, Zeus in Greek, Jovis in Latin, and Tiu in German, Wotan. They bring before us all the vividness of an event which we witnessed but yesterday. The ancestors of the whole Aryan race, thousands of years it may be before Homer or the Veda, worshipped an unseen being under the selfsame name, the name of light and sky. Let us not turn away and say that this was, after all, but nature worship and idolatry. No, it was not meant for that, though it may have been degraded into that in later times. Daush did not mean the blue sky, nor simply the sky personified. It was meant for something else. We have in the Veda the invocation, paragraph continues. Page 24. Daush Patar, the Greek Zupater and the Latin Jupiter, and that means in these three languages what it meant before these three languages were torn asunder, Heaven Father. Let us go back to the time when these languages were still one. In the sacred inspired writings of Mu 70,000 years ago, the deity is frequently designated as Heavenly Father and Father in Heaven. This name is more frequently used there than any other. Religion itself was based on the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. Being so prominent in the ancient writings, it is no wonder that it has persisted through the ages. Jesus, whose teachings were purely those of the first religion, begins the Lord's Prayer with Our Father which. Besides quoting Max Muller, I shall give a few extracts from writers on the subject whom science calls authorities. Kant and Schiller both assert that a myth does not represent a debasement, or a sinking down from original perfection, not a victory of sensuality over reason, but on the contrary, it manifests the advancement of a man from a state of comparative rudeness to freedom and civilization. I am not in accord with these ideas because common reasoning tells me the case should be Fully 99% of the myths are traceable to legends. Legends are history orally handed down. History. Page 25. Is a record of facts, so that myths instead of manifesting advancement manifest a retrogression, for they show that history, a part of civilization, is being forgotten. Therefore that civilization has declined. Taylor, in Anthropology, says, in one sense every religion is a true religion. On their minds was one that we, with our knowledge, cannot half answer what the life is which is sometimes with us, but not always. Taylor might with advantage consult the North American Indian, the semi-civilized Polynesians, the Maoris, the South African savages, and, beyond all, the teachings of Jesus. The savages and semi-savages do not claim great knowledge on the subject. I have, however, found that they possess great wisdom which is untrammeled by the queen of myths, known as science. De Brosses says, all nations had to begin with fetishes, to be followed afterwards by polytheism and monotheism. I suspect de Brosses of toying with theories of our simian origin. They have upset everyone who has ever come in contact with them. However, we shall let it pass because such writers as Max Muller, Dr. Happel, and Professor Pfleiderer are directly opposed to such assumptions. Hereafter, when dealing with the beginnings of religion, I shall show that man started with monotheism. Page 20. And it was only after Mu's destruction that there was polytheism and idolatry was practiced. The next quotation is as extraordinary. At a very remote period in the civilization of Egypt, Babylon, Mexico, and Peru, the sun god had gained supremacy as the first and greatest of gods. This is contradicted by all ancient writings. The sun was never looked upon as a god by the ancients, but as a symbol only of the deity. Therefore, it was never worshipped by them. The sun, from the beginning, was the monotheistic symbol of the deity. Being the monotheistic or collective symbol of the deity, it was esteemed the most sacred of all sacred symbols. This monotheistic symbol of the deity existed tens of thousands of years before man settled in either Egypt, Babylon, Mexico, or Peru. How, therefore, could it have gained supremacy during their time? Chapter 2. Religions. Mu's religion. It is fairly well established that all religions have a common origin. Let us see what that source was. The first records of religion are more than 70,000 years old. They tell us that a body of trained masters from Mu, called Nacals, were carrying to her various colonies and colonial empires copies of the motherland's sacred, inspired religion. These Nacals formed in each country colleges for the teaching of the priestcraft religion and the sciences. The priesthoods that were formed in these colleges in turn taught the people. There is a very interesting ancient writing about the Cultus, as the colleges were called in Babylonia. It says, everyone was welcome, be he prince or slave. Directly they passed into the temple, they were equal, for they stood in the presence of the Heavenly Father, the Father of them all, and here they became brothers in fact. Fact. No payment was charged, all was free. Throughout the colonies and colonial empires, these teachings were known as the Sacred Mysteries, a name that has persisted down to the present. In the paragraph continues. Page 28. Orient, they were also called the Books of the Golden Age. In later times, I find among Maya and Egyptian writings that the sacred mysteries were only entrusted to the high priesthood and the heir apparent to the throne. Clement of Alexandria wrote, "The sacred mysteries are only entrusted to high priests and the heir apparent to the throne." This I find was not exactly true. Many of the Greek philosophers who went to Egypt were entrusted with the sacred mysteries, among them being Solon, Plato, Pythagoras, and Thales. Various Nacal writings, sometimes called Nephrit, and translations of the sacred inspired writings. I shall try to outline the first religion and show how it was taught to primitive man. Religion started at a very early period in man's history, evidently when he could not understand anything that was abstrusely expressed. Apparently it was found necessary for explanation to use object lessons, symbols, where sight would supply the absence of words. I find the earliest symbols were of an elementary character, plain lines, and simple geometrical figures. I refer to a date prior to 70,000 years ago, for according to the records man was so far advanced at that time that he was mastering the most intricate vignettes, tableaus, etc., which today puzzle our great scientists. Evidently religion was originally taught in stages. The supreme paragraph continues. Page 29. Being infinite and all-powerful. That it was the Creator who created all things above and below. That man was created by this Almighty Being, and having been created by Him, was His Son, that this Almighty was man's Heavenly Father. Second, when man was created, the Creator placed within the body of man a spirit or soul which never died but continued on through eternity. When man was created, it was ordained that his material body should return to the earth from which it was taken. When this material body died, it released the soul which went into the world beyond, there to wait until it was called upon to occupy another material body. Apparently, as soon as his primitive mind could grasp the facts, he was taught that his soul was given a task. This task was for the soul to rule the material body by overcoming material desires. When this was accomplished, his soul would be called back to the great source, and forever afterwards live in perfect joy and happiness. He was taught that one material life was so short that the soul could not overcome all of the material desires, so it was ordained that his soul should come into many bodies until the task was accomplished, that these reincarnations were the salvation of his soul. Fourth, it was thoroughly instilled into his mind that the Heavenly Father was the great love, and that this great love ruled the universe and never died. Paragraph continues. Page 30. He was taught that the love of the Heavenly Father was far greater than the love of his earthly father, who was only a reflection of his Heavenly Father. Therefore, he should always approach his Heavenly Father without fear or dread and in perfect confidence and love, knowing that loving hands were being held out to receive him when he came. Fifth, he was taught that all mankind were created by the same Heavenly Father. Therefore, all mankind were his brothers and sisters, and should be treated as such in all his dealings with them. Finally, he was taught his duties on earth, how he should live to prepare himself to become fit to pass into the world beyond when he was called. He was especially reminded that he must follow the paths of truth, love, charity, chastity, with perfect love and confidence in his Heavenly Father. From this short and inadequate sketch, it is shown that the fundamental principles of the first religion of man were the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. Judging from the various religious teachings of the sacred inspired writings, the phrase brotherhood of man is not meant to convey the idea that all men are to look upon each other as blood brothers. It would seem to me that this phrasing is symbolical or used as an example for explanation. I think our modern example better explains the meaning to the mind of present man, namely, do unto others as you would have them. Page 31. Do unto you. This seems to be confirmed by the 42 questions in the Osirian ritual. If we all followed this golden rule, no discord could arise among mankind, and the world would be in a virtual bond of brotherhood. Again, I think the meaning of the word charity is not fully comprehended today. It refers to the soul rather than to the material part of man. Not only material charitable actions, such as feeding the hungry and clothing the naked, but it includes good and share. We should think ill of no one but try to help them overcome their failings. The great master, Jesus, gave us an example of this. Symbols. Throughout his teachings, early man was constantly reminded that no symbol, however sacred, was to be worshipped in any way. That symbols were used only to enable him to concentrate his mind solely on the deity and the particular subject of his supplication. By keeping his eyes on the symbol, other objects were excluded from his vision. Symbols in our churches would not be amiss today, at least in some cases. On one occasion, my seat in church was directly behind the pew of a wealthy broker. He knelt in prayer this pillar of the church, for he was one of them, drew from the shelf a book bound as a prayer book. When he opened it, I saw that it was a ledger with rows of figures in debit and credit columns. These he went up and down with his finger, all the time mumbling something so that. Page 32. Those around him thought he was earnest in prayer. Were his thoughts of God? The symbol he was using guided him to the material, not the spiritual. Theology. The religion of Mu had no theologies or dogmas. Everything was taught in the simplest, most comprehensive language, a language that even theologies and dogmas crept into religion after the submergence of the motherland. With her destruction, her controlling influences were gone. Confusions in religion then began, and exist in full force today. Anyone considering present-day religion can see that it is in the process of crumbling, that it is only a question of time when it will be a mass of ruins. Then, when these ruins are cleared away, there will arise a new and purer conception of spiritual things. Attained the perfection ordained for him. Our present religious state is not a new condition. Twice before, religion has fallen to the ground through theologies and their consequences. Out of the ashes new religions have arisen. Out of the ashes of present religions a new one will also arise. He whom the gods destroy they first make mad. Madness in the form of bigotry, impossible theologies, and other errors exists today. Why past religions have fallen at various times in the history of man, and scrupulous priesthoods have caused the downfall of religion by introducing into it vicious systems of theology. Page 33. Extravagances and immorality, omissions and false and vicious translations from the sacred inspired religion of Mu, from which all religions have sprung. These systems were invented by priesthoods for the purpose of inspiring superstitious fears in the hearts of the people, to ensnare them, body and soul, into slavery to the priesthood. Having accomplished this, it did not take long for these priesthoods to acquire wealth and become all-powerful. where the priests of Ammon not only gained the riches of the country, but seized the throne as well. When, however, they started to control the military, the soldiers revolted and at the point of the spear drove them down into Ethiopia, where they were prevented from returning to Egypt. The accumulation and concentration of wealth invariably ruins a country. There are at least a dozen historical records of it. The first great outrage to religion I have found historically recorded occurred in Atlantis 22,000 years ago. It is referred to as extravagances in the priestly teachings. The great master, Osiris, dispelled these extravagances and reinstated the original religion of the fatherhood of God and brotherhood of man. As a monument to the memory of this great master, religion was named after him. The Osirian religion, when Thoth of Atlantis founded the colony on the Nile Delta, Egypt's history began. Thoth built the first temple at Sais and their taught religion as purged by Osiris 6,000 years before. Page 34. At the destruction of Ra-Mu, the king and high priest of the motherland, addressed the pleading crowds, saying, "You shall all die together, you and your servants and your riches. From your ashes new nations shall arise, and if they forget they are superior, not because of what they put on but what they put out, the same will befall them." The foregoing indicates that the people had strayed from the teachings of the church, become materialistic and forgotten God, not that they had been led astray by the priests. It would appear that they were dropping the spiritual for the material. They were amassing riches and forgetting God. This would seem to be corroborated in a previous statement, where Ra-Mu is quoted as saying, "Did I not predict all this?" It was the priesthood of Egypt that caused the cataclysmic wave of false gods, idolatry, to sweep over the land. So well did they affect their nefarious designs that priestly orders throughout the world were drawn into the vortex, contributing to religion's spiritual downfall. This started over 5,000 years ago, and the prostituted Osirian religion has now long passed into the discard. Many of its extravagances have, however, persisted down to present religious conceptions. The Egyptians were the first to teach the worship of symbols, a thing strictly forbidden in the ancient religion. Paragraph continues. Page 35. Thus began idolatry. Devil whom they called Set. For this malevolent being they imagined a domain which they called hell. The extravagances of their description of this domain had no bounds, and one wonders how any sane person could have accepted them. According to these teachings, it was a place of everlasting flames. Cast into these sulfurous flames, the soul remained scorching for all eternity. The soul of man is a spirit. No element can touch or come in contact with a spirit. Sulfur is an element. Therefore, it cannot come in contact with a spirit, for a spirit is negative to all elementary matter. Even if it were not, the forces of the spirit are so much higher than those of heat that the spirit could repel it. I shall next show how the devil himself managed to put in an appearance. The claim was made that the devil was an archangel, fallen from the ways of grace, and cast from heaven into hell. The four archangels are only another vestment for the four great primary forces, or as Max Muller calls it, a new disguise. As the great primary forces still exist, working and controlling the universe as of old, it's clear that none have fallen, as the story of Lucifer would have us believe. It was thus the Egyptian priesthood dragged the beautiful, pure Osirian religion into the mud, the religion with which Egypt commenced her history 10,000 years before, causing the nation itself to fall and become. Page 36. The slave of foreign conquerors. Before the Egyptian invention, a devil was unknown. Man had been taught there were two influences attending him here on earth, a material influence emanating from his earthly body, and a spiritual influence that came from his soul. His spiritual influence had the power to overcome the material, and it was his destiny that it should eventually dominate. It might, however, take many incarnations before this was accomplished, after which his soul would return to the great source. Hindu priests, always quick to adopt anything of material advantage to themselves, followed Egypt in the debauchery of religion. An obstacle that had first to be overcome, however, was their Nakal teachers. These were unwavering in their adherence to the teachings of the first religion. So the Brahminical priests started to persecute the Nakals, eventually driving them into the snow-capped mountains of the north. When these holy men were disposed of, the debauch commenced. Not wishing to borrow their devil from the Egyptians, the Brahmin priests invented one of their own and called. From the time Shiva was grafted into the Hindu religion, history shows that the Hindus fell from the high pinnacle of civilization which had been there since the period of the motherland. A little history will verify this assertion. Universal History and M.D. Voltaire, D. 1758. Volume 3, page 13. Page 37. The school of the ancient Gynosophists was still subsisting in the great city of Benares on the banks of the Ganges. There the Brahmins cultivated the sacred language which they called Hanfrit, and look upon it as the most ancient of all languages. The Nakal writings are in what is here called Hanfrit. They admit of genii, like the primitive Persians. They tell their disciples that symbols are made only to fix the attention of the people and are different emblems of the deity. But as this sound theology would turn to no profit, they concealed it from the people, and taught what produced superstitious awe and fear. Be that as it may, the Indians were no longer that people of superior knowledge into whose country the ancient Greeks used to travel for instruction. India was the cradle of the Greek philosophy. Up to 500 B.C., the Greeks were going to India for learning. When they commenced going, I do not know, possibly 1,000 years before. W. Robertson, An Historical Disquisition of India, Pub 1794, page 274. The Brahmins, it is well known, borrowed religion, as well as all other sciences of civilization, from the highly civilized Nagas, whom afterwards they relentlessly persecuted. Priests was that man was first created a grass, then a fish, passed into an amphibian, then a reptile, from a reptile into a mammal, and from this became a man. They also maintained, page, that everything is a part of God, and that all things put together are God. And yet this same priesthood says that idolatry is a sin. Let us analyze this. Idolatry is a sin. The worship of idols made of wood and stone is idolatry. The worship of God is not idolatry. As the wood and stone are parts of God, the worship of wood and stone would be worshiping parts of God. Therefore there is no such thing as idolatry, since whatever is worshipped is a part of God. What can be more fantastic than this? Yet I find the same conception in one of our religious sects today, and they call themselves. Did Jesus ever utter such inconceivable nonsense? The Brahminical priests did their work well, for they enslaved the people and froze their brains. But India is today awakening. She is casting off her priestly shackles and has started to regain her enviable place among nations, to regain her old religion and civilization. And she will again stand in the proud position from which she was dragged down. The untouchables will no longer be untouchables, but will receive their place as brothers in the land. But the Hindus must remember that the top of the cross is not clear of the water. Some few thousand years ago, the priesthoods generally put the coping stone of horrors on religion. They instituted the horrible practice of human sacrifice. This addition caused consternation and enhanced the fear of the people in all lands. No one knew, but he made 39. The next to be stretched upon the bloody stone, or be shrouded in the flames of the fiery furnace. Fear and dread reigned supreme, have supposedly disappeared from what is termed civilized peoples. But have they? Is not human life sacrificed today under another guise? And what about present-day religions and people? The only difference from now and 3,000 years ago is a thicker veneer over our savagery. The Church of Rome has a bloody page disfiguring its record by the Inquisition. The Protestant Church has a great blot on her escutcheon with the burning of witches. The Mohammedan Church was born with the sword, has lived by the sword, and will die by the sword. Blood covers every page of its history. Have Christians been following the teachings of the great master, Jesus, who preached only kindness and brotherly love? Certainly not. They have been following the cruel lust for blood bred of fanaticism and bigotry. Are we, ourselves, any better today? I think not. Our lust for blood causes us to hang, shoot, and electrocute in the name of the law. What law? Not God's, for his law says, "Thou shalt not kill." With all our great professions of civilization, we still remain savages at heart, and I have known many savages who are more truly civilized than we are. We erect towering buildings, make horrible wars on one another because of greed for power and wealth. Is this civilization or mere? Page 40. Display gold, and the pig still remains a pig. The gold is only a veneer. The pig still exists in its original form. Our civilization is simply a veneer hiding our real selves. Neither our hearts nor characters are affected by it, for we are what we are. I shall now show by Mu's cosmogonic diagram what the first religion of man was: the sacred, inspired religion of Mu. The cosmogonic diagram of Mu was the mother of all the various cosmogonic diagrams found throughout the world. All subsequent diagrams were based on that of the motherland. Inventions, alterations, additions in lines to adapt them to new meanings, made nightmares of them all. One of the most prominent additions in the Hindu, Babylonian, Assyrian, Chaldean, and Egyptian was the addition of a hell. This hell is shown in various diagrams as a small circle below the main figure, the outside of the circle symbolizing the universe, which was putting it far away from the earth. Known in Mu, no hell appears in her cosmogonic diagram. Deciphering Mu's diagram, in Mu the novice was taught to learn the diagram thoroughly and repeat what was written upon it as his spiritual convictions. Just as children are taught the Bible today, the children of lost Mu were instructed in this diagram. The construction of the diagram, in the center. Page 41. Mu's cosmogonic diagram. Page 42 is a circle within two crossed and interwoven triangles. Being interwoven or interlaced, these triangles form but one figure. These two triangles are enclosed within a second circle, thus leaving 12 divisions. Beyond this circle is a third, leaving a space between the two. On the outside of this third circle are 12 scallops, falling from the outside of the divisions. The meanings of these figures: the central circle is a picture of the sun and the symbol of the deity whose abode is heaven. The 12 divisions, formed by the crossing of the two triangles, are the gates to heaven where dwells the Heavenly Father. These gates symbolize virtues, the 12 great earthly virtues, which man must possess, them being love, hope, charity, chastity, faith, etc. Love stands at the head of the list. The space between the second and third circles is the world beyond, which the soul must pass through to reach the gates of heaven. The 12 scallops on the outside of the outer circle are the gates to the world beyond and symbolize the 12 great earthly temptations which must be overcome by the material body before the soul can pass through these gates to the world beyond. The ribbon with the 8 divisions symbolizes the page 43. The Babylonian cosmogonic diagram. Page 44. 8 roads to heaven, and tells what man's actions and thoughts must be to ascend to the gates of the world beyond. Put into present language, the foregoing would read: the belief, I believe there are 8 roads to travel to reach heaven, mentioning them. My soul will first arrive after traveling these roads at the gates to the world beyond. To enter these, he overcame the 12 great earthly temptations, mentioning them. Having shown that it had done so, my soul will be allowed to pass into the world beyond. This I must traverse until I reach the gates of heaven. Here my soul must prove that my earthly body possessed the 12 great virtues, mentioning them. Having shown that it did, my soul will then be passed through the gates into heaven to the throne of glory, where sits the Heavenly Father waiting to receive it. Have we anything today in any of our religions and religious sects that will compare with this beautiful conception so simply worded? This was the religion of Mu, the motherland, and the first religion of man. Jesus and the Christian religion. Jesus was a master, the greatest and most proficient who has ever been on earth. Jesus did not teach a new religion, he simply taught the first original religion as it is written in the sacred and inspired writings of Mu. Page 45. The Chaldean cosmogonic diagram. Page 46. The Lord's Prayer, the greatest work of its kind ever penned or spoken, is to be found in the sacred writings of Mu. Jesus condensed the ancient text to suit the language of his day. He compacted the whole of the material parts of religion into a few short sentences, leaving out nothing that was vital to man's salvation. The religion taught by Jesus has been called the Christian religion. Who profess to follow his teachings do so. The other 95% are following the supposed teachings of the apostles made up by a conclave of priests years after Jesus and his apostles had taken the long journey. This they called the Athanasian Creed. They borrowed the name Christian for their headline. The teachings of this religion today include some of the extravagances the priesthood of Egypt grafted into the Osirian religion, which are so contrary to actual teachings of Jesus they are deplorable. Theologies and bigotry, to which may be added supreme obstinacy, are tolling the death knell of the Christian religion. The priesthoods of this religion condemn the falling away of the world from the churches. This is easily understood by anyone who will trouble to think. But thinking priesthoods seem never to have existed. While they are bitterly complaining of this falling away from the church, as they call it, the priesthood has only itself to blame. The public is receiving a higher education than heretofore. People are beginning to think for themselves. Paragraph continues. Page 47. The Hindu cosmogonic diagram. Thinking shows them the impossible theories and beliefs that are being handed out to them, and the bigotry attending it all. With higher education, their reasoning powers will not allow them to accept it, so they simply keep away from it. Are people becoming irreligious? No. On the contrary, they are becoming more religious. The heart craves truth, and knowledge of the loving Heavenly Father. Offer people a plain, untrammeled service of simplicity and truth, and no church will be big enough to hold all those who will attend. There is, however, a crisis in the church today. How long before the structure will fall? It is crumbling fast and soon will form a heap of ruins on the ground. With the atmosphere cleared, the original religion will return, the religion that places the spiritual above the material, that teaches the love of the Heavenly Father, and makes a true brotherhood of man, as it did during the life of the motherland. I have stated that we still retain in our present religion some of the inventions and extravagances grafted into religion by the unscrupulous priesthood. They've never been cleansed from our present-day religions. I shall mention some. To mention all would fill volumes. The devil and hell, the origin and date already given. Virgin birth, the origin of this is to be found in page 49. The sacred writings of Mu. It appears in the fifth command of the creation. From these cosmic eggs life came forth as commanded. In a subsequent table explaining the commands in creation, cosmic eggs are referred to as the virgins of life. The sentence reads, whole who cow. Translated into English it reads, whole closed, who virgin womb, and cow to open, to pierce or open the virgin womb, and, by permissible extension, to pierce or open the virgin womb of life. For this reason the ancients called the waters the mother of life, for up to this period of the earth's history, no life had appeared. Life, therefore, first appeared in the waters. The advent of life had opened the virgin womb in the waters. Later, the four great creative forces which emanate from the deity had the additional name of gods bestowed upon them. Being the first known commands or executors of the commands of the Creator, they were called of virgin birth to correspond with the teachings of the sacred writings regarding earthly life. Thus, the first life either of the gods or nature was the result of Hol Hukal. Upon this ancient conception, modern priesthoods, within the last 2,000 years, have invented virgin births and immaculate conceptions for various men. Page 50. That have lived, as an example, masters. The priesthoods have made the birth and, forgetting themselves, give his pedigree and family tree back to David. Our learned scholars are not to be surpassed by any priesthoods. They tell us that all ancient kings were of virgin birth because they were sons of the sun. These kings claimed nothing of the kind. Son of the Sun was a title bestowed on the rulers or emperors of a colonial empire by Mu, the empire of the sun and suzerain of the whole world. Heretofore I have stated that Jesus did not teach a new faith, but the original religion of man. My old friend, the Rishi, never tired of talking of the great master, Jesus. One day he said to me, "The Lord's Prayer, as the Christians call it, is the greatest masterpiece of phraseology and condensation ever written, for in a few short paragraphs. Take, for instance, the beginning, Our Father which art in heaven. In these 6 words, many points in the ancient religion are covered. It first tells us that we are His children, therefore all mankind are brothers and sisters. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive others that trespass against us. These simple words tell us our duty one to the other, and that we should love one another like brothers and sisters. Again, our Father tells us that we should approach Him as we would our earthly Father, with love and confidence. Give us this day our daily bread is another. Page 51. Wonderful sentence and far-reaching. It tells us that we should avoid greed and the craving to amass wealth and depend on Him for our daily needs. He will care for us, thus leaving us free to amass spiritual wealth without anxiety about the material. You will notice, my son, our temple has no wealth nor have those connected with it any wealth. We depend entirely on what the Heavenly Father sends us day by day through the people. Our faith in Him is implicit, so He never allows us to want. And so he could go on through every sentence of the Lord's Prayer. Another favorite sentence in the Lord's Prayer to comment on was, "Lead us not into temptation." This, he said, was unquestionably a mistranslation of the Master's words and, no doubt, was unintentional, arising from careless reading. He then went on, "Let us reason it out." In one of the paragraphs it is shown that the Heavenly Father is the all-powerful, for it says, "For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory." Here it is shown that the supposed leader into temptation is the all-powerful. Therefore, being all-powerful, he cannot fail. And who is the all-powerful? Our kindly Heavenly Father, whose love is so great it rules the universe. Could he forget his great love and set a trap for a son's downfall? Impossible. I think the words of the Master, correctly translated, would be, "Let us not be led into temptation." For in the sacred writings we find, "O Heavenly Father, let not temptation overtake or surround us." If it Page 52 does deliver us from it. These are the reasons why I feel that the words of the great Master have been unintentionally misquoted or mistranslated. He told me that one of the cardinal themes of the great master, Jesus, was reincarnation, something almost entirely omitted in our biblical account of him, also in our religious services. He told me many legends about Jesus that permeated Oriental lore, one of which he said was universal and told everywhere. The scene is laid in Lahore, where Jesus was staying with one, a Jainin, who was one of Jesus' pupils. One day Jesus and a Jainin were sitting in the porch of the temple, and while sitting there a band of wandering minstrels entered the court and began to play. Their music was very rich and delicate, and Jesus remarked, "Among the highest of the land we have no sweeter music than Mongols bring to us." Jainin asked, "Whence do they get this talent? In one short life, they surely could not acquire such perfection of voice and such knowledge of harmony and time." Jesus answered, "Men call them prodigies. They are no prodigies, all things result from natural laws. These people are not young. 1,000 years would not suffice to give them such divine expressions and such purity of voice. 10,000 years ago these people had mastered harmony. In days of old they trod the busy." Page 53. Thoroughfares of life and caught the melody of the voices of nature. They have come again to learn still other lessons from the varied notes of nature. When walking one evening with the Rishi, talking on the subject of the many religions of today and the work of Christian missionaries, he related a tale that was popular among the native priesthood about a poor benighted Hindu and a Christian missionary. A missionary asked one of his native flock what he thought of religion having so many sects. The poor Hindu answered, "Religions are like the fingers on the hand. How are we to tell which is right? There was once a dispute among the fingers of the hand as to which was entitled to preeminence. The thumb said, 'I ought to have the preeminence, for it is plain none of you can do anything without me.' 'Ah,' I said the first finger, 'what is more important than pointing out the way? This is my office. I ought to have the preeminence.' 'I,' said the second finger, 'rest my claims on mathematical principles. When you hold the hand upright, which finger is the tallest? I am, therefore I ought to have the preeminence.' 'No,' said the third finger, 'for although it is something to point out the way, and mathematics are strong, there is one thing stronger, and that is love. When you put the symbol of love upon the hand, it is on the third finger. Therefore the supremacy is mine.' 'Hear me, too,' said the little finger, 'it is true I.' Page 54. Am small and you are large. Mathematics are strong and love is stronger. But there is one thing above all these, and that is worship. When you approach God, I am the finger you choose to present nearest in your prayers. For then you press your hands together, lift them up and hold them thus. Therefore, I should have the preeminence." And the old Rishi turned to me with a smile, saying, "What is your comment, my son?" The poor, benighted Hindu's philosophy nonplussed me. So I leave it to my readers to supply it. On one occasion the old Rishi informed me that temple legends stated Jesus, during his sojourn in the Himalayan monastery, studied the contents of the sacred inspired writings, the language of the motherland. That Jesus was a master of the cosmic forces, with a perfect knowledge of the original religion, is manifest in the books of the New Testament, but it is not there shown that he understood the language of Mu. His acquaintance with it is proved by his last words when nailed to the cross, "Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani." This is not Hebrew nor any tongue that was spoken in Asia Minor during the life of Jesus. It is the pure tongue of the motherland, badly pronounced and spelt in the New Testament. It should have been spelt, read and pronounced, Hele, Hele, Lamat Sabachthani. Translation. Page 55. The swastika. Line 3. The swastika was originally associated with good luck from being the favorite symbol of the sacred four who were in charge of the physical universe and therefore the means by which all good things came to man. While the swastika is one of the oldest and most universal of symbols, being found throughout the ancient world, its origin and meaning have been lost for the past 3,500 years. The loss occurred when the fierce Brahminical drove their teachers, the mild and highly educated Nakals, into the snow-capped mountains of the north. I found the origin and meaning of this symbol. First, in the Nakal writings which were brought from the motherland and for thousands of years, probably, had lain dust-covered and almost forgotten in the archives of Oriental temples and monasteries. Second, confirmed by the Mexican stone tablets. Fate, however, ordained that their coverings of dust and ashes of thousands of years should be removed and their secrets be once more known to the world. The good luck symbol is a very appropriate name for the swastika, since it represents the physical welfare. Page 78. Of man and all the universe. The swastika evolved from the plain original cross. The evolution of the swastika. Figure 1 is the original plain cross. Figure 2. Here we have a circle added, surrounding the cross. The circle is the symbol of the deity. Deity. The cross is shown within the deity, therefore it is a part of him emanating from him. This accounts for the ancients calling their works the commands of the Creator, his desires, his wishes, etc. The forces symbolized by the cross were the executors of his commands. With the circle drawn around the cross, it became ancients' full Godhead of 5, i.e. the deity and his four great primary forces, the four original gods. Figure 3 is a glyph found among the North American cliff riders. The arms of the cross extend beyond the circle. Figure 4. The next step was to project the arms beyond the circle and turn their ends down at right angles, thus forming a two-sided square, which was the ancient glyph for builder. Thus were shown the four great builders of the universe. Without question, it soon became page 79 evident to the ancients that by extending the original cross they had deprived themselves of the possibility of mentioning the four great forces without including the deity. But they must write the full Godhead of 5. To rectify this and bring back the symbol to its original meaning, they eliminated the circle, leaving only the four great builders of the universe. Throughout the world have been found glyphs which archaeologists have called swastikas. I refer to a glyph which is formed by crossing the hieratic letters N, which are crossed thus. This is not a swastika, but the diphthong sh in the motherland's alphabet. Where the ends of a cross are curved, it is not a swastika. The arms of a swastika must be bent over at perfect right angles to form a perfect two-sided square, the symbol for builder. Clement of Alexandria wrote, "These four powerful ones, these four canubs, these heavenly architects, emanate from the great supreme infinite one, and evolved the material universe from chaos." The winged circle. Line 4, apparently there was only one step between the original cross and the page 80 winged circle, unless we accept the Mexican butterfly winged circle as a step. Figure 1. The original cross. Figure 2. Dian cones. Ancient, Oriental, and Mexican. Figure 3. Butterfly winged circle. Mexican. Figure 4. Bird winged circle. Hindu. As will be seen, in all cases except one, the circles have feathered wings. All these, I believe, originated since the destruction of Mu. The butterfly winged circle was in existence before Mu went down. The winged circle was popularly received by all people, but everyone appears to have had a different conception of how it should be designed. The Egyptian designs exceeded all others in gorgeously beautiful featherwork. Trunk tablets. Niven's collection. I find over 100 peculiar truncated figures. They are purely conventional and were not intended to represent any of nature's lives. On deciphering them, I found that they are symbolical of the workings of two of the great primary forces. The trunk indicates the direction in which these forces work. The body is that of a chrysalis or pod, the symbol for the home of the primary forces. The lines are the numeral writings of the ancient Uyghur pattern. The legs and arms point to the positions of these forces under certain conditions. Truncated figures from Niven's collection of Mexican prehistoric tablets. Page 82. Chinese symbols. From the Chinese writings, it is hard to tell whether figure 1 was the symbol for the paragraph continues, sacred 4 or the 4 genii or both. The mountain was called Yo. Figure 2 is a jade ornament from Peking. It is one of the symbols of the sacred 4, and looked upon as a sacred emblem by the Chinese. The scarab. Hitherto the scarab beetle has been looked upon as a symbol of I am here giving records which prove that the scarab beetle was used as a symbol of creative energy in the motherland tens of thousands of years before men settled in Egypt. Figure 2 is a little tableau carved on the handle of a knife. A record exists saying that this knife was worn by Prince Maya of India. Prince Maya was the son of Page 83. The first ruler over the Naga Empire of India. Traditions say that Prince Maya lived 25,000 years ago. Other traditions say 35,000 years ago. Temple histories show that the Naga Empire was in existence 25,000 years ago. Inscriptions on the handle of this knife state that it was made before India was turned into a colonial empire. It is believed, based on a tradition, that this knife was made in the motherland and obtained there by Maya, who brought it back to India on his return after he had completed his studies in a Nakal college. It is without question the oldest known knife in the world. When it was presented to me by an Indian prince, a written history was given with it, telling what ancient kings had worn it. Referring back to the tableau, the scarab is shown surrounded by rays of glory, and kneeling in adoration are two deer called Say. This species of deer was the ancient symbol for first man. Say is often shown as the symbol for first man in ancient writings, both Hindu and Maya. Upper Egypt was colonized from India. Without question, the colonists brought this symbol with them, so that the scarab as a sacred symbol originated not in Egypt, but in Mu, the motherland, whence it was brought to Egypt by way of India. Figure 3 is one of the vignettes of the Book of the Dead and is a reflex of the symbol just described. Figure 1 is a vignette of the Egyptian god Khepra, also taken from the Book of the Dead. Page 84. Egyptian writings vary somewhat as to what the Scarabaeus beetle actually symbolizes. The name Khepra is derived from the Egyptian word keeper, to create. On the tablet of Ramesses II at Kuban we read, the god Ra is like thee in his limbs, the god Khepra in creative force. From the writings of Inanna, 1320b, the Scarabaeus beetle is no god, but an emblem of the Creator, because it rolls a ball of mud between its feet and sets therein its eggs to hatch, as the Creator rolls the world around, thereby causing it to produce life. Ganesh is the symbol of the attribute who cares for the welfare of the crops and fields, and is generally known as the Lord of the crops and for its sustenance. On that account he is very much beloved. Ganesha is depicted as having a man's body painted red with an elephant's head placed upon it. In India, he is to be found at the crossroads sitting upon a stone. Dear old Ganesha, for he is very old, having originated in the motherland, everyone loves him, even the little children. No one ever passes him without placing a flower between his arms, so that he is always bedecked with flowers. In Java he is more thought of still, for there he is held to be the emblem of good luck also, and his. Page 85. Ganesha from India. Ganesha from Java, courtesy New York American. Page 86. Representation is found everywhere, over the doors of shops, on bank windows. In fact, no place apparently can be lucky without him. The Javanese give him 4 arms corresponding with the 4 great primary forces from which we receive all our blessings. Chapter 4: The Creation. Vignettes from the sacred writings of MU, Figure 1. Fine, straight, horizontal lines. Symbol for space. Figure 2. Symbolizing the 7-headed serpent as the deity moving through space. The surrounding circle is Figure 3. Wavy horizontal lines symbolize earthly waters. Figure 4. The circle. The monotheistic symbol of the deity. Figure 5. The plain cross. Symbol of the sacred 4. The 4 great primary forces coming direct from the Almighty. Figure 6. The full Godhead of 5. The deity and his 4 great primary and creative forces. Figure 7. Lahen. The dual principle of the Creator. Figure 8. The fires of the underneath. The Earth's center. Figure 9. Vertical, fine, dotted lines from the sun symbolize the sun's affinitive forces to the Earth's light forces. Page 88, Figure 10. Vertical, fine, straight lines from the sun symbolize the sun's affinitive forces to the Earth's light forces. Figure 11. Vertical, wavy lines from the sun symbolize the sun's affinitive force to the Earth's heat force. Figure 12. The sun's affinitive forces to the Earth's life forces striking the Earth's forces in the cosmic eggs formed in the waters. Figure 13. The sun's affinitive forces to the Earth's, paragraph continues. Page 89. Life forces striking the Earth's forces in cosmic eggs, which have been formed on the land. Figure 14. Symbol of the waters as the mother of life. Figure 15. The Tao, symbol of resurrection and immersion. Figure 16. The tree of life and the serpent. The serpent symbolizes the waters and the tree Mu, the mother of man, the only life. All of nature's lives are illusion, they do not continue on. Only man is life and life is everlasting. Mexican tablet number 1231. I consider this cross the most valuable writing which has come down to us from the first civilization both as regards religion and science. This cross tells us that all forces throughout the universe have their origin in the deity. That these forces are controlling life and all movements of matter down to the atom and particles of atoms, either directly or indirectly. It shows us that the forces called atomic forces are only indirect workings of primary forces through atoms. It tells us how the great primary forces are working in a manner to maintain regular and perfect movements of each and every body throughout the universe. All of the arms of this cross are symbols of the primary forces coming from and out of the deity. All of these arms or forces are pointing towards the east. The four form a circle. Therefore, the primary forces are all working in a circle from a center and proceeding. Page 90. Tablet number 1231 in an easterly direction. Detailed deciphering of this symbol is to be found in the lost continent of Mu, page 34. The origin of forces has always been a mooted question among scientists. We have here a writing of civilization, telling us what the origin is, and not only that, but also the manner and direction of their workings. Especially page 91, it shows us the curvatures apparent throughout the universe, which are causing so much controversy among scientists today. How long ago this was written I cannot say, but certainly more than 12,000 years ago. Mexican tablet number 988. I am giving this tablet as page 92. A confirmation of the previous. The forces are working throughout the universe. This particular glyph shows the lines running from the outside to the center, therefore it is the centripetal force. This glyph, without any script, appears on many of the Yucatan and Central American inscriptions. Pedro Beltram, Luplongeon and others have written that this glyph refers to the movement of the sun. Here it distinctly states that it represents the workings of a primary force. Mexican tablet number 339. This interesting little tablet symbolizes the four great primary forces, in the shape of a butterfly, flying through space and evolving law and order out of chaos in obedience to the command of the Creator, his first command in creation. Page 93. Let land appear and waters covered the face of the earth. Page 94. A full deciphering of this tablet is given in the lost continent of Mu, page 37. Mexican tablet number 1267, figure 1. The outside circle the universe. Figure 2. The wavy circle the waters. Figure 3. The inside the earth. Figure 4. The fires of the underneath volcanic gases. The force symbol, coming out of the fires, tells us that land is about to be Mexican tablet number 328. This Mexican tablet symbolizes the actual first life on Earth. A full repound glyph is given in the Children of Mu, page 76. The tale of the creation. The following is what I found in the old Oriental Nakal writing, supplemented by the Mexican tablets. Nakal originally, the universe was only a soul or spirit. Everything was without form and without life. All was calm, silent, and soundless. Void and dark was the immensity of space. Only the Supreme Spirit, the great self-existing power, the Creator, the seven-headed serpent, moved within the abyss of darkness. The desire came to him to create worlds, and the page 95 desire came to him to create the earth with living things upon it, and he created the earth and all therein. This is the manner of the creation of the earth with all there is within and upon it, the seven-headed serpent. Number 328. The Creator gave 7 great commands. These 2 tablets tell us that these 7 commands, page 96, were given to the 4 great primary forces. That these forces were the executors of the Creator's commands throughout the creation. Nakal. Mexican number 1231. The first command, let the gases, which are scattered throughout space and without form and order, be brought together, and out of them let worlds be formed. Mexican number 339. Then the gases were brought together in the form of whirling masses. The second command, let the gases solidify and let the earth be formed. Then the gases solidified. Volumes were left on the outside of the crust, from which the waters in the atmosphere were to be formed, and volumes were left enveloped within the crust. Darkness prevailed, and there was no sound, for as yet neither the atmosphere nor the waters were formed. Page 97. The third command, let the outside gases be separated and let them form the waters and the atmosphere. Mexican number 1267, paragraph continues, and the gases were separated. One part went to form the waters, The remainder formed the atmosphere on the face of the earth so that no land appeared anywhere. Nakal number 10. The gases which did not form the waters went to form the atmosphere. And the shafts of the sun met the shafts of the earth's light contained in the atmosphere, which gave birth to light. Then there was light upon the face of the earth. Nakal number 11. And the shafts of the sun met the shafts of the earth's heat, which was contained in her atmosphere, page 98, and gave it life. Then there was heat to warm the face of the earth. Mexican number 51. The fourth command. Let the fires that are within the earth raise land above the face of the waters. Then the fires of the underneath lifted the land on which the waters rested until the land appeared above the face of the waters. This was the dry land. Nakal number 12. Nakal number 13. Egyptian number 1. Hindu number 2. Mexican number 328. The fifth command. Let life come forth in the waters. And the shafts of the sun met the shafts of the earth in the mud of the waters, and out of particles of page 99 mud formed cosmic eggs. From these eggs life came forth as commanded. Nakal number 13. The sixth command. Let life come forth on the land. And the shafts of the sun met the shafts of the earth in the dust of the land, and out of particles of dust formed cosmic eggs. From these cosmic eggs life came forth as commanded. What I have translated as arrows and shafts is the glyph. The seventh command. And when this was done, the seventh intellect said, Let us make man after our own fashion to rule this earth. Then the seven-headed intellect, the creator of all things throughout the universe, created man and placed within his body a living, imperishable spirit, and man became like the Creator in intellectual power. What does the phrase after our own fashion mean? It certainly does not mean in the image of the Creator, for, a little farther on in the sacred writings, it says, to man the Creator is incomprehensible. He can. Page 100. Mexican tablet number 1584. Creation of the first pair, man and woman. Page 101. Neither be pictured nor named, he is the nameless. If man were in the image of God, he would be a picture of God, and, as God can neither be pictured nor named, being incomprehensible, the Bible has erred in translation by using the word image. Like the Creator unquestionably means, in intellect and mystic powers, for man possesses both. Mexican tablet number 1584. This tablet reads, Man was created with the dual principle, male and female. The Creator caused this man to pass into a sleep, or death, and while he slept, the principles were severed by cosmic forces. When he awoke, born again, he was two, man and woman. There are innumerable writings stating that man was created alone, and that woman was taken from a part of the original man. I shall quote a few prominent writings on the subject and also include some legends. The Bible, Genesis 2:21-22. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep. Among the ancients death was called sleep, therefore, here sleep is equivalent to our death. To fall upon Adam, and he slept, that is he died, and he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. This is Ezra's translation of the writings of Moses 800 years after. Moses' writings were copies of the Naga in the language and writing of the motherland, and were only partially understood by Ezra, who had not. Page 102. Become a master in the Chaldee in Babylonia, before he was released from bondage and returned to his own land. Egypt obtained the sacred inspired writings of Mu from two sources, in which the creation of woman appears. First, from India, brought by the Nagas when they made their first settlement at Mau in Nubia, Upper Egypt. Second, from Atlantis, brought by the Mayas under the leadership of Thoth, who made his first settlement at Sais on the Nile Delta, Lower Egypt. This probably accounts for two versions of the creation in the early chapters of the Bible. One was from the people who came from India, the other from the people who came from Atlantis, forming Upper and Lower Egypt. Hindu, the sacred inspired writings of Mu were brought to India by the Nakals from the motherland, and from India they were carried by the Nakals to the more recent colonies of Babylonia on the Euphrates and to Mayu in Upper Egypt. The Chaldean and Egyptian were therefore reflexes of the Hindu, and the Hindu a reflex of the motherland, thus showing, definitely, that the legend of woman coming out of man originated in Mu, the motherland. Hawaii. Pacific Islands, the Hawaiians have a very ancient legend stating, Taroa made man out of red earth Erica, and breathed into his nostrils. He made woman from man's bones and called her Ivi. Page 103. This part of the legend is identical with the biblical Erid continues so throughout, except in unimportant details. In the Polynesian language every letter in a word is pronounced. Thus Ivi in Polynesian is pronounced Ivy. Mu was destroyed about 12,000 years ago, so that this legend must have been orally handed down for at least 12,000 years. The Greek legend, in all of their conceptions, the Greeks were always original. They gave a viewpoint on a subject different from all others, even to the creation of man and woman. Plato says, human beings were originally created with the man and woman combined in one body. Each body had 4 arms and 4 legs. The bodies were round, and they rolled over and over, using the arms and legs to move them. By and by they began to treat the gods badly. They stopped their sacrifices and even threatened to roll up Mount Olympus to attack and overthrow the gods. One god said, "Let us kill them all. They are dangerous." Another said, "No, I have a better idea. We will cut them in half. Then they will only have 2 arms and 2 legs, they won't be round. They won't be able to roll. Being multiplied by 2, they will offer twice as many sacrifices, and what is the most important, each half will be so busy looking for the other half to bother us." Page 104. Uyghur, the frontispiece of this book, coming from the ancient capital of the Uyghurs destroyed about 18,000 to 20,000 years ago. Chinese records say 19,000 years ago is probably the oldest record of man. Dual principle. There are in this world those, the spiritual part of whose brains are so finely keyed to each other, that words are unnecessary to express the feelings of one towards the other when they first meet. These possibly are the 2 halves of man and woman which in bygone times made one soul. All the past is bridged at a glance. The divine, pure love for one another leaps into life again on the instant. Many modern writers have vulgarly termed this the man call. It is not the man call, it is the soul's call, mates. The man call is materialism. Materialism has nothing to do with it, because the call is spiritual. Again, 2 persons, meeting for the first time, may or may not take a dislike to one another. One of them at least may take a dislike to the other and mistrust the other for no apparent reason. This is popularly termed first impressions. Probably if their past incarnations could be recalled and they could see all that happened in them, the question would be answered. A glyph, generally a circle but sometimes oblong with 2 parallel lines drawn through its center dividing it into 3 parts as shown cut. 1. Niven's Mexican tablet number 2379 is a common universal symbol. It is found among the cliff writings of our Western. Page 105. States, in inscriptions on the Mexican pyramid at Xochicalco, in the Maya writings of Yucatan. It appears in a writing on Inscription Rock, northeast Brazil. Cut 1. Mexican number 2379. Cut 2. A paragraph in the sacred inspired writings, Nakal writing. Near the boundary of British Guiana, and in other various American carvings. It occurs in the ancient writings of the Uyghurs, Hindus, Babylonians, and Egyptians. Page 106. In the Oriental Nakal writings of the sacred inspired writings, the books of the Golden Age, it is one of 3 glyphs forming a paragraph. See cut. 2. The paragraph reads, Hun, the creator is one. Lahan, 2, he is 2 in 1. Mahan, man, these 2 engendered the son, Mahanman. It is thus shown that the glyph refers to the creation of man, and by the ordinary extensions given these very ancient symbols, includes producing a continuance of, etc. Lao Tzu and Tao Te King, a Chinese book written about 600 B.C., just before the time of Confucius, we read, Reason Tao made 1. 1 became 2. 2 produced 3. From these 3, all mankind descended. In deciphering and translating this glyph, collected from many parts of the earth, I have invariably found that, in the ancient explanation of it, 3 words persist in every translation of it, viz., made or created, became and produced, thus. The Creator created man, man became 2, these 2 produced 3, clearly in each case showing and defining the form of the steps in progression, and the difference between each step. An ancient glyph, which by the ancients was called the mysterious writing, is an esoteric temple writing, and numeral writing, conveying the same meaning and conception as the Mexican tablet number 2379. Page 107. The mysterious writing. The mysterious writing consisted of either 6 small circles or 6 small discs, placed so as to form a triangle, pyramid, or keystone. The rows are so placed that they count 1, 2, 3. Cut 3. The mysterious writing. The 2 figures forming cut 3 are written with the Naga form of numerals. Sometimes the Nagas used circles, at other times discs. This appears to have been optional, dependent on the taste of the writer. The Uyghurs, generally, used a bar or line to express their numerals. I find their expression of the 1, 2, and 3 most frequently written thus. Or. Kara inscription in Brazil. On a large prairie-like plain in the northeastern part of Brazil near the boundary of British Guiana stands an immense rock with many smooth faces which are literally covered with very old inscriptions in the characters of the ancient Caras or Carians. The following is one of the inscriptions with its deciphering and translation, page 1081. This is a universal symbol found in the writings of all ancient people. 2. The northern or Uyghur form of writing the numeral 1. Kara or Carian pattern. 3. Numeral 2. 4. Numeral 3. This glyph is specialized by not having one end closed, which gives it a special significance. The legend, 1 became 2. 2 produced 3. From these 3 the life was continued on. The continuation is shown in the glyph for numeral 3 where the ends of the bars are left open. The ancients designated by unattached ends that unfinished work was being carried on. It may be well to note here that the Kara glyph for 1, an enclosed bar, was the Naga glyph for 5. All Naga counts were made up of 5s, thus 10 would be 2 or twice 5. 10 being the numeral symbol of the infinite. Page 109. Was never used. As the symbol of the infinite, it was looked upon as being too sacred. I have here shown a South American inscription composed of a symbol or vignette with its meaning given in script. This, to a great extent, follows the character of the sacred inspired writings of Mu. Further, it is unquestionable that this passage was taken from the sacred writings, for on the other side of the world comes the motherland. In China we find Lao Tzu in Tao Te King, using virtually the same words about 600 BC, which he took from the sacred writings of the motherland. Xochicalco Pyramid, Mexico. On this celebrated pyramid, I have selected one which appears to me to be relative to the creation of the first pair. Uyghur writing. First line. Numerals 1, 2, and 3 with their hidden meaning as previously given. Second line. Includes the Uyghur glyph for man having the dual principle. man before he became divided. Third line includes man as the male principle only. Page 110. When mankind was referred to, the Uyghur the evolution of the Uyghur letter M1, Naga Mu. 2. Uyghur Mu. 3. Second, changing the right leg to be the longer. 4th, a third, the last pattern handed down to the Chinese. The waters, the mother of life. Throughout all ancient writings, the waters are referred to as the mother of life. Thus it is shown that the ancients knew perfectly well what is confirmed by geology today. That is, the first life on Earth was marine life. That is, it first appeared in the waters. To think that life first appeared but it was imperative according to natural laws that it should do so. For life can only commence at a temperature below 200 degrees Fahrenheit to produce life at over 175 degrees Fahrenheit. During the Earth's cooling, the waters were always a step in advance of the rock. Being in advance of the rocks and cooling were down to a temperature where life could make a start before life could start among the rocks, or at the best hot, rocky, gravelly sand with little or no actual soil. The waters of the mother of life. Page 111. The first life that appeared on this earth were tiny microscopical marine grasses destined to become the foundation stones of the house of life, nature's lives, and so the house was built upon them until man, the special creation, came to form the divine coping stone. Figure 1. Figure 2. Various serpents are mentioned in the ancient writings, each one symbolizing something different from the others. These ancient serpent symbols are divided into two classes. 1. The adorned serpent, symbolizing the creative attribute of the deity. 2. Plain unadorned serpents were symbols of the waters. The symbolic water symbol was called Khan. Figure 1. This serpent is one of the vignettes appearing in the sacred writing's 5th command. As this serpent has it is permissible to assume that this creation refers to various forms of marine life. Mexican tablet, number 328. This serpent symbolizes page 112, actual first life in the waters, therefore the first life on earth. Figure 2 is the usual form of the water symbol, without any additions, such as Egyptian vignette Horus in combat with Aphophis. This vignette comes from an Egyptian papyrus dating about 3000 BC. It depicts Horus, the symbol of the sun, in combat with Aphophis, the waters. This illustration plainly shows a great difference in the teachings from the original that are found in the sacred writings and which are repeated and confirmed page 113 in the Mexican tablet number 328. There the scientific account is given. In the Egyptian a symbol is given without the explanation. The Mexican tablet is at least 7,000 years older than this Egyptian vignette. But Egypt did not stand alone in this obtuse teaching. The Greeks had their Apollo, the sun, killing the serpent Python, the waters. The Hindus had Krishna killing the serpent Anatha, the waters, and the Chaldeans had Belmerduk, the sun, overcoming Tiamat, the waters. Chaldean tablet found in the library of the palace of King Assurbanipal. At a time below existed, there was the watery abyss, the first of seed, the mistress of the depths, the mother of the universe. No product had ever been gathered, nor was there any sprout seen. The very gods had not yet come into being. The gods are preparing for a grand contest against the monster known as Tiamat, the waters. The god Belmerduk overthrows Tiamat. Tiamat is a Naga word meaning water everywhere, nowhere land. Belmerduk was the Babylonian name for the sun as the celestial orb, and from the foregoing it appears to be that the first two extracts correspond to the Mexican tablet number 339, and the last to the advent of life on earth. Some connecting tablets are evidently missing. In the sacred writings of Mu it is plainly shown that. Page 114. There was no combat or fighting. That it was the commingling of forces in connection with elementary matter that produced the results, and that the natural law regarding the creation of life had only been followed. Of the South Sea Islands have legends among themselves showing that they understand the workings of the forces better than the myths taught by the Egyptians, Greeks, Hindus and Chaldeans, which go to prove that these myths were bred after Mu went down and the South Sea Islands became isolated from the rest of the world. The South Sea Islanders explain that all creations are the result of marriages, commingling between gods, forces, which is correct. Theirs is the original explanation and years, and wonderfully well they have kept it. Of course there are divergences from the original, but when one considers the time they have been orally passed on from father to son, it is a miracle that the differences are so immaterial, but they have had no unscrupulous priesthoods to tamper with the great things left behind. The Bible, referring to the Bible again, some parts of it are, those which came out of the sacred inspired writings. I will call attention to a few facts. Moses without question bases his religious laws on the pure Assyrian as taught by Thoth. Take for instance the Ten Commandments. In the Great Hall of Truth of, paragraph continues. Page 115. Osiris, there are placed 42 gods in a row, to ask the soul when it enters this judgment hall 42 questions regarding the life of the material body in which it had dwelt. Moses took these 42 questions and in a condensed form made 42 commands out of them, which he condensed to 10 commands. This drastic change made by Moses was unquestionably necessary to meet the condition into which his people had fallen. Moses changed nothing in conception. He simply made more emphatic how they must live their lives here on earth. He applied these laws to the living directly in the Ten Commandments, however, are found in the sacred inspired writings of Mu more than 70,000 years ago, only in the form of questions instead of commands. But the Jews were not the only people who had a conception that their religious laws came directly from the supreme God through some agent, and this may be so, for we have no record who wrote the writings of sacred and inspired. Who was the inspired one? What was his name? Diodorus Siculus says, the Egyptians claim that their religious The Cretans held that their religious laws were given by Minos, who received them from Zeus. The Lacedaemonians claimed that theirs were the gift of Apollon to Lycurgus. Page 116. The Aryans were given theirs by Zathrosts, who received them from the good spirit. The Geti claimed that Zamalxus obtained theirs from the goddess Hestia. The Jews claim that Moses received theirs from Iao. The inscriptions on the old Akkadian ruins of Babylonia clearly express the feelings and ideas of these people 10,000 to 15,000 years ago about man and the creation. They believed man was a special creation and showed how he came into being. They clearly indicate that God was the creator and that his forces control the universe and all therein. This is corroborated by the sacred inspired writings, the writings on the Mexican tablets, and the cliff writings of North America. All support the fact that the first religion was pure monotheism, that the Creator created all things and today is controlling the universe with all the life throughout it. Writings from Western Thebes by one Amenemopet, priest, are word for word the same as the Proverbs written by Solomon. These writings are dated several hundreds of years before Solomon was born. Solomon was a scholar and reproduced these wonderful epics. Further, it is clearly shown that besides being a Jew, he was an Osirian. The building of his temple showed it. Wherever possible in its construction, Solomon carried out the most minute details, shown in the symbolical Hall of Truth, Osiris presiding. The porch especially is noteworthy, for it has the two pillars with identically the same names and the same decorative ornamentations. Stated that his religion was nothing more or less than the pure Osirian religion, arranged and modified to suit the people of his times. Page 118. Chapter 5. Symbols used in religious teachings. The symbols which were used in the religious teachings of early man are popularly known as the sacred symbols. When symbols were first used, it was to concentrate man's mind on the Infinite One, so that by keeping his eyes on the symbol, no outside sights or sounds might call off his attention from the object of worship. Man was most carefully taught that the symbol itself was not to be worshipped. The symbol was only a picture to keep his mind from wandering. He was carefully taught that there was only one deity, but that one deity had many attributes which looked after health and strength, rain and sunshine, crops, in fact, after the whole welfare of mankind. In the beginning, 3 symbols only were used. When these were understood, they were compounded and others added, and as time grew, so did the number of symbols, also their complexity, until we come down to Egypt about 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. When there was such a riot of symbols, scarcely one temple understood the meaning of half the symbols used in another. Page 119. The 3 original symbols which I have referred to are the circle, the equilateral triangle, and the square of the sun, and was the symbol of the Infinite One. As it embraced all of his attributes, it was the monotheistic symbol. Being the monotheistic symbol, it was considered the most sacred symbol of all. According to legend, the sun was selected for this symbol because it was the most powerful object that came within the sight and understanding of man at that time. The circle, having no beginning and no ending, also symbolized everlasting, without end and infinity. Before very long, it is shown that the circle was being used to symbolize so many things that it became necessary to specialize the circle when using it as the monotheistic symbol of the deity. The Nagas made an addition by placing a da in the center of the circle. The Uyghurs added a smaller circle within, making it a double circle. Papyrus Inanna. This is one of the most beautiful Egyptian writings that I have come across. Inanna was chief scribe and king's companion to the gentle Seti II about 1320 B.C. Behold. Is it not written in this roll? Read, ye who. Page 120. Shall find in the days unborn, if your gods have given you the skill. Read, O children of the future, and learn the secrets of the past, which to you is so far away, and yet in truth so near. Men do not live once only and then depart hence forever. They live many times in many places, though not always in this world. That between each life there is a veil of darkness. The doors will open at last, and show us all the chambers through which our feet wandered from the beginning. Our religion teaches us that we live on eternally. Now eternity, having no end, can have had no beginning. It is a circle. Therefore, if one be true, namely that we live on forever, it would seem that the other must be true also, namely, that we have always lived. To men's eyes God has many faces, and each one swears that the one he sees is the only true God. Yet they are all wrong, for all are true. Our castes, which are our spiritual selves, show them to us in various ways. Drawing from the infinite well of wisdom that is hidden in the being of every man, gives us glimpses of the truth, as they give us, who are instructed, power to work marvels. The spirit should not be judged by the body or the god by his house. Among the Egyptians, the Scarabaeus beetle is no god, but a symbol of the Creator, because it rolls a ball of mud between its feet and sets therein its eggs to hatch. Page 121. As the Creator rolls the world around, which seems to be round, causing it to produce life. All gods send their gift of love upon this earth, without which it would cease to be. My faith teaches me more clearly perhaps than yours, that life does not end with death, and therefore that love, being life's soul, must endure while it endures. The strength of the invisible tie will bind two souls together long after the world is dead. The spirits or souls of one incarnation possibly may meet again in another incarnation, and may be drawn together as if by a magnet, but for what cause neither knows. Man comes into being many times, yet knows nothing of his past lives, except occasionally some daydream or a thought carries him back to some circumstance of a previous incarnation. He cannot, however, determine in his mind when or where the circumstance occurred, only that it is something familiar. In the end, however, all of his various pasts will reveal themselves. Various forms and modifications of the sun as Ra are to be found in the ancient writings. Figure 1. The original monotheistic symbol of the deity. Figure 2. A subsequent change made by the Nagas. Page 122. Page 123. Figure 3. A subsequent change made by the Uyghurs. Figure 4. Part of the headdress of some of the Egyptian gods. Figure 5. This generally appears as a red sphere on tops of pillars and monuments to the dead. The foregoing suns are all the monotheistic symbol of the deity, and among the ancients was called Ra. I will now take some pictures of the sun appearing in ancient writings as the celestial orb and not as Ra, the monotheistic symbol. Fig. A. Is an A-trade Sunday. This was Mu's symbol on her royal escutcheon. The name in the motherland of the sun as the celestial orb was Kin. In Egypt the name was Horus. In Greece Apollo, and in Babylonia Belmerduk, etc. Fig. B. A sun with rays all around it represented the sun at his meridian in mid-heavens. Fig. C. A rising sun with rays, half the orb above the horizon, was the symbol on the escutcheon of a colonial empire of Mu. Fig. D. A sun with half the orb above the horizon without rays had a dual symbolization. It was the symbol of the setting sun. It was also the symbol of a colony of Mu, before it became a colonial empire. Fig. E. The lands of the west in darkness. The three-pointed figure is Mu's numeral symbol as the lands of the west. The sun above without rays says that no light reaches Mushi is in darkness. A vignette from the Book of the Dead. Page 124. Fig. F. The sacrifice of Mu. The lotus above is Mu's floral symbol. Being shown withered and dying, it symbolizes Mu as being dead. A rayless sun stands between Mu and the altar. Therefore Mu is dead in the region of darkness on the altar as a sacrifice. Fig. G. Peaks only remain above the water. Mu is here depicted as being dead and in darkness with only points or peaks remaining above the water. Kin no longer shines upon her. Vignette from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The equilateral triangle. The equilateral triangle has a dual significance, dependent upon where and how it is used. Its origin dates back as solving to primitive man the immersion of the three lands which formed the land of Mu, the lands of the West. The lands of the West consisted of a huge continental island and two small ones, separated from the big one by narrow seas, called in the Egyptian canals. Tradition says that the big continental island was first emerged and that the two small islands were subsequently emerged at different periods. It was to explain this phenomenon of the three lands coming up at different periods that the triangle was selected. The equilateral triangle has three equal sides joined to one another and forming a single unbroken line without ends. It was pointed out to primitive man that it was the same creator that raised all three lands, each land being raised by separate commands, thus there were not. Page 125. Three creators but only one. Apparently, to make it more understandable, each was raised by a separate attribute. This formed the first triune Godhead whereon have been built the enormous number of pantheons that have permeated all ages. The conception of a triune Godhead has been handed down from the beginning of religious teachings and still remains with us. An equilateral triangle symbolized the Creator, and, as the Creator dwells in heaven, the triangle must necessarily symbolize heaven also, for, where the Lord is, there is heaven. I find this verified among the Egyptian symbols, as the glyph shows. Here we find the monotheistic symbol of the deity within the triangle within heaven. Wherever or whenever the equilateral triangle is met with in ancient writings or inscriptions, it is either in reference to the triune Godhead, or heaven, or both. At the time of Confucius, the Chinese sage, about 500 BC, in place of the triangle, the Chinese used a glyph in the form of the present-day capital Y. This they called the Great Term, the Great Unite, the Great Y. The Y has neither body nor shape, all that has body and shape was made by that which has no shape. The Great Term or the Great Unite comprehends. Page 126. 3 1 and 3 and 3 in 1. The four-sided square. The four-sided square completes the trilogy of the first and original sacred symbols. The square was selected as a conventional symbol of the earth for apparently two reasons: to prevent it from being confounded with the sun, whose picture was a circle, and for the purpose of teaching to primitive man the cardinal points north, south, east and west. Being drawn as a square gave the earth four corners, which were to be explained as teaching developed. Positions of the four great pillars, one of the many names given to the four great primary forces which emanate from the Creator. These forces first evolved law and order out of chaos and darkness, then created the bodies of the universe and all therein. They now continue and uphold the work that they have accomplished, hence the name of pillars having been given to them. The next step was to appoint keepers for the pillars. These were known as the genii. Apparently, when the meanings of the foregoing three symbols were learnt by primitive man, his next lesson was the compounding of these three symbols. Triangle with 3 stars, Fig 1. The triangle here symbolizes heaven. The 3 stars within symbolize the 3 members of the triune Godhead. The triune Godhead dwells in heaven. Triangle with 5 stars, Fig 2. The triangle. Page 127. Symbolizes heaven. The 5 stars within symbolize the full Godhead of 5, namely, the deity and his 4 great primary or creative forces. The deity with his great forces dwells in heaven. A triangle surmounting a square. Figure 3. This glyph is composed of the four-sided square, the symbol of the earth, with the triangle symbol of heaven surmounting it, thus showing heaven above earth. Above, in this case, does not refer to altitude in any way. In, where life is more perfect than here on earth. Thus this symbol depicts heaven as being more perfect than earth, more blissful and happy. A triangle surmounting a square and the triangle having 3 stars within, Figure 4. In this symbol there is an addition of 3 stars placed within the triangle, symbolizing that the triune Godhead is in heaven, above the earth. This symbol is to be seen on the end wall of an end room of an ancient temple in Uxmal, Yucatan. This temple has been called the Temple of Sacred Mysteries because there is an inscription on a wall stating that the people came from. Paragraph continues. 28. Mu and brought the sacred mysteries with them. In the room where this symbol appears, the postulant received his 2nd degree. The temple was built about 11,500 to 12,000 years ago, as shown by an inscription on its walls which states that this temple was erected as a monument to Mu. A triangle surmounting a square, stars within, Fig. 5. As previously stated, 5 stars symbolize the full Godhead of 5, the deity and his 4 great primary forces. This symbol is to be seen on the end of the wall of the opposite room to the one previously mentioned in the Temple of Sacred Mysteries at Uxmal. Here the postulant received his 3rd degree, and was then prepared to enter the Holy of Holies. This ends the compounding of the 3 original symbols. The sacred symbols, the circle, triangle, square and pentagon, became the foundation of the wonderful geometrical knowledge attained in Mu and thoroughly entwined religion with science. Symbols of mortality. A short space above the lintel of the entrance to the sanctuary of the Temple of Sacred Mysteries at Uxmal, Yucatan, is a cornice that On it are sculptured the symbols of mortality, which are many times repeated. The emblems of mortality occupied a very prominent place in ancient religion. It was extensively used by the Mayas, Quiches, Egyptians, Hindus, and Babylonians. Page 129. And was found in the writings and inscriptions of all ancient lands. The emblems of mortality were used in the ancient religious ceremonies to impress upon the postulant what his end would be and the end of all mortality, and with this end in view impress upon him constantly the necessity of living a life that would bring no terrors when the soul releases itself from the body to pass into the world beyond. The Egyptian was a reflex of the Maya, and the Maya the teachings direct from the motherland, so that, from Egypt, we can get the original ceremonies with but immaterial changes. In the temple within the Great Pyramid was found in one of the chambers a sarcophagus with the emblems of mortality arranged alongside of it. The postulant was placed in the sarcophagus. Here he was reminded that after his soul leaves his mortal body another life awaits him. This ceremony persists with the Freemasons today. Page 130. The Tao, the Tao is not only one of the most interesting, but it is one of the most ancient symbols, as it is found repeatedly in the oldest writings of the motherland. It is the symbol of both resurrection and immersion. Immersion is really only a resurrection of land. I know of no country on the face of the earth today that has not been underwater several times, thus each time it was immersed it was resurrected. The Tao. The name today is as it was in the motherland Tao. It was Tao then and it is Tao today. It is one of the very few words that has persisted through all time without a change in any way. The name means the stars which bring the water. Ta stars, and Ha water. The Marquesans today pronounce it Taha. The Tao is the picture of the constellation, the Southern Cross, the most gorgeous group of stars appearing south of the equator. When the Southern Cross appeared at a certain angle over Mu, the rainy season commenced. The parched, dry land responded to the moisture from above. Leaves, flowers, and fruit sprang forth upon tree and shrub. Seeds in the ground that had been lying dead germinated and sprang forth into life, enriching. Page 131. The land with golden grain. Mu became the land of plenty. Life had been resurrected. Fig A. Fig A. This is an example showing how the Mayas often depicted the Tao as a tree, with two branches bearing flowers and fruit. Fig B. Fig B. This vignette comes from the Troano MS. It describes the arrival of the rainy season in Mayax. The figures are symbolical. Page 132. I give now 3 cuts that show the Tao symbolizing immersion. The immersion of Mu and the advent of man on Earth's sacred writings. This is a vignette from the sacred inspired writings symbolizing Mu as the land emerged. Naga vignette. Children of Mu leaving the motherland by water, the Tao as Mu emerged. This is from a Hindu carving 2S000 years old. Naga vignette. Children of Mu leaving the motherland, page 133. Children of Mu leaving the motherland by water. Children of Mu leaving the motherland by air and by water. Page 134. By air and water. The Tao as Mu emerged. This is from a Hindu carving 25,000 years old. The double triangle, a pair of triangles bound together at their base, thus forming a double triangle, was the ancient symbol from the altar where offerings were made. These altars were generally in the form of the Tao, or had a Tao carved on the face of the altar. The rain brought by the Tao made offerings possible. These offerings, generally, were in the form of flowers or fruit, or products from the fields. Before the destruction of Mu, sacrifices were unknown. Sacrifice was a word coined to describe the awful destruction of the beloved motherland. The general position in which the double triangle was placed was directly under the arms of the Tao, and in the ancient ritual these are supposed to say or read, "Place thine offering upon this altar." The two-sided square. The two-sided square is known among the Masonic Brotherhood as the two-sided or Mason's square. It is a very ancient glyph. Page 135. Group of Niven's Mexican tablets showing the two-sided square. Page 136. Reading builder, and apparently was first used in the crosses symbolizing the sacred four when the name of the great builders of the universe was given to them. This glyph was placed within the arm or loop of the cross, which symbolized the four primary forces, thus naming them builders. The two-sided square is on many of Niven's Mexican tablets. I am giving a page of examples. In all of these tablets, they are referring to the sacred four as the great builders of the universe. Down to the time of Mu's destruction, this symbol was used only to express builders as the name of the creative forces. When, however, thousands of years afterwards, we enter Egypt, we find this symbol with a new vestment and a new name. Here it became the symbol of justice and uprightness. It has always been thought that this symbol originated in Egypt, but it goes back thousands of years beyond the commencement of Egyptian history. The two-sided square is a symbol which is constantly found in the Book of the Dead, also in various Egyptian papyri. All seats where either gods or goddesses are shown sitting are composed of the two-sided square. In the Great Hall of Truth where Osiris is shown sitting in judgment, his seat is composed of the two-sided square. The people of Egypt were taught that this symbol of the two-sided square represented right from wrong, to act on the square, to act rightly, to act justly, to act truthfully according to Mot. To only the initiated and 7. The Great Hall of Truth or Judgment Seat of Osiris. Left to right, Osiris in judgment chair. A leopard skin, his banner. For genii over closed lotus flower, symbol of Mu. Great beast of Amenti. Thoth with ibis head recording history of the deceased. Anubis with jackal's head and Horus with hawk's head weighing the heart in pair of scales against a feather. The deceased, hands aloft exposing his heart, being led into the Hall of Truth by a goddess of truth. From the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Chapter 125. Page 138. The priesthood of Egypt was the actual meaning of this symbol known. This is shown by the title and symbol of the god Ptah. Two of his titles were the Divine Artificer and the Divine Builder. Accompanying these titles was the two-sided square. In all of the designs of Egyptian pillars, they symbolize the ancient and true meaning. The cube, this symbol is especially interesting to archmasons. It is found in the 64th chapter of the Book of the Dead, which is the oldest and one of the most important chapters in this sacred volume, having been written by Thoth at Sais at the commencement of Egyptian history about 14,000 BC. Translations of it vary somewhat, but not materially. The following are some of the translations. M. Paul Pierret translated one of the sentences from the Turin copy as, "I am yesterday, and I know tomorrow, I am able to be born again." London Papyrus reads, "I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow." The found in the city of Kamenu upon a block of iron from the south which had been inlaid with letters of real lapis lazuli, under the foot of God during the reign of His Majesty the King of the North and the South Menkaure Triumphant by the royal son Harutataf Triumphant. He found it when he was journeying about to make an investigation of the temples. One Nesket was with him who was diligent in making him understand it, and he. Page 139. Brought it to the king as a wonderful object. When he saw that thing of mystery which had never been seen or looked upon. London Papyrus dating 3733 BC. The cube is what was found. The cube. Top of cube. M. Paul Pierret's translation from the Turin Papyrus, This chapter was found out in Hermopolis on a brick of burnt clay, written in blue, under the feet of the Godthoth. The finding out at the time of King Menekra was made by Prince Harttf in this place when he was traveling to inspect the temples. It related in itself a hymn which transported him into ecstasy. He brought it to the king's chariot as soon as he saw what was drawn on the cube Great Mystery. Papyrus Mesa Neter dated 4266 BSC. This chapter was found in the foundation of a plinth of the shrine of the divine Hennebot by the chief mason in the time of the king of the north and the south Hesepti triumphant, and it is there directed that it shall be recited only by one who is ceremoniously clean and pure. Page 140. The interlaced triangles, the crossed triangle, is an exceedingly old symbol. The oldest record of it that I have is in the cosmogonic diagram of the motherland, which is the mother of all cosmogonic. The flight of the soul to the region of incarnation. The deceased sailing his bark through the field of stars to Amenti, the domain of Osiris, for judgment and reincarnation. Diagrams. I did not find it in any of the sacred writings which I read, but that is no criterion, nor does it say that it does not appear in the sacred writings. There are over 10,000 tablets covering these writings. I have only seen about 3,000 out of the 10. The figure shows a central circle enclosed within a pair of triangles crossed and interwoven. Again, the two triangles are enclosed within an outer circle, which leaves 12 divisions between the two circles. The central symbol, the circle, is the monotheistic symbol of the deity, the triangle of heaven, and the outer circle, the universe. The 12 divisions between the two. Page 141. Circles are gates, the 12 gates to heaven. Each gate was a virtue, and these 12 gates must be opened by the 12 virtues before heaven could be entered. Among the 12 virtues were first of all love, then followed faith, hope, charity, etc. The feather is another of the very prominent ancient sacred symbols. It symbolized truth. 3 feathers adorned the crown of Mu. 3 feathers were the ornament on the headpiece of Ra Mu, the king high priest of Munivan's Mexican stone tablet number 1780. We find feathers as symbols among the Mayas, the difference in color denoting the rank of the wearer. In Mu, yellow was the color for royalty, blue for the priesthood, and red for soldiers and nobility. In these ancient times, yellow appears to have been the royal color throughout the world. A dark blue is the mourning color in the Orient today. Research shows that this color was adopted when Mu was sacrificed, and corresponds with the color of her burial shroud, the blue waters of the Pacific Ocean. The feathers worn by the North American Indian today is a relic which he has inherited from his forefathers. Whether they know the original meaning of the feather, I cannot say. When on the warpath, however, they color the ends of their feathers red, corresponding with the red feathers of the soldiers and nobility of Mu. In Egypt, however, we find more extensive information. Page 142. The feather symbol of truth. Page 143. About the feather. In the early Egyptian times, as in Mu, a straight feather was used. About the time of Menes, a curled ostrich feather was used on all new symbolizations. The curled feather is in the headdress of Osiris and Mot, and in the Great Hall of Truth an ostrich feather is shown as being weighed against the heart of the deceased, the feather symbolizing truth. Legend says that the feather was selected to symbolize truth because a puff of wind blows it away. Truth is just as liable and easy to be frightened away as the feather is to be blown away. The ancient name for the feather was Kukum, Ku or Kuk. Among the Mayas of North America we find a serpent called Kukulkan, which translated would be Khan King, Kuk feather, and all covered, so that a free translation would be the king of serpents, which is covered with feathers. This corresponds with the Quiche Maya as recorded in their sacred book, the Popol Vuh. Pillars as sacred symbols are of an extremely ancient origin. My personal opinion is they date back to the first temple ever erected for the worship of the Infinite One, and that was more than 70,000 years ago. The pillar is one of the multitude of symbols which symbolize the four great creative forces. They were first used at the doorway or entrance to the temple. They were specialized in their construction and shapes. From various old tablets and fallen ruins, I have reconstructed a pair as they were erected 20,000 years ago. Page 144. A pair of ancient pillars. Page 145. A pair of ancient pillars. The pillar on the left was square and capped with the glyph. Strength. The right-hand pillar was round and capped with the glyph, which in a general way means established, built up, and by extension, finished, accomplished, dependent on how and where used. Both pillars were in pillar cross four sections, to correspond with the four great primary forces, the four great gods, etc. A pillar cross. The four arms of this cross are in page 146, the sacred symbols of MU shaped like the ancient glyph for pillar. Connecting them all is shown their source, the great creator. The upper pillar, or arm of the cross, is capped with two glyph strength. Establish. Thus, this cross reads the pillars have been established in strength. Temple porch with two pillars. Temple porch with two pillars. Niven's Mexican stone tablet number 50, over 12,000 years old. This temple has age 147. Arch, the hieratic letter H in the alphabet of Mu. This was the alphabetical symbol of the four creative forces. So this temple was dedicated to the four great primary forces. Below are shown two pillars, each one has four sections, the numeral 4, Uyghur form, corresponding to the four primary forces. The left-hand pillar is capped with the glyph strength, and the right-hand one with the glyph establish. The ground plan of this temple, which is on another tablet, shows the left-hand pillar to be square and the right-hand one round. A very old written record, dating back to about 11,000 years, comes from the Greek, and refers to the pillars of the temple dedicated to Poseidon of Atlantis. The foregoing, I think, clearly establishes the antiquity of pillars as sacred symbols, with their shapes and meanings. I shall now pass on to the Egyptians of much more recent time, taking the period of about 1000 to 4500 BC. Egyptian pillars. This is a group of pillars taken from the Book of the Dead and various Egyptian papyri. By these it will be seen that the Egyptians did not adhere to the patterns and details of the ancients, but rather made a display of their imagination and artistry. Pillars came to Egypt with both tides of colonists. The eastern line brought them and the western line. Page 148. Egyptian pillars. Page 149. Brought them, and between the two, new conceptions of what pillars ought to be developed. The Egyptians called them tat pillars. They are, however, better known throughout the world as totem pillars. The Egyptians called one pillar tat, which in their language means in strength. The other pillar they called tatu, which means to establish, and when conjoined, in strength this place is established forever. The Egyptians considered the figure of a tat an emblem of strength and stability. It will be noticed that all of the pillars in this group carry four horizontal bars, in this way symbolizing the four great primary forces, or, as they were more wont to call them, the four great gods. The entrance to Amenti taken from the Papyrus Inanna, one of the most beautiful papyri I have ever seen. In Egyptian mythology, two tats form the entrance to Tatu. Tatu region where the mortal soul is blended with an immortal spirit and established in the mysteries of Amenti forever. In the porch or entrance to King Solomon's temple, two special pillars were erected. 1 Kings, chapter 7, verses 21 to 22. And he set up the pillars in the porch of the temple, and he set up the right pillar, and called the name thereof Jachin, and he set up the left pillar, and called the name thereof Boaz. At the entrance of King Solomon's temple, and at the Osirian Great Hall of Truth, 2 pillars were. Page 150. Entrance to Tatu and Amenti, Egyptian, showing the 2 symbolic pillars. Page 151. Erected standing perpendicularly. In each case they have identically the same meanings, language considered, with identically the same names. Beyond this the ornamentation on the pillars' lily work are also same, showing that King Solomon's pillars were a complete copy of the pillars at the Great Hall of Truth, and while both changed the pattern of the pillars, that they both retained their original meaning. That is, they symbolized the work of the 4 great primary forces. North American Indian. The Indians of our northwestern states and of Western Canada erect totem poles and hold ceremonies at their bests. I have been unable to get anything about them except legend, but these legends and carvings on the totem poles strongly confirm the fact that the forefathers of those Indians came from Mu, and from that part of the motherland where the bird was their symbol of the Creator. The Maoris of New Zealand. A common practice of the Maoris of New Zealand is to erect totem poles or pillars at the main entrance to their villages. The Karongs of Java. Forbes in writing says, in Java is a tribe called Karongs to be the descendants of the Aborigines of the island, whose old men and youths, 4 times a year repair secretly, in procession, to a sacred grove in a dense forest, the old men to worship, the youths to see and learn the mysteries of their forefathers. In this grove are the ruins of terraces laid out in. Page 152. Quadrilateral enclosures, the boundaries of which are marked by blocks of stone, or fixed in the ground. Here and there on the terraces are prominent monuments, erect pillars, and especially noteworthy, a pillar erect within a square. Here these despised and secluded people follow the rites and customs that have been handed down to them from their forefathers through vastly remote ages, about 12,000 years, repeating with superstitious awe a litany which they do not understand or comprehend. This very litany is found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The Israelites in Egypt. While in Egypt the Israelites had 2 pillars of red brick at the entrance of their poor little temples. In many of their synagogues today, they erect 2 pillars at the entrance and say they symbolize the legendary pillars of fire and smoke that accompanied them during their exodus. What did their Egyptian pillars symbolize? Atlantis. Plato, the Greek philosopher, informs us that the people of Atlantis gathered every 5th and 6th year alternately and with sacrifices of bulls swore to observe the sacred inscriptions carved on the pillars of the temple. Troano MS. I have found the following mistranslations in the Troano MS plate. This has been translated Ken the King. The correct translation is the 4 pillars of the earth is the hieratratic. Page 153. 8 roads to heaven. Page 154. Letter M in the motherland's alphabet. The alphabetical symbol for Mother Earth, land, et cetera, or is the symbol for a pillar when the actual pillar is not shown. Therefore, this glyph reads the 4 pillars at the 4 corners of the earth. The whole of this plate is a mistranslation. The 8 roads to heaven. The 8 roads to heaven was a religious symbolic teaching which I first found in the cosmogonic diagram of Mu, which attests its great antiquity. In this cosmogonic diagram it was used to show man how he must live on this earth to be prepared to pass into the world beyond when his call came. The 8 roads to heaven was not an actual conception, it was a symbolic teaching, religious in character. These special teachings were unquestionably universal, as they are found among ancient people throughout the world. Such form of teaching must have been very popular since there were so many designs of symbols for it. Every ancient people appear to have had their own idea as to what design and figure best symbolized the 8 roads to heaven. The life symbol Crux Ansata, or ANKH, although known now as an Egyptian symbol only, like the scarab, it is very old. It is found in the writings of the paragraph continues. Page 155. The roadway of the soul, courtesy of Mrs. M.U.L. Hudson. First civilization, also carved on the stones of the North American cliff dwellers or their predecessors. The light symbol is a compound of two symbols. The O loop at the top symbolizes a mouth or gateway. It was from the Egyptian that the symbol of Venus, the looped cross, originated, and with its adoption a new vestment was given to it. With Venus it symbolized the triumph of the spirit over bodily matter, the soul over materialism. Venus was the Roman and Aphrodite the Greek. We find, among the Egyptian relics, that many of the symbols were very much ornamented. In the ancient writings I have only come upon plain, unornamented ones. All of the Egyptian were, however, not ornamented. As an example is the base on which the seat of Osiris rests in the Great Hall of Truth. Here it is many times repeated. Among the cliff dwellers or their predecessors, there is a tendency to curve the perpendicular member of the cross thus, which has led many archaeologists astray, inducing them to give the glyph an erroneous meaning. The roadway of the soul, I have found in my wanderings two figures prominently placed, but never came across the name by which they are called. As they are generally found on the outside of, and on the walls and ceilings of, burial chambers, I have given them the name as shown in the above caption. Someday perhaps their correct name may be known, then this temporary name can be abandoned. For many years the spiral figure, shown in cut, has P 15,600 been a puzzle to me, as it has been found all along the line of the Great Uyghur Migration. The picture I am showing comes from Newgrange, County Meath, Ireland. The figure is either an explanation of the esoteric or hidden meaning of the hieratic letter N in Mu's alphabet, or the letter itself, highly embellished, I cannot say which. After a careful study of many of the writings of Mu in which the letter N appears, I find a slight variation in them. Sometimes they are formed thus, sometimes thus. The difference is that in one the ends are left open, in the other they are closed, there are no ends. As there are no ends, the figure becomes a continuous line, returning to the starting point and proceeding on as it can find no place to stop. It is therefore equivalent to a circle, which has no beginning or end. In the picture shown from Newgrange it will be seen the spirals have no ends, but when the center is reached the line returns on itself. Spirals and no end given, consequently, these spirals are also the equivalent of a circle. In the sacred writings of Mu we are told man's soul lives on until finally it reaches the source of its origin. Anna, 1320b SC, Egyptian papyrus. If we live on we must continue forever, and if we continue forever, like the circle man had no beginning. Here we find two ancient references to man's soul. Page 157. Having no end nor beginning. These spirals have no end or beginning and are generally found, associated with the passing on of the soul, in burial chambers of the material body. A careful study of the symbol and where and under what circumstances it is found leads me to the belief that these hitherto unreadable spiral symbols give the hidden meaning of the hieratic letter N Mu's alphabet, that they are intended to depict the continuance of the soul from one cycle to another, eventually ending whence it came. In the Newgrange picture which I have shown there are three spirals all running into each other without an end. I take it that the third spiral is meant to indicate the passing of the soul into the world beyond, or maybe to some other body in the universe specially prepared to receive it. On the walls of Newgrange there are carved other symbols, spirals, squares, zigzags, etc. A spiral with an end pointing to the right is an ancient Uyghur symbol meaning, going to somewhere. It is also found in Mexico and among the North American Indians. A spiral with an end pointing left is the corresponding symbol, saying, coming from. The original cosmogonic form or picture of the Earth was a square. When placed flat, it symbolized the Earth. When placed on end, it was to show the four. Page 158. Cardinal points and in reference to the four pillars. A square within a square placed on end symbolizes that something has gone from it. Is the Uyghur Mountain and Chinese Yo, it is equivalent to the triangle. Freely read, ascended, or herringbone with the points defined is the universal ancient symbol for a tank fire, an abyss of molten fire without flames, prominent in Egyptian symbology. All these glyphs are on the stones of New Grange. I would not attempt to write a legend without seeing the stones personally. No draftsman ever draws these ancient figures as they are identically shown on the stones. This has been my experience. Consequently, no reading, or possibly an erroneous reading, would be made. This is a figure found under identically the same circumstances as the previously mentioned spirals, found along the lines of the Mayas and Carians running easterly from the motherland. It is composed of the hieratic letter H, or rather two of the letters following one another, but connected with each other. The second is drawn in reverse of the first one, symbolizing a return. Paragraph continues. The tree and the serpent. Page 159. These also are generally found at the entrance of burial chambers. The tree and the serpent. This work would seem incomplete to me if I omitted the tree and the serpent. Innumerable legends about the serpent and the tree are found in religions. The tree is invariably called Tree of Life, and the serpent entwining it, Tempter, or whatever else signifies Satan. The tree and the serpent started as a legend, then gradually drifted into myths, the climax being reached when the tree was credited with its fantastic crop of apples. These apples became necessary to carry out a myth, for how otherwise could old Satan tempt Eve to eat apples and Eve tempt Adam? They were needed to accomplish the downfall of Adam. By this action, poor woman has been made the cause of every ill befalling mankind. It is a monumental piece of cowardice on the part of man to put that responsibility on the shoulders of the woman. The irony is that a man and not a woman's alibi has stood for nearly 3,000 years, but it must now be set aside. Had Ezra been able to read correctly the symbols which appeared in the writings of Moses, he would have given a very different version of the wily old serpent and the tree of life. The small vignette comes from the sacred inspired writings of Muslims teach that there is only one real life on this earth, which is the soul of man, and which these writings sometimes call the man also the inner man. It was taught that man's Page 160. Material body was only a temporary habitation. All other forms which are known to us as life are of a temporary nature also. They are taken from the earth, and to earth they must return. Of all the forms of earthly creations, man only had an imperishable part which survived the material body and lived on forever. Therefore man's soul was the only true life on earth. Man first appeared on earth in the land of Mu. Therefore the first actual life on earth appeared in Mu. In these writings man is also spoken of as a fruit. Trees bear fruit, and man was the first fruit of a tree, and the fruit was life. The land of Mu was the tree of life. Thus Mu was symbolized as a tree, the tree of life. In the vignette, the tree is shown as having a serpent coiled around it, thus surrounding the tree. It is an unadorned serpent, therefore it is called the symbol of Kanab, the great waters, the ocean. Here it is symbolically shown that Mu was surrounded by water. Mu had no land connections with any other continental land. The serpent is the waters surrounding Mu. The foregoing shows and intelligently explains what the tree of life was, and why a serpent is coiled around it. What Moses undoubtedly wrote were plain facts, in symbolical language a symbolically written history, true in all respects. Translations, erroneous and misleading, perverted his writings. The ancient meanings of certain numerals, the number 3 is now commonly called the lucky number. Why? We must go back to tradition to tell us. Page 161. On one occasion, I asked the old Rishi, "Do you know why we call the numeral 3 the lucky number?" His answer was, "I can only surmise, what is 3 the symbol of?" My answer was, heaven and the triune Godhead and, yes, the numeral symbol of the motherland of Mu. He answered, "Don't you think man was lucky to have a motherland, and more so to know that he will not meet the fate of the motherland?" He then turned and said to me, "4 is the lucky numeral because it is the 4 great primary forces that have charge of us and care for our material bodies through their earthly lives, and their numeral is 4. In ancient times, 4 stood amongst the most revered numbers, but today it is almost if not entirely forgotten. Possibly the mythical teachings of modern science has much to do with this loss. As 3 is looked upon as the lucky number, 7 is looked upon as the sacred number. The Sacred Seven, the original Sacred Seven, was the 7 great commands of the Creator. These were given to the 4 great primary forces to carry out His will, command, or wishes, thus emanating from the Creator. They are the creative forces of the Almighty. The predilection of ancient peoples in their sacred ceremonies for the use of the numeral 7 is very great and conspicuous. Chaldeans, the 7 days of rainfall that produced the flood. Page 162 Hindu, the 7 days of the prophecy of the flood made by Vishnu to Satarvada. The Bible, the 7 days of the prophecy of the flood made by the Lord to Noah. Babylonian, the 7 vases used by the priests in their sacrifices. Persian, the 7 horses of the Aryans that drew the chariot of the sun. The 7 apris or shapes of the flame. The 7 rays of Agni. Hindu, the 7 steps of Buddha at his birth. The 7 Rishi cities of India. Egyptian, their 7 days of creation. And the 7 classes of Egyptians. Greek, the 7 islands sacred to Proserpine. The 7-headed Hydra killed by Hercules. Norse, the 7 families who accompanied the mythical Wotan, founder of the city of Nakan. Hebrew, the 7 lamps of the Arkansas. The 7 branches of the golden candlestick. The 7 days feast of the dedication. The 7 years of plenty. And the 7 years of famine. The 7 people who escaped from the flood. Christians, the 7 golden candlesticks. The 7 churches with the 7 angels at their head. The 7 heads of the beasts that rose from the sea. The 7 seals of the book. The 7 trumpets of the angels. The 7 vials of the wrath of God. The 7 last plagues of the apocalypse. Page 163 Nawalts, the 7 caves from which the ancestors of the Nawalts emerged. Zuni Indians, the 7 cities of Cibola. Uyghurs, the 7 sacred cities of the Uyghurs. Atlantis, the 7 great cities of Atlantis. Carrion, the 7 Antilles. Marquesan, the 7 people who were saved from the flood. The 7 Maruts or genii of the winds in the hierarchy of Mazdaism. The 7 rounds of the ladder in the cave of Mirtha. Mu, the motherland, the 7 sacred cities with their golden gates. The hidden meaning of 1 to 10. English Nagamaya, the hidden meaning 1. Hun. Hun. The universal 1-2. Cass. Ca. The dual god 3. Ox. Ox. Who by his power caused 4. San. Can. The 4 powerful ones 5. Ho. Ho. To come 6. UAC. UAC. To arrange things in order 7. Whack. Whack. To create and 8. Waxax. Waxax. To make man. To stand erect and 9. Bolin. Bolin. To make his parts revolve on themselves 10. Lahen. Lahen. He is 2 in 1. Page 164. The Naga form of writing nu. Cas. 3 ox. 4 zun. Hindu san 5. Ho 6. UAC. 7 whack. 8 waxack. 9 bolin. 10 lahen. The ancients counted in fives to avoid mentioning 10. 10 was the numeral of the deity, therefore too sacred to be mentioned. 10 was counted twice 5, 15 3 times 5, and so on up to 20. I will take one more example. In numerals, the number 13. 13 is always looked upon as unlucky, especially when in connection with Friday. Mu, the motherland, was destroyed on a Friday, the 13th day of the month of Zak, the white month. The memory of that day, the 13th, has been carried down as an unlucky day for mankind. Page 165. Chapter 6. Symbols relating to Mu. The sacred lotus. The lotus has always been looked upon as the most sacred of all sacred flowers. Why? Because it was selected as Mu's floral symbol. Why was it so selected? The lotus was the first flower to beautify the earth. Being the first flower and Mu the land where man first appeared on earth, Mu and symbolic synonyms. As a mark of love and mourning, the Egyptians, after the destruction of Mu, never depicted the lotus as an open, living flower but always as closed and dead. The lotus is a prominent figure in the carvings and adornments of all ancient temples, and, except in Egypt, was continued down as open and conventional until King Solomon's temple. In this form, the tips of the petals are turned in. The lotus was indigenous to Mu. The plant was carried to all parts of the world by the colonists, so that wherever we find the lotus today, we know that the parent stock, like the parent stock of man, came originally from Mu. Figure 2. The hieratic letter M in Mu's alphabet. Page 166. Symbols relating to Mu. Page 167, which was the alphabetical symbol for Mu as the motherland of man. Figure 3. The second of the 4 glyphs for M in Mu's alphabet. This was the symbol for Mu as the mother of man. Figure 4. This is the numeral 3. 3 was the numeral symbol for Mu and very much used. Figure 5. The 2 lotus buds are the symbols for the 2 islands adjacent to Mu. Mu and these 2 islands were geologically known as the lands of the West. Figure 6. An open lotus very much used in decorations and in traceries on temple walls when it was desired to refer to Mu. The ends of the petals are turned in to denote death. Figure 7. This is a symbol constantly appearing in the Maya writings and has been translated in every conceivable way except the correct one. Some of these decipherings are absolutely ludicrous, Luplongeon's as an example. This glyph is a compound symbol. Being composed of the second M in Mu's alphabet and having at the end of each Armonimics the symbol F or breast. These breasts are shown distant from the mother, therefore physically not actually attached to it. Cortez, as we are told by Bishop Landa, asked the natives what the symbol meant. Their answer was mother. This is correct as far as it goes, but it does not. Page 168. Go far enough. Is the alphabetical symbol for Mu, the mother of man. These Amics say, the breast of Mu. In many of the ancient writings, the 2 islands are called the breasts of Mu. Therefore, a liberal translation would be because the 2 islands are included, the lands of the West. The Amics is drawn as follows in the Troano MS. Front view of the breast. Representing side view of the breast. Figure 8. The withered and dying lotus, Mu's floral symbol after she was dead. Figure 9. The lands of the West, at the time she was above water. Figure 10. Mu is submerged. No light shines upon her. She is in the region of darkness. Figure 11. The lands of the West are in darkness. No light shines upon her. Figure 12. Mu, the lands of the West. Maya. Figure 13. That land of Kuimaya writing. Figure 14. Peaks only remain above the watery abyss. Codex Cortesianus. Figure 15. Merged with Mu. Troeno MS. Figure 16. Mu is sacrificed. She lies in the region of darkness. Book of the Dead. Page 169. An altar painting. Page 170, figure 17. The light of day has gone from Mu. Cliff writing, Nevada. Figure 18. Mu lies beyond the horizon over the great waters. Cliff writing, Nevada. Figure 19. The tree and serpent. Cliff writing, Nevada. Figure 20. The tree and the serpent, as it appears in the sacred writings. Figure 21. One of the forms of the letter M found in various ancient writings. Figure 22. The royal escutcheon of Mu. Altar painting the legend, deciphering and translation. This temple is dedicated to the sacred for the four great forces which issue from the mouth of the Almighty and are His commands. They first of all evolved law and order out of chaos throughout the universe, and then created all things. They have now the charge of the physical welfare of all creations. They order and control the movements of the universe today. This temple is under the jurisdiction of the Mother Church of Mu, whose high priest is Ra Mu, who is the mouthpiece of the Almighty One. This legend is a key to the extreme age of the Mexican tablets. The legend shows that at the time the temple was built, Mu was above water, because the temple is under the jurisdiction of Mu. Mu was submerged about 10,000 BC, thus showing that this temple was built more than 12,000 years ago, but how much longer I have found nothing to indicate. Page 171. Mu, the motherland, the lands of the West. The Lord God speaks through the mouth of Mu. Page 172, Mexican tablet number 684 reads, Mu, the motherland, the lands of the West. Mexican tablet number 1005 reads, God speaks through the mouth of Mu. Legends on the vignettes. Mu, the empire of the sun, the lands of the West, has fallen into an abyss. She is in the region of darkness, where the sun never shines upon her. Her crown no longer rules the earth. While there are scores, hundreds even, of writings that tell of the destruction of Mu, I have found only 2 tableaus depicting her destruction. First I found the Egyptian, and next this North American Indian. Legend, the Creator considered the destruction of the motherland of man. So the 4 great forces, the executors of His commands, caused the waters to swallow her up. They caused her to be carried down into a watery abyss and be submerged. 3 vignettes from the Egyptian Book of the Dead depicting the destruction of Mu by falling into a tank of fire, a fiery pit. As she went down, flames arose around and enveloped her. Figure 1. No pillars showing. Figure 2. The eastern pillar showing. Page 173. Thunderbird and Whale, a North American Nootka Indian tableau recounting the submergence of Mu. Page 174. Figure 3. All of the 4 pillars are found showing. This Egyptian vignette shows one phase only of the destruction of Mu, how she sank into the fiery depths, the Nootka Indian. Shows the other phase, her burial by water. Arizona also supplies data on Mu's destruction by the symbolic pictures, pecked on her stones by the men of past ages. The American records are hoary with age. 3 vignettes from the Book of the Dead. A Mexican stone tablet. This is one of the most extraordinary tablets I have ever examined. It is a stone with highly glazed colors. The glyphs are like glass and have been cut out of the face of the stone, a fine sandstone for a depth of about 1/16 of an inch. The writings are in ancient, very ancient, characters used by the priesthood only. Of what age it is, I have no idea, but the one who arranged the glyphs had a temple knowledge. All of the glyphs are found among the paragraph continues. Page 175. Tablet from Mexico, destruction of Mu. Page 176. Nagas only. It cannot be over 12,000 years old, because the writing is a description of the destruction of Mu. It was bought from an Indian in Mexico City who said he found it in a ruin. We must take the statement for what it is worth. Legend. Keeland, the great ruler of the earth, exists no longer. She was shaken up and down by earthquakes in various places. The land rolled like ocean swells. Finally, the pillars that supported her gave way. She then sank into a fiery abyss. As the great ruler went down, flames from the fires of the underneath arose and enveloped her. The waters rolled in over her sunken form. Then was Keeland, the great ruler, submerged. The Field of Aru, Chapter 110, Book of the Dead. This large vignette, one of the largest in the Book of the Dead, was not comprehended by Ezra or any of his associates. Neither has it been comprehended by any Egyptologist of the present time. To substantiate my contention, I have shown the two ends of this symbolic picture. The vignette depicts the life of man in the motherland. The lower part is a conventional map of Mu. On the left-hand top corner of the upper part, there are 3 cartouches bearing the names of 3 waters, shown in the lower part. The lower part also shows 3 lands, each surrounded by water. The names of these waters as read by Egyptologists are Power of Waters, Innumerable Waters, Great Place of Waters. Page 177. The beginning of the vignette. The end of the vignette, The Field of Aru, Chapter 110, Book of the Dead. Page 178. Now let us see what Ezra's translations of them are. Genesis, Chapter 2, Verse 11. The name of the first is Pison. The name of the second Gihon. And the third Hiddekel. Next I shall take the biblical boundaries of the Garden of Eden. They are given thus. Verse 8, And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Power of waters, innumerable waters, great place of waters. Anyone looking at the map today, taking in Ethiopia, Assyria, and the valley of the Euphrates and seeing how a land might possibly cover this area to represent either an island or a garden, must at once feel that the biblical description is purely symbolical, which is corroborated in verse 8, where it says the garden was eastward in Eden. Where this was written was either in Egypt or Palestine. Therefore, according to present general acceptance, in the middle of the garden itself, being in the east or towards the east, is a link showing the Garden of Eden that was Mu in another vestment. Verse 9, And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good. Page 179. For food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Verse 10, And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into 4 heads. Verse 11, The name of the first is Pison, that is it which compassed the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. Verse 12, And the gold of that land is good, there is bdellium and the onyx stone. Verse 13, And the name of the second river is Gihon, the same is that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. Verse 14, And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is it which goeth towards the east of Assyria, and the fourth river is Euphrates. The 4 genii, as I have previously stated, were to my mind another vestment of the sacred four, which, in turn, were given the name of the four great pillars, the executors of the Creator's commands. The genii appeared to be very popular among all ancient peoples since the demise of Mu, for I do not find their names before that date. But in all nations and peoples during the past 10,000 or 11,000 years, the genii are quite prominent. Most of the ancient peoples seem to have had a varied conception of them, and how they should be described. I find them associated with all histories and traditions of the creation. One of the oldest records that I have found of them comes from the paragraph continues. Page 180. Mayas of Yucatan and Central America. With them the genii were referred to as the keepers of the pillars. The Mayas, as well as all other ancients, symbolized the earth as a four-sided square. At times, and for certain purposes, for explanation, they stood the square on one of its points, forming a diamond out of it. This brought the 4 points into astronomical lines pointing north, south, east, and west, making 4 cardinal points. The theology said that at these 4 points were 4 pillars sustaining heaven, and at the foot of each pillar was stationed one of the genii to look after and care for it. The names of the Maya genii were Kanbakab, the yellow Bakab, placed in the south. Chekbakab, the red Bakab, placed in the east. Zakbakab, the white Bakab, placed in the north. Isibakab, the black Bakab, placed in the west. It is thus seen that the Mayas chose to define their genii by colors. The Hindus had 4 genii presiding at their 4 cardinal points. The Hindus used the words cardinal points symbolically. They did not refer to any particular spot or spots, but to wherever they might be. Instead of colors, their genii were called by phenomena connected with life. Their names were Ruvra, the god of wealth, placed in the north. Yama, the judge of the dead, placed in the south. Indra, the king of heaven, placed in the east. Varuna, the god of the waters, placed in the west. The genii were also called gods by the Hindus. Page 181 Chinese. The Chinese designated their genii as Yo's mountains. The 4 mountains Sayo. They also referred to them as the 4 quarters of the earth. They are Taisong, the Yo of the east. Sangfo, the Yo of the west. Hao Koing, the Yo of the south. Chinsi, the Yo of the north. Paragraph continues. The Chinese symbolized these mountains as a mountain in the shape of a triangle with an eye at the apex of the mountain looking down from it. Egyptian. According to the Egyptian theology, there were 4 genii in Amenti, which were placed at the 4 cardinal points in charge of the pillar which stood there. Their names were Amset the genius at the cardinal point in the east, cardinal point in the west. Tesotmuth the genius at the cardinal point in the north. Quabsanuth the genius at the cardinal point in the south. Chapter 125, Book of the Dead, has a large picture of the Great Hall of Truth of Osiris. Near the seat of Osiris in this picture are shown the 4 genii, mummy form. One has the head of a human being, another the head of a monkey, a third the head of a hawk, and the fourth the head of a jackal, Anubis. Chaldean. The Chaldeans believed that there were, paragraph continues, page 182, 4 genii protecting and looking after the welfare of all human beings. This example does much to show the origin of the genii. As by the swastika, we frequently see in the ancient writings that man's welfare is constantly being watched over by the sacred 4, symbolized by crosses, etc., and that by watching over and caring for the physical welfare of the universe, including man, they are acting as the executors of the Creator's wishes, desires, commandments, etc. This is the exact work of the genii as conceived by the Chaldeans. The names given to the genii by the Chaldeans are Setalop or Karub, represented as a bull with a human face. Lamas or Nigel, represented as a lion with a man's head. Uster, after the human likeness. Natag, represented with the head of an eagle. The Hittites, Assyrians, and Persians all had the genii engrafted in their cosmogony. The Israelites. Although I cannot find any direct reference in the Jewish research which I have made, that is no criterion and does not say that they entirely rejected the idea. In Ezekiel, chapter 1, verse 10, there is something at least touching on it, for it says, "They four had the face of a man, and the face of a lion, on the right side, and they four had the face of an ox on the left side, they four also had the face of an eagle." The foregoing is page 183 given as a vision of Ezekiel. At the time this was written, Ezekiel was a captive among the Chaldeans. Let us compare this vision with the Chaldean creed which had been in existence thousands of years before Ezekiel came on earth. Ezekiel's dream. For beasts with the heads of a man, another an ox, another a lion, and the fourth an eagle. Chaldean belief. For genii, beasts with heads, one with a human face, one with the face of a bull, one with the face of a lion, and the fourth with the face of an eagle. These Chaldean genii stood at the bottom of steps leading to temples and palaces. One could not walk through a city without seeing many of them. Thus to me it seems unquestionable that Ezekiel must have seen many of them during his captivity. A set of four is now in the British Museum and came from the king's palace, Nineveh. Ezekiel's vision looks like an embellishment of the Chaldean creed, correct? Hieratic letters from the alphabet of Mu. The hieratic letter A, pronounced a how. The monotheistic alphabetical symbol of the deity. 183. Page 184. The hieratic letter H, the alphabetical symbol of the four great primary forces, called in the sacred inspired writings, the Sacred Four. The hieratic letter M, pronounced Ma and Mu, the U is pronounced as in German U. The alphabetical symbol of Mu, the motherland. It was also the symbol for mother, earth, land, country, empire, anything pertaining to the soil. The hieratic letter N, the alphabetical symbol for the serpent of creation. The hieratic letter T, pronounced Tau, the alphabetical symbol for resurrection, also immersion. Used in the sacred writings symbolizing Mu's immersion. The hieratic letter U, pronounced as OO in Moon. The alphabetical symbol for an abyss, a deep hole, a valley. In the body of a word, another of the euglyphs is generally used as a V. Page 185. Dress ornament Society Islands. Dress ornament Marquesan. Page 186. Some miscellaneous symbols. This glyph is often found in ancient writings. It is one of the figures that was used to symbolize the four great primary forces, the Sacred Four. It is composed of four circles, each with one of its sides incomplete. Another glyph symbolizing the Sacred Four. This was a very favorite symbol among the Uyghurs and is revered by the Chinese today. I have also found it as a dress ornamentation among the South Sea Islanders, especially the Polynesians. This peculiar glyph is found in various parts of the earth, but not often. I have found it in writings where page 187 the 10 tribes of people who went down with the motherland at her destruction are spoken of. Apparently, this is a Maya symbol. I have found it in no other writings. It is found in the Maya description of the destruction of the motherland. It reads, "Peaks only rise out of the abyss." It therefore refers to the islands that were formed between the gas chambers. An equilateral triangle with the monotheistic symbol of the deity within symbolizes the triangle heaven, the circle within the deity, reading the deity, the infinite, dwells in heaven, heaven is his abode. An equilateral triangle with an eye within symbolizes the deity looking out from heaven. In Egypt it was changed to the all-seeing eye of Osiris looking down from heaven. These two symbols are found in all ancient writings. Rather, they appear in many writings and among all people. A large, within a small circle was occasionally Page 188. Used by the Egyptians as an equivalent for an eye. A conventional map of the lands of the West after submersion. From the Troano manuscript. Page 189. Chapter 7. Sacred Symbols Connecting. North America to Mu. Slabs from Patambo. These two slabs were found by William Niven in an ancient grave on the banks of the river Rio del Oro in the state of Guerrero, Mexico. They are not the work of a very ancient civilization like those of Camalpa, Remedios, etc. This civilization occupied Mexico less than 12,000 years ago, as is shown by the inscription on one of the tablets. Returned to the region of darkness which was submerged Mu. Their actual age I cannot estimate. Each slab has a top and bottom division. The divisions are formed by a carved line running horizontally across the face of the slab near its center. The central figure in each of the top divisions is a conventional, symbolical head of Quetzalcoatl, the bearded or feathered serpent, the symbolic serpent of the creator in one part of Mu, and corresponds with Naga or Narayana, the seven-headed serpent of Oriental countries. The ancient peoples of North America had various names for their serpent of creation. The Quiches called it Gucumatz, the serpent covered with feathers. Paragraph continues. Page 190. Sculptured Slab A. Found by William Niven in a grave at Rio del Oro near Placeres del Oro, state of Guerrero, Mexico. Size 28 inches long, 18 inches wide, and 2 inches thick. Page 191. The Mayas called it Asi Luchapat, the plumed or feathered serpent. The Quetzal, the first of men who trod the soil of America, called it Quetzalcoatl, the bearded serpent. The Pueblo Indians of Arizona and New Mexico, even at the present time, call it Quetzalcoatl, the bearded serpent, thus showing that many thousands of years ago there was an intimate religious connection between the Pueblo Indians and this past civilization which dwelt in the valley of Rio del Oro, Mexico. An interesting question arises. Were they intimately connected by blood? Or were they even the same people? The Quetzal, the first people to arrive in America, took their name from this serpent in the motherland, just as the Oriental Nagas took their name from Naga, their serpent of creation. These two slabs have far-reaching significance. They are filled with hieratic letters from the alphabet of Mu. I can find nothing on these slabs to even intimate by what name these people were known. Slab A, Upper Division. The central figure of the upper slab consists of portions of the head of a symbolical serpent called Quetzalcoatl, the bearded, also the feathered serpent. A very important detail in the head are the eyes. This part of the carving is too mutilated to make anything out of it. The beard of the serpent is prominent and intact. This alone is sufficient to say to what serpent it belongs. Page 192. The mouth is an oblong square in the form of the hieratic letter M. Evidently, the nose and eyebrows are formed by a pair of serpents in the act of gliding away, leaving for some reason. The head is resting on the hieratic letter U, the symbol of an abyss, deep down, etc. The ends of the U are bent outwards, ending with the symbol of the sun as kin, not Ra, thus showing that it is the earth referred to and not heaven. The bottom part of this division assumes the form of an urn, symbolizing the body of the earth. The U opening at the top symbolizes the abyss. Within this urn are two glyphs, squares pointing downward with the symbol, lost light, engraved upon them. Literal translation: the light has gone forth from the day. Slab A, Lower Division. This division symbolizes a grave where the body is lying in rest and darkness, as shown by the pointer glyphs. In the upper division, the pointer indicated downward, the direction taken by the body. Here the pointer is changed to horizontal. The design of this lower division is the two halves of a head placed back to back with each other. The eyes are again formed of the sun as kin, the celestial orb, again telling us that this tableau refers to the earth. Beneath the eyes are two conventional mouths in the form of the hieratic letter M. This form of M was used both by the Mayas and Egyptians. Page 193. Within these mouths is another hieratic letter, the letter N, which was the alphabetical symbol of the serpent of creation. This symbol is universal throughout the ancient world. The American serpent of creation is adorned with either feathers or a beard, the Oriental with 7 heads, but in all cases, wherever found, an adorned serpent is the symbol of the Creator in creation, and among all ancient peoples, the hieratic letter N was its alphabetical symbol. Thus we find here in America, the same symbol used as in the Orient. Slab A. The legend. Quetzalcoatl, the creator, the bearded serpent called him, and his soul passed on to the region of darkness, submerged Mu, there to await the call from the great serpent for reincarnation. Slab. Slab B, like Slab A, has 2 divisions, an upper and a lower. These 2 slabs are so intimately connected that they may be looked upon as belonging to the same legend, life and death. Slab A symbolized death and B, life. Upper division. The central figure in this tableau is also the conventional head of the bearded serpent, Quetzalcoatl. In this drawing, the action of the 2 serpents forming the nose and eyebrows differ from that in Slab A. Instead of gliding away, they are here shown with their heads bent towards the eyes. The double tongue of the serpents is curving around the eye, not striking it. Their tongues form the symbol for speech, so they are giving a command. Page 194. Sculptured Slab B. Page 195. Above and surrounding the head is the hieratic diphthong letter, DZ, a glyph with 3 steps, which symbolizes the 3 steps to the throne. In the right-hand lower corner of the slab, the margin forms another DZ with the addition AM. It now reads Zam, translated He who sits upon the throne. At the foot of the throne is the monotheistic symbol of the clay. It is He, the Creator, who sits upon the throne. The head, as in Slab A, rests over an urn having also an opening at the top in the form of U. This urn has an ornamental border composed of a string or succession of the hieratic letter N. This appears to me to form a strong adjective. Within the body of the urn, which symbolizes the body of the earth, are 2 glyphs, symbolizing darkness, i.e. the region of darkness, submerged Mu. Lower division. In the lower division of Slab B, we find the exact opposite of Slab A. Here we find the 2 halves of the head brought together again and joined with opened, light-seeing eyes. This symbolizes the soul and body being joined together again, the reincarnation. This face is twice repeated, the second forming the adjective to the accomplishment. The mouth in both faces is the oblong square, the symbol of Mu, thus saying that it is in Mu that the reincarnation has taken place. This is identically the same conception as the Egyptian where the soul returns to Amenti, the region. Page 196. Of darkness, the domain of Osiris, submerged Mu. It was also the conception of the Mayas of Yucatan, as it is in some Oriental countries today. On each side of the lower division, there are symbolical borders. The border on the left is composed of the 3rd glyph of the letter H in Mu's alphabet and extends from the top to the bottom of the division. On the right-hand border at the top is the hieratic letter H, the symbol of the sacred 4. The various symbols on the right-hand border read, the great serpent, who created all things. He who sits upon the throne. He who embodies the sacred 4. The legend. When Quetzalcoatl, the bearded serpent, the creator, he who sits upon the throne, whose 4 great commands evolved law and order out of chaos, calls the eyes of those closed in sleep are opened, the time of their reincarnation has arrived. They answer the call of the great serpent and come forth into a new day. Note: The glyphs on these slabs show an intimate connection between these people and the ancient Mayas of Yucatan. They were also closely connected with the people of Arizona and New Mexico. The couple Quetzal and Quetzalcoatl. A popular misconception is that the sun was worshipped by the ancients. A parallel misconception exists about Quetzal and Quetzalcoatl. Quetzal was the name of the first people whose feet. Page 197. Trod the soil of America, who were a blonde race with light flaxen hair. Their last king was called Quetzal. They derived their name Quetzal from their chief symbol for the commands of the Creator, the serpent, Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is a feathered and winged serpent. In the motherland to the south of the Quetzal were a people whose corresponding symbol was the cobra de Capella, which they called Naga. They were known as the Nagas. They gave with the 7 commands or mental planes of creation. The early settlers in North America, coming, generally, from the northern parts of the motherland, made the feathered serpent their symbol. In the ancient Quiche Maya sacred book, the Popol Vuh, which was written in Guatemala, the Quetzalcoatl is referred to as the serpent covered with feathers and the symbol of creation. In Guatemala, where the Popol Vuh was written, legends permeate the country, in which Quetzal is referred to as the last king of the blonde-white race which occupied Central America and southern Mexico. Among the Mayas of Yucatan of later date, I find that 2 different serpents were used to symbolize the creative commands: the Naga, the 7-headed serpent which they called Asilachapet, and the Quetzalcoatl, which they called Kukulkan. Kukul comes out of 2 words of the language of Mu, kuke feather and ul. Page 198. Covered with, coated with, etc. A free reading is covered with feathers. The Aztecs, as usual, made a scramble out of the 2 words Quetzal and Quetzalcoatl, and after being thoroughly scrambled they turned the pan over, and out came Quetzalcoatl as the god. Then to add to the mix-up they gave this serpent man, or god, a son, which they called Tezcat, who was to be an avenger, for having taken the land from the Quetzal and driven them out of the country. With this combination, the Aztec priesthood instilled terror into the hearts of the people throughout the land. Their teachings were that the only way to appease Tezcat was by human sacrifices. Thus human sacrifices were introduced by this vile priesthood. Rivers of blood flowed throughout the land. All people, even the king, lived in dread of the priesthood, for no one knew but that he or she might be the next to be stretched upon the bloody stone. Thus the priesthood gained their point. They held control of life and property throughout the land. In an old Spanish book written about the time of Cortés, it says that when Cortés invaded Mexico, more than 50,000 human sacrifices were carried out annually. As these old Spanish writers were not very accurate about what they wrote, this passage of theirs should be discounted. It might have been more or it might have been less. All one can say is an immense number were sacrificed. Page 199. The Oriental dragon is only a conventional Quetzalcoatl. I find that when either Naga or Quetzalcoatl is shown by any and all ancient peoples, it is invariably in some conventional form. The forms of Quetzalcoatl are, none of them, anything like the serpent itself, except in being feathered. The dragon is probably the most grotesque of all. Among the North American Indians, I have never found the Naga, and only a few of the tribes have the feathered or plumed serpent, so far as I have yet learned. Is Quetzalcoatl a mythical serpent? No, it is not. Quetzalcoatl is a feathered flying serpent, and the most venomous ever recorded, for, within 2 minutes, and apparently almost suddenly, the victim falls to the ground dead after being struck. The reptile is of a very peculiar shape, having a body about the size of a duck or small goose. The real serpent part of it is its head and neck, which, in the one I refer to, extended about 5 feet from the body. The head is very broad, like most of our known venomous serpents. Apparently, it had no snake-like tail, but in its place a tuft of short feathers. From the head to the body, the neck is covered with short hair like feathers. The general color of the neck and body is almost white, thickly mottled with gray. The upper wing feathers are very long and droop like the bird of paradise. These have a prismatic sheen. Their flight is very clumsy, and then they can only fly a very short distance, a few. Page 200. Yards. Apparently, they have great difficulty in settling on the branch of a tree. A soft-nosed bullet from a 30 to 30 so mashed and cut the one referred to that it is pretty difficult to describe it accurately. The meeting of this reptile ended in a triple tragedy. The Indians would go no farther, so the explorer returned. It is said by the Indians that the Quetzalcoatl is to be occasionally found back in the swampy, deep, unexplored forests of Yucatan and Guatemala, but is very scarce. Niven's Mexican tablets show that over 12,000 years ago, Quetzalcoatl was used as a symbol by the people who occupied the Valley of Mexico at that time. The origin of the Red Indian. I will now make a short review of the North American Indians, showing that nearly, if not all of our Red Indian brothers, have among themselves vast numbers of Mu's original sacred symbols, retaining almost identically the same meanings they conveyed in Mu. These supplemented show us clearly that the North American Indians came to America from Mu in boats. Times without number that the North American Indians came to America from Asia via the old Bering Land Bridge. They neither came from Asia nor did they use the Bering Land Bridge, and from their own legends and writings I shall show from where they actually came and how they came to America. The trouble with our scientists in the past has been that when they came across anything they could neither Page 201. Comprehend nor understand, they cordially agreed that it came from Asia via the Bering Land Bridge. Being thus agreed, it became orthodox science. Our American scientists were not alone in piling up scientific accusations against Asia. The European scientists have splendidly seconded their American cousins in this respect. But the Europeans had no dear old bridge to carry their woes, so they dumped them on the Caucasian plains, the boundary line between Eastern Europe and Asia, saying, it came from somewhere in the mountains of Central Asia. Then this became orthodox science. The Caucasian plain myth, like the Bering Land Bridge dream, has broken up. The European scientists have turned their venom on Africa and are accusing it of the most unheard of things. That is no business of ours. We have our own troubles to account for our redskin brothers. We cannot deny that they are here, and that they were here when we first came to America to make it our home, so they must originally have come from somewhere, but where? I am going to commence with the Indians down in Arizona and New Mexico, then work my way up through our western states to British Columbia and Alaska. My keystone will be two Indian writings, not legends, written by the Indians themselves. These writings tell us of their origin and where they came from to America, also how they came. In Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Nevada, Utah, etc., are various tribes of Pueblo Indians. They, page 202, have many legends and traditions about their ancient past. During the short time I spent among them in Arizona and New Mexico, they told me many of their legends. At a ceremonial dance, I was astonished to see that the blanket of the chief was covered with the sacred symbols of the motherland, Mu. One symbol in particular attracted my attention, as it was identically like the central figure of the Hindu cosmic diagram, the Sri Santara. It is also the same as the motherlands, with one exception. In the motherland's diagram, the 12 gates to the world beyond are symbolized by 12 scallops. The Pueblos, like Hindus, have symbolized theirs by 12 triangle points. It is needless to say that when I read the symbols which appeared on the chief's blanket, what they understood themselves, it was the open sesame for me to their hearts. I became at once a brother. They have a legend that far, far back, they did not live in America, but in a land in the direction of the setting sun, across the great waters. That their forefathers came from this land to America in boats. They have a very complicated legend about the Great Flood. It varies a great deal in minor details by different narrators, but in all essential points it is the same. Many of their present-day words are to be found in Mu's vocabulary. Also, many of their other words have their roots in words of the mother tongue. Certain symbols persist from the north of Yucatan in page 203. Mexico to Nevada, Utah and Colorado, which leads one to believe that at one time all this area was occupied by pueblos or near relatives. Having come to America from the motherland in boats, it shows that the pueblos have been in America approximate date of Mu's destruction. When they came to America, they were a very highly educated, civilized people. Their legends show that they knew more about geology than our scientists did 50 years ago. Why do we find them in the state they are today? The answer is the old tale of mountain raising. When the mountains were raised, the earth went through a period of volcanic upheavals and workings such as she had never known before nor since. The outside parts of the earth's crust were literally torn to pieces. They were then forced up into ridges by the volcanic gases beneath. Rocks were hurled and thrown from ridge to ridge, covering the valleys between. The earthquakes shook all cities and buildings into ruins, burying tens of millions of human beings in the debris. Then, to complete the destruction, the most violent volcanic outbursts followed. Fire, rocks, lava and smoke were belched forth, burying the whole of the surrounding country with these ejections. Few of the people in the regions of the rising mountains escaped with their lives, a few here and there only. An Oriental legend states that nearly a billion of. Page 204. Page 205. Lives were lost in Asia during the raising of the Asiatic mountains. In America stands a lava flow 26 feet thick and nearly 30 miles long. This is from one out of many surrounding craters. I find no record of the loss of life in America. It was, however, great. After the mountains went up, destroying most of the people and their country, the surviving pueblos, to carry on, had to resort to primitive methods, so that they could only carry down by legends a few details of their great past. Nevada. The following symbols have been found carved upon the rocks of Nevada. Some of them were etched before the mountains were raised on which they now stand, others were written after the mountains had gone up. There are two distinct dates when these writings were made. Those that were etched after the mountains went up are much more recent than those which were written before the mountains were raised. Probably thousands of years intervened between the two. Among these Nevada writings, there are three very distinct sets. 1. This is a symbol of the rising sun, universal throughout the world. 2. Symbol of the setting sun, universal throughout the world. 3. Symbol of the sun at his meridian, universal throughout the world. 4. Symbol of the sacred four. The four great. Paragraph continues. Page 206. Primary forces, universal throughout the world. S. Symbol of the sun as RA, universal throughout the world. This is the earliest pattern of the sun as RA. 6. The plain colored disk without rays symbolizes that the sun has sunk below the horizon and is giving no light to the land. 7. A colored disk with three feathers appearing above symbolizes, first, the plain disk darkness, second, the three feathers symbolizes Mu. A free reading Mu is in the region of darkness, no light shines upon her, she is dead, submerged. 8. This is an open cross within a circle and reads Ulimul Kin, the land of the sun, the empire of the sun. The sun is here called Kin, not Ra. Kin was the name of the sun as the celestial orb, not the symbol. Note the difference in the two crosses number 4 and this. Number 4 is a solid cross and this is an open one. 9. The hieratic letter A, Naga pattern symbolizing the great ruler, the creator, the deity. 10. This is another symbol of the sacred 4, one of the steps towards the swastika in its evolution. This symbol superseded number 4. It is now 2 steps from the swastika. 11. This is a little vignette saying that Mu lies beyond the horizon across the great water. The serpent is called the great water. The ark is the symbol of the horizon and the 3 feathers is one of Mu's symbols. Her numeral symbol 3. 12. I am unable to give this. Page 20713. This is an inscription reading Chipa-Ze, which translated reads, a mouth opened, fires came forth with vapors, the pillars gave way, the land went down. 14. A serpent unadorned, the symbol for water. This might have been a guidepost pointing the way to water. 15. One of the glyphs of the letter H in the motherland scene. This symbol was called by the ancients the mysterious writing. Its import is the same as the cardinal number I. 17. The tree and the serpent. I have given the origin and meaning of this. 18. This reads, the great ruler, the empire of the sun. 19. This symbolizes the contour of some land with 2 islands adjacent. 20. This glyph is the life symbol. It appears hundreds of times in the Egyptian book of the dead. An exact duplication of this glyph will be found at the base of the naos or chair of Osiris. There it is many times repeated. Book of the Dead, chapter 125. 21. This is the bud of a lotus flower. The floral symbol of Mu. The sacred flower among all ancient peoples. 22. An Uyghur symbol. Gone down from the sight of the sun. 23. An Uyghur symbol, Mehinman. 24. The original symbol for the sacred 4. Found page 208 in the sacred inspired writings of Mu. This symbol was universal throughout the world. 25. The ancient symbol for water. Universal throughout the world. 26. The hieratic letter U, a symbol for an abyss, a deep hole, a valley. Universal throughout the world. 27. This is a guide telling the way to a temple which is dedicated to the sacred 4. 28. An Uyghur symbol. I cannot give the meaning. 29. An Uyghur symbol, the letter X. 30. An Uyghur symbol for hard. 31. An Uyghur symbol, heaven above earth. 32. An Uyghur pattern of the feather, symbol for truth. Universal throughout the world. 33. One of the glyphs for the letter N in the alphabet of the motherland. 34. A human hand, not a symbol. 35. The ancient symbol for the active and passive elements in nature. Universal throughout the world. 36. An Uyghur symbol, fires of the underneath. 37. An Uyghur pattern of the symbol for multitudes. The Egyptians reversed the leaf, having the stem on top. 38. An outline of an animal, not a symbol. 39. The skin of an animal, not a symbol. 40. Tracks of an animal, not a symbol. 41. An animal's head, not a symbol. 42. One of the glyphs of the letter H in the alphabet of the motherland. Page 209. A, B, C, D, E are symbols perfectly new to me. I have no key whereby I can read them. And there are not enough out of which to form a key. In this collection of Nevada symbols, there is a great mix-up of Naga and Uyghur characters. They show, however, a very close connection with the ancients of both Yucatan and the people who wrote Niven stone tablets. There are 2 distinct eras of writings, written by neither Naga, Uyghur, nor Yucatan Maya, probably 1 or 2 of the 10 tribes of the motherland, who were in close proximity with all 3 in the motherland. Among the Klamath Indians of Oregon, there are to be found several legends, one about a great flood. In Washington and British Columbia, among the Kootenai Indians, they have a legend stating that their forefathers came to America from the Land of the Sun. Land of the Sun and Empire of the Sun were the common names for Mu before she was submerged. Upon one of their ceremonial dresses, I found a border with the hieratic letter M, Mu's alphabetical symbol. Prominently resting over the left breast of the wearer was an emblem, an 8-rayed sun, the central figure of Mu's escutcheon. The sun was a pale yellow, the rays of a warm pinkish red with their points a pale blue. Blue was Mu's symbolic color. I think this symbol in conjunction with their legend clearly proves that the forefathers of the Kootenai. Paragraph continues. Page 210. Ornament on a ceremonial blanket, Kootenai Indian, British Columbia. Fan with Mu's symbol, 8-pointed sun, Gilbert Islands. Page 211. Indians originally came from Mu, also that they themselves are aware of the fact. I will now take a leaf out of the history of the Hayden Indians of Queen Charlotte Island, near Alaska. The leaf is a totem pole, one of the prettiest and one of the most interesting totem poles I have ever seen. The pole is capped with a large eagle-like looking bird which is called the thunderbird. Extending nearly the whole length of the pole is a symbolical fish which is called the killer whale. About halfway between the head and tail of the fish stands a man who is thrusting a spear into the back of the fish. This man is called the steel-headed man. A very wise, wizened old chief, who thoroughly understood the legends of his people, kindly explained the symbols on the pole as follows. The winged creature that crowns the pole is the thunderbird, representative of the Creator. Lightning is the winking of the thunderbird's sharp eyes, and thunder is the flapping of its wings. Rain is the spilling of water from a huge lake in the middle of its immense back. The talons of the bird are fastened in the tail of the killer whale. This is all symbolical. Let us see what it all means. First, the bird is a representative of the Creator. From other ancient writings, this statement is elucidated by saying the bird symbolizes the forces which carried out the commands of the Creator, his executors, in creation. Birds as symbols for the creative forces are. Page 212. Common throughout the world. The thunderbird appears to be the universal symbol among the Indians of our Northwest. Thunder, lightning, rain, etc. are ascribed to the thunderbird. This is again true, the thunderbird being the executive of the supreme power. The natural phenomena result from the workings of what we call nature, and nature is the will of the Supreme. Bird symbols for the four great creative forces are found in Mexico, Central America, Egypt, Assyria, Babylonia, India, among the Hittites, etc., in fact among all ancient people, so that the thunderbird follows in line with the rest. The killer whale is the symbol for ocean waters among the North American Indians of our Northwest. Most of the ancients used an unadorned serpent to symbolize the waters which they called Kanab. The name killer whale was probably given to it on account of its drowning the 64 millions of people when the motherland Mu was submerged. The steel-headed man. I will now resume the old chief's description. The man piercing the back of the killer whale is the steel-headed man. In the days of the Great Flood, the steel-headed man was the leader of all men, and much beloved by the thunderbird, the thunder god, and all other gods. When the flood swept over the face of the earth, the gods feared for the life of the steel-headed man, whom they miraculously changed into a steel-headed salmon. There again we have a great symbolism. It says the paragraph continues. Page 213. Steel-headed man was the leader or governor of all men. This clinches the point that the steel-headed man was the symbol of Mu among the Hayden Indians. Ancient literature is permeated with sayings that Mu was the ruler of all mankind, Mu rules the earth, and in the Maya book, the Codex Cortesianus, Mu is referred to as the great ruler exists no longer, etc. I will again return to the chief's description. During the days of the flood, the transformed leader of men lived in the waters of the Minkish River. He gathered the posts and timber for his dwelling, but found he lacked strength to do the building. Then the Thunderbird appeared before the steel-headed man in a crashing and rumbling of thunder. The Thunderbird lifted his god mask and revealed a human face to the steel-headed man. I am as human as you, said the bird, and I will put up the timbers for you. There shall light up your tribe and be your protector forever. Then with 4 claps of thunder, the bird caused to appear a group of warriors who sprang out of the crashing din full armed. They with the steel-headed man were the nucleus from which the Hayden people grew. There we have a myth so covering a legend that it becomes hard to extract the legend from the myth. Steel and steel-headed salmon were names unknown in America up to a few hundred years ago. At this point, there is also an omission in the legend. Paragraph continues. Page 214. How did the steel-headed salmon become a man again? How did the group of warriors arrive, and where did they come from? There is no mention of women without whom the tribe could not be formed. In many of the Oriental pictures of emigrants leaving Mu by boat, they are pictured as fish jumping along on the surface of the water. Was the steel-headed man one of these jumping fishes? In completing the reading of the totem pole, the old chief said that the base told the tale of the killer whale and the sea lion. The sea lion was helping a warrior to save his wife from the killer whale, drowning when he was overcome and struck down by the killer whale, the waters. He was saved and restored to his family by Koluz, the protecting god of the household. The sea lion was made a member of the tribe and married the warrior princess, the daughter of the steel-headed man. The sea lion was unquestionably a man of another tribe whose totem was the sea lion. In ancient times, it was usual to call a man by the name of his totem. One of the most extraordinary picture writings I have ever come across is a painted tableau depicting the submersion of Mu, and one of 2 pictures only that I have found depicting the submersion of Mu. The other is the Egyptian. The picture has 3 archaeological divisions: top a serpent with a plume of feathers on its head, middle the thunderbird with its talons embedded in the body of the killer whale, bottom the paragraph continues. Page 215. Killer whale covered with symbols. This tableau comes from the Nootka Indians who live on the west coast of British Columbia, Canada. While there are hundreds of writings telling of the destruction of Mu, also various compound symbols forming vignettes in the ancient Maya writings, throughout the world I have only found 2 tableaus or pictures showing the manner of her destruction, the Egyptian and now the Nootka Indian. There is, however, a marked difference in the 2. The Egyptian depicts Mu falling into an abyss of fire, while the Nootka Indian depicts her as being submerged and covered with water. 2 phases in her destruction and both correct. The 3 divisions are deciphered as follows. Top. The serpent. This serpent has a plume of feathers on its head. It is therefore an adorned serpent, the well-known Quetzalcoatl of the Mayas, and the symbol of the deity as the creator among the northern people of Mu. Thus the picture commences by saying that the creator is dominating what is proceeding below. Middle. The Thunderbird. Thunderbird legends permeate the tales of the Indians of the Northwest. Birds were one of the symbols, symbolizing the 4 great primary forces which are the executors of the deity's commands. Birds were the favored symbol to express these forces in the northern parts of Mu. Page 216. While to the south crosses were more frequently used. While birds were not the favorite symbol in the more southern parts of Mu, yet, as I have said before, they were not excluded by any of the ancient peoples. Bottom. The killer whale. This division is the crux of the whole picture. The top and middle amounts to but a preliminary setting. The killer whale is purely a conventional fish, just a symbol. The I is made out of the compound symbol mother and land which, conjoined, reads motherland. The pupil is a solid black square symbolizing darkness, therefore the motherland is in darkness. The neck is shown as broken, with the symbol, abyss and magnetic forces, falling from the wings of the thunder bird, the four great forces, into the broken neck, thus showing that it is subsidiary forces coming from the primary that is accomplishing the destruction. Within the mouth is the symbol for flowing water. At the end of the mouth a passageway is shown. Beyond this passageway is the hieratic letter U, the alphabetical symbol for an abyss, thus saying the motherland has been carried down into an abyss of water. Directly following the abyss is the Uyghur numeral 4 for bars. On the backbone is the Naga form of number 4 for circles or discs. The number 4 was the numeral symbol for the four great primary forces. Above the backbone are 5 bars, the Uyghur way of writing 5. 5 was the numeral symbol of the full or monotheistic Godhead. Page 217. Legend. Thus repeating within the fish what was said by top and middle figures. The whole as a legend would read, that the Creator ordered or commanded the submergence of Mu. His executors, the four primary forces, proceeded to carry out the command by dispatching subsidiary forces to do the work. These caused the land to sink and the waters to cover over the sunken land. Page 218. Chapter 8. The Mound Builders of North America. None of the prehistoric races that have inhabited North America have caused more interest and speculation than the mound builders. Among their remains, in their mounds and burial grounds, have been found pottery of a high order, bone needles with eyes, stone pipes with elbows, strings of fine beads made from shells, fragments of cloth, ornaments of catlinite, silver, copper and tortoise shell, and some strings of extraordinarily large pearls, etc. 1. On their ornaments and pottery are found various religious symbols, connecting them with a prehistoric race in Mexico and with Mu, the motherland of man. By these symbols it is shown that they possessed a highly scientific knowledge, for they perfectly understood the great cosmic sciences which today are just dawning on our scientific world. The cosmic sciences include the origin and workings of the four great primary forces, the parents of all forces. My object is not to attempt to give a history of the mound builders, but simply to give some of the highlights about them which. Page 219. Apparently have been overlooked by the archaeological authorities who have been keeping the public informed regarding the mysteries of the mound builders. My object is to show their great civilization, which I think has been underestimated, and that they came from Mu via Mexico. Regarding the time when they were living in America, I have found nothing whereby even an approximate date could be suggested, except that it was after Atlantis went down about 11,500 years ago. My opinion is that they were among the last of the prehistoric races that can be called prehistoric. Geographically, they occupied what may be termed the Mississippi watershed. This area, before the sinking of Atlantis, was a shallow inland sea extending north from the Gulf of Mexico. The sinking of Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean formed an immense hole in the Atlantic. To fill this in and level off the waters, the surrounding waters were drawn in. This drew off the waters from various shallow inland seas, made them either dry habitable lands or swamps. It also extended the coastlines. During the process of the readjustment of the waters, the Mississippi Valley was drained. Even after the land was drained, it was a long time before it assumed a condition where man could live and thrive upon it. This condition seems verified by the fact that no remains of the cliff dwellers, or those that preceded them, have been discovered in the Mississippi Valley proper. Page 220. The end of the mound builders, like the Khmers of Cambodia, apparently came very suddenly, leaving no trace behind it. While the mound builders show no cause for their apparent sudden disappearance, the Khmers do, For it is geologically shown that the Khmers were destroyed by a flood, a cataclysmic wave having rolled up the Mekong River and surrounding Khmer country. The mound builders as a people are gone, but did they leave no descendants in America? If sacred symbols, which I have found the most reliable source with which to trace the movements of people from time to time, are acceptable, I say this after 50 years of study, then we have something with which to make a start. This, with other evidence which may hereafter be found, may eventually show that they have descendants still among us in some of the Indian tribes of our southwestern states. Figure 1 is a bottle recovered from a mound on a line between southeast Missouri and Arkansas. Therefore, this is of ancient workmanship. Figure 2 is a water bottle I personally own. It was bought from Indians in New Mexico within the last 10 years and was perfectly new when given to me. This, therefore, is modern. The main figure on each of these two bottles is identical, with the exception of coloring. The ancient has a creamy white ground with brilliant figures. The modern has a brick red ground with black figures edged with white. Page 221. The symbol referred to is the same, line for line, and is an artistic design of the cross symbolizing the sacred four, the four great primary forces. The lines of the cross are drawn to extend in westerly directions, thus running from west to east. This is also shown on some of the Mexican tablets. There is evidence that the mound builders of North 1. Ancient 2. Modern. Paragraph continues. America had an advanced knowledge of the cosmic forces which they could have attained only by some connection with, or direct, from the motherland. Thus it is shown that their forefathers came from Mu, but by what gate did they enter America? I find among the traditions and lore of the Indians who now are on the lands where the mounds are found that the mound builders came to the Mississippi Valley from Mexico. Can these traditions of the Indians which say that the mound builders came to North America from Mexico be proven? Page 222. I already have shown one example where an ancient prehistoric people of Mexico had the same symbols as the mound builders, conveying identically the same meaning in both cases. By comparing other symbols of the mound builders with those found carved on Niven's Mexican tablets, it appears to show some definite connection between them, and that these Indian legends are history, orally handed down. Water bottle from a mound, Mississippi County, Missouri. As an example, I will take the symbols found on another mound builder's water bottle and compare them with some of the symbols on the Mexican tablets. Here we find an exceedingly strong paragraph continues. Page 223. Mound builders with the prehistoric race of Mexico, heretofore referred to. Symbol of the construction and workings of the sun. This symbol is one of many found on a mound builder's water jar in Mississippi County, Missouri, and is a diagram showing how the forces of the sun are generated and carried throughout the solar system. The dissection of it shows that the sun has a hard crust and a soft center. That the sun is being revolved by her superior sun from west to east. The revolving hard crust carries around the soft center in the same direction, but not at the same velocity, thus forming a frictional line, a magnet. This is shown by the soft material in the center being curved. It is shown to refer to the four great primary forces by the central soft material being divided into four arms forming a cross, the first and original symbols of the four great forces. Page 224. The form of the rays of the sun are in the shape of the symbol for activity, thus saying that the rays are active in carrying the forces somewhere, i.e., the generated forces are taken from the hard crust by the rays and delivered in a manner to carry out certain functions not shown in this diagram. This diagram of the American mound builders is the only one I have come across so far that fully carries out the writings about this phase of the sun, which are found in the books of the Golden Age, and thus showing the excellence of the scientific knowledge of the mound builders of America. Many of the Mexican tablets give parts of it, but none in whole, as does this one. Writings from Egypt show that they understood the cosmic forces in 1200 BC, but how much later I cannot say. The mound builders of America date back to when? This brings forward a question, since when were the cosmic sciences lost to the world? Yet, they have never been entirely lost. The old Rishi understood them. Scraps of them still are known in the Orient and among the Polynesians, and I am not so sure that some scraps are not known among some of the tribes of the North American Indians. I have good reasons for saying this. In this diagram, the sun is drawn as representative of Kin, the celestial orb, and not as Ra, the monotheistic symbol of the deity. The foregoing are definitely the teachings found in the sacred writings. Page 225. This is as the celestial orb with a white cross in the center surmounted with a red cross. The white open cross reads Ulumil, which translated is the country of, the land of, the empire of, and being within the sun, reads the empire of the sun, Mu. The plain cross surmounting the white open cross is the oldest and original symbol for the four great primary forces, sometimes depicted with the swastika, subsequently termed the good luck symbol. Mound Builders Mexican. Showing the four primary forces moving from west to east. I have selected just one of the Mexican tablets to show beside a mound builder's symbol, Nivens number 1331. I have taken this Mexican tablet for comparison as I have hitherto, in various of my writings, stated that this tablet was one of the most important among. Paragraph continues. Page 226 Nivens collection of over 3,000, and one of the most important finds in any part of the world. In both cases, the mound builders and the Mexican show the four great primary forces emanating from the Creator, and are said by the ancients to be His commands, His desires, His wishes. Shown moving from west to east, thus causing the whole universe to revolve from west to east, and all living moving spheres to revolve on their axes from west to east. This is a universal symbol found in all ancient countries throughout the world. It is a picture of the sun as Ra, the monotheistic symbol of the deity. Mound Builders Symbols. Line 1. Figures 1 to 5. All these symbols are pictures of the sun, and are universal, that is, they are found among the writings of all ancient peoples. Line 2. Figures 6 to 10. These 5 symbols are all recording the four great primary forces, and that they emanate from the Creator. Figures 6 and 7 and 8 are frequently found among Nivens Mexican tablets, and in the Mexican they are always shown as originating from the demand or order of the Creator. Figures 9 and 10 are more universally found among ancient writings. Line 3. Figures 11 to 15. These figures symbolize the Page 227. Mound Builders Symbols. Page 228. Earth's forces and their origin and the manner in which they work. Figures 11 and 12 are skeleton or outline drawings of. These 4 figures show the Earth's molten center being carried around and grinding against the Earth's hard crust. This grinding forms a frictional line between the two, which in turn forms a magnet. The magnet has 2 divisions, one affecting forces, the other elementary matter. The division, having control over elements, is what is commonly known as the force of gravity is the power of the cold division of the Earth's great central dual magnet. The division, having power over forces, affects the Earth's forces only. It has no control over any forces emanating from beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Figure 15 shows the Earth's forces passing out of her body into the atmosphere. They are thus drawn out by their affinitive forces carried in the sun's rays. Earthly. Forces like elements become exhausted, and when exhausted the sun's affinitive forces or control over them. The central magnet then proceeds to draw them back into the great frictional line where they are regenerated and again sent to perform the duties required of them by nature. I may say further that this example of the workings and origin of earthly forces may also apply to all revolving bodies throughout the universe, and thus show that a single divine system is controlling the universe. Line 4. Figures 16 to 20. These are also symbols of Page 229. The four great primary forces. Figures 17, 19, and 20 are shown as emanating from the deity. Figure 16 is the original and oldest symbol for the sacred four, or the four great primary forces, as it is found in the sacred writings of Mu, which are more than 70,000 years old. All of these symbols are found embodied in the Mexican tablets. Figure 19 is an exact duplicate of what I have heretofore given as the pyramid cross. Line 5. Figures 21 to 24. In this line I shall note only one figure, 22. The others are common and universal. Figure 22 is a very rare symbol. I have found only one duplicate of it, and that is the Hindu writings of about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. This figure symbolizes the sun sending forth his rays throughout his system, the solar. They are shown as being of two varieties, dark and invisible, because of their intensity, and light, which are apparent to vision. The rays are in the form of forces, as shown by the force symbol. Again, they are curved, pointing to the east and thereby telling us that they are working from west to cast and forming a circle. As they are taking a circular route, all rays coming from the sun would not strike the earth in a straight line from the sun, but in a curve. This again shows that our prehistoric Americans were further advanced in science than we are today. Do our present scientists appreciate this fact? Does this not show that we are thousands of years behind in our knowledge of science, based on theory alone? Personally, I think so. Page 230. A mound builder's calendar stone found in the Washita River, Hot Springs, Arkansas, from Colonel J. R. Fordyce, Little Rock, Arkansas. A mound builder's calendar stone. Dimensions. The stone is pear-shaped. Length about 16 inches, and about 13 inches across at its widest part. It is a sandstone boulder such as found in shale near Hot Springs. It weighs 22.5 pounds. Description. In the center is a slightly raised ring 7¼ inches in diameter. This ring is divided into 13 equal divisions. On each division is inscribed a figure or a glyph. Superimposed on this circle is another which is much higher, be meant for a picture of the sun, as the symbol of the deity. Above this main figure is engraved a caption, the moon in its various phases during a calendar month. This tells us the meaning of what is below, namely, the circle with the 13 divisions represents 13 calendar months, making 1 year. The 13. Page 231. Months, forming a circle, tell us that the year is completed, the beginning and the end. Over the caption is shown the all-seeing eye looking down from heaven above. This is an ancient symbol dating back to the earliest writings, and universally found. Outside of the calendar proper, to the edge of the stone, various animals are shown, including man. The calendar glyphs. 1. This is too indistinct to say positively what is meant or represented. However, it appears to be a bird with wings outspread. If this is correct, then it probably would be the American Indian thunderbird. 2. This seems to portray the Maya month of Zak, the white month, when snow covers the ground with a white blanket. 3. This is a new symbol to me. I do not know its meaning. 4. This is a fish which is symbolically heading upstream, denoting that during this month fish are most plentiful, the time when they make their spring run up to their spawning beds. 5. This glyph is one of the letters in Mu's alphabet. It has an esoteric meaning. 6. This is a picture of the sacred lotus flower, Mu's floral symbol. The lotus was the most beloved and revered of all Mu's symbols. The Egyptians always referred to Mu as the lotus. 7. Without this is a line drawing of the head of the mound builder's conventional serpent. I do not know. Page 232. What it is. Among the etchings at the Pipestone Quarry, Minnesota, there are some that are almost identically like it. The pipestone are without question the heads of the serpent. 8. This is a sacred symbol common in Oriental countries. Once, and only once, before have I found it in America. That was among the mound builders' remains taken from one of their burial grounds. It is one of those ancient religious symbols whose meaning was lost when the Brahmins persecuted and drove their teachers, the Nakals, out of India into the snow-capped ranges of the Himalayas about 2000 to 2500 B. The symbol is expressed in 4 words of the ancient tongue. These words were used before the commencement of a supplication or prayers. They are being repeated to this day, but the priesthood does not know their meaning. The meaning of AUM was forgotten about the same date. So far in months 6 and 8 we find a direct connection between the people who made this calendar stone and the mound builders, Mu and the Orient. 9. This glyph is new to me. It appears to picture ripe grain being cut and harvested. The time on this stone is given about August or September. It would thus correspond with harvest time when grain is reaped and stored. 10. This symbol is frequently found in ancient writings. It pictures the fall of the year when trees and 3. Shrubs shed their leaves, leaving the branches bare and leafless. 11. This is one of the most conclusive symbols on this stone and directly connects the makers of this stone calendar with the mound builders, the Polynesians, and therefore Mu, as their ancestors came from the motherland. The symbol is the gray and black pointed spider, which is discussed later in this chapter. I have received information that similar spiders have been found among the treasures recovered by Schliemann in ancient Troy, Asia Minor. These, however, I have not seen. 12. This symbol is questionable. Is it the outline of a deer? 13. This is certainly an outline drawing of a bison. It is now the last buffalo is pointing in. Is this the time of the year when food has become scarce further north and he is now working into the south where conditions for the time being suit him better? I think so. The same question applies to the 12th, the deer. Comments. There are various animals shown on the outer side of the stone. These I have not taken into account, although 2 are very prominent in ancient picture writings and in Indian legends. It must be apparent that the designers of this calendar stone were acquainted with the cosmic forces and the cosmic sciences as taught during the first paragraph continues. Page 234. Great civilization. Therefore, America at one time was enjoying the highest civilization the earth has ever known. The Great Serpent Mounds. The feature which has captivated the public interest most in the mound builders is their great serpent-shaped mounds. That these serpent mounds were symbolical there can be no doubt. Serpents of various patterns and designs have always, from the beginning of religion, played an important part in religious ceremonies, not among one particular race, but among all used. One of the most important of the American serpent mounds is situated at Brush Creek near Peebles, Ohio. I cannot say definitely in what way this serpent mound was symbolically used, whether as the 7 great commands of creation, the waters, or the destruction of Mu, the motherland. Possibly it may have included 2 of the foregoing. That it, or ceremonies connected with it, referred to Mu there is ground for belief for the following reason. It is stated that some of the serpent mounds have sacrificial stones or altars upon them, with the possibility that all had them originally. As Mu went down it was into a fiery abyss, fires of the underneath. It became a custom among all surviving peoples thereafter at various times and occasions to commemorate her. Fire is shown to have been used in commemorative services by the Mayas and Quiches, who had their fiery house, and the Page 235. Egyptians who used a fiery tank, and others who used burnt sacrifices of some description. In England, near Stonehenge, there is a serpent mound said to be an exact duplication of the American at Peebles, Ohio. Thus, we find in England a specialized symbol of the same as used by the mound builders of America, and in both cases the same meaning and conception is conveyed. What is a reasonable deduction? Common origin, without doubt. By what route did the mound builders get into England? It is questionable when we trace the various symbols that have been found in England, and the still more pronounced display found in Egypt. Spiders, while the great serpent mounds have captured the most public interest among the mound builders' relics, the spiders have the greatest fascination for me, personally. While exploring among the South Sea Islands some 50 years ago, I constantly came across legends about the gray and black pointed spider. These legends showed that the spider was symbolic of something, and that it was a sacred symbol. Page 236. But of what I could not determine. The legends were all too obtuse. As examples, gray and black pointed spider would have mounted to heaven, but he was held back by the bitterness of the cold. The roads were cunningly constructed to represent the web of the gray and black pointed spider, and no man could discover the beginning or the end thereof. Now, after waiting 50 years and having given up all hope of ever solving the riddle of the gray and black pointed spider, I find the answer given at our very doorstep. Truly, here in America lies the key to unlock the great past history of man. These spiders were brought to my notice by my friend, Dr. Thomas M. Stewart of Cincinnati, Ohio. They are engraved on circular pieces of shell, and on each of their backs is a symbol showing what they represented. These peculiar relics have been found in the burial vaults of the mound builders of Missouri, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Because of the location of the places where they have been found, Dr. Stewart suggested that they might have been used in the same manner as the scarab in the Egyptian burial chambers. The symbols on the backs of these spiders are duplications of the symbols found as ornaments on the water bottle shown on page 241. Number 1 is the original symbol for the four great forces shown in number 2 on page 241. Number 2 shows the forces working from west. Page 237. To east is in number 3 on page 241. Number 3 is the same compound symbol as shown in number 2. Page 241. Some of these symbols are shown on pottery recovered from the ancient ruined cities in Crete, Cyprus, and ancient Troy, one in Asia Minor. Although exceedingly rare, I think that the gray and black spider, as a symbol, had a wide range at one time, and we still may find many of them on pottery that have been overlooked because their import was unknown. I think that the foregoing bears out my assertion that merely digging up old remains, symbols, inscriptions and writings is not archaeology, that archaeology is the reading of these symbols and writings when found. A builder, digging a foundation for a structure, who unearths a stone bearing an ancient inscription, does not make the builder an archaeologist. He is only a builder. A farmer, plowing his ground, turns over an old stone with an inscription on it. This does not make the farmer an archaeologist. He is only a cultivator of the soil. Or his son may be digging potatoes and unearth an old piece of pottery. The son is only a potato digger, not an archaeologist. The mound builders' symbols, before they are read, are only artistic ornamentations and mean nothing, just potatoes on a piece of pottery. But, when read, they may give a line on a page of the early history of North. Paragraph continues. Page 238. America, by telling us that a mysterious race called a part of our land, originally came from Muvia, Mexico, that they were a highly civilized and enlightened people, having a knowledge of the cosmic forces and their workings, thus showing that they had a scientific knowledge greater than we have today. The octopus, a sacred symbol. The octopus is one of the very rare sacred symbols. By this I do not mean that it was seldom used, but that only a few symbols of it have been found. As a matter of fact, I think it was a very common symbol among some of the ancient peoples. At present, when found, generally on pottery, archaeologists have looked upon them as mere decorations and ignored the fact that many of the specimens show, without a doubt, that they were sacred symbols. The octopus is often found on the ancient Greek pottery. It was used in Peru, Brazil, North America, Greece, and Scandinavia until a few thousand years ago. Judging by the way it was used, it was the symbol of a water demon, the enemy of life. Its role on Earth. Most of the ancient writings telling about the advent of life on Earth symbolize it in such a manner that it represents a battle between the sun and the waters for supremacy over something, but does not say what that something is. Vase of the late Minoan period, about 1600 to 1100 BC, found on Gornia, Crete, courtesy of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. For example, the Babylonians say Belmerduk, the sun, fights Tiamat, the waters. From a cuneiform tablet the gods are preparing for a grand contest against the monster, Tiamat. The god Belmerduk overthrows Tiamat. The Egyptians have it that Horus, the sun, overcomes and kills the serpent Aphopus, the waters. The Hindus say that Krishna, the sun, destroyed the serpent Anatha, the waters. And the Greeks record that Apollo, the sun, overcomes Python, the waters. The fifth command of the sacred writings of Mu is, and the arrows of the sun met the arrows of the earth in the mud of the waters, and out of particles of the mud formed cosmic eggs, life germs. From the foregoing, combined with the legends about the octopus, it appears that the octopus was the symbol of the resistance of the mud against allowing the sun's forces to draw the earth's forces out into the water to form life's cosmic eggs. The sun's forces, however, prevailed and met the earth's forces and formed cosmic eggs, and life commenced according to divine command. The legends as told today about the octopus are perfect myths, but by going behind the myth and finding its origin we discover the true legend. It was very noticeable that wherever a legend is found the phenomenon is shown to have occurred in that particular spot. This is especially so among savage and semi-savage people. As examples, the Fijians have. Page 240. A legend about the Tower of Babel was being built on one of the Fijian islands. The Fijians are courteous to visitors and will take anyone gladly to the spot where it stood. The Polynesians have a legend about the Arkansas. They claim that it was built on one of their islands. The Maoris have a legend about Cain and Abel. They tell you that Cain and Abel were New Zealanders and that the murder of Abel occurred in New Zealand. The symbolic octopus, like the sun, is known by many names, its name being taken from the language of the people where it is found. With all people, the octopus was a water demon and the enemy of life. It had no other meaning. Shadows from Greece and Asia Minor, from the ancient cities of the Grecian archipelago and Asia Minor, which have been and are being unearthed, many pieces of pottery have been found which have the octopus either engraved, raised, or painted on them, making prominent and striking decorations. In Crete, Cyprus, and Troy, many fine and perfect specimens have been discovered. Fortunately, the motif designs vary considerably, which gives one a fair chance to read their correct meaning, as for instance, on vases B and C in the Cyprus group. On both the tentacles and body are intact. Here the octopus is simply a reminder of that which it symbolizes. Vase A, from the same ruined city, shows a totally different phase. Here the octopus. Page 241. Is depicted as having been in battle and got the worst of the encounter. This is shown by his broken and cut tentacles, his fighting weapons. A group of octopus vases from Cyprus. From where did the Greeks get the octopus? First, the octopus appears to have been one of the symbols used by Mu. From the motherland it was taken by the Carians into Peru and Brazil. Second, when the Carians, the forefathers of the Greeks, continued there. Page 242. Advanced towards the Cast and finally settled at the eastern end of the Mediterranean, they carried their sacred symbols along with them, and among these was the octopus. I think the foregoing shows sufficient proof that the octopus was one of the early sacred stern parts of Europe and Asia Minor by the Carians. But what people carried it to Scandinavia is an open question. The pipestone octopus Watunti, Pipestone, Minnesota. The pipestone octopus, in trying to read this pictograph, one apparently is met by three contradictions. Paragraph continues. Page 243. First, the octopus has within the grasp of one of its upper tentacles a serpent, a specialized serpent, an exact duplication of one of the mound builders' serpent mounds. What connection is there between the mound builders and the people who carved this rock picture? Were they the same people? Or was this peculiar specialized serpent used by various peoples, and was this picture etched by one of them? The octopus, having the serpent within the grasp of one of its tentacles, intimates that the circle from which the tentacles project is the body of the octopus, but being a circle it is a picture of the sun. This would suggest that the circle was a sun symbol and not the body of the octopus. Second, as against reading the circle as a sun symbol, we see projecting from the lower side of the circle the beak of the octopus in the form of the ancient symbol for a cutting or dividing force. This symbol also appears on the Mexican tablet number 1584, Woman's Creation. Added to this, in the small figure B, the octopus is shown with a real body, nearly round, with the serpent held in one of the tentacles. Third, the foregoing shows a possibility that the circle forming the body in Fig A may actually be symbolizing the sun's forces as Kin, the celestial orb, and not Ra, the monotheistic symbol of the deity. One of the difficulties in attempting to read this picture is that the ends of most of the tentacles are so indistinct that their meanings are doubtful. This picture, page 244, requires a great deal of study with the assistance of other pictures referring to the same subject to obtain the full meaning in detail. The fact remains that it may convey the same meaning as the octopus on the Cyprus vase A and many other pictures of the Greeks, Egyptians, Hindus, Babylonians, etc. At the lower right-hand corner is shown either a wolf or a dog. In the Scandinavian, dog or wolf plays an important part. The Pipestone Quarry. This quarry in Pipestone, Minnesota, is the oldest quarry on Earth to have been worked by man, for it was known and worked back in the Tertiary era, before the mythical glacial period, the last magnetic cataclysm. Gilder's Pipe, Omaha, Nebraska, over 15,000 years old, made out of the red mottled stone of Pipestone Quarry. The age of the Pipestone Quarry is proven by two facts. First, by Gilder's Pipe, which was found among the remains of man who lived during the Tertiary era. The clay from which this pipe is made is found only at one spot on Earth, as far as is known to geology, and that is at Pipestone. The geological name of this. Page 245. Stone. It has been claimed by some that catlinite is also found at Feuart Farm about 3 miles from Portsmouth, Ohio. The only way that this can be decided satisfactorily is by comparing the chemical analysis of the Pipestone deposit and that found at Portsmouth. According to Indian traditions, the location of the Pipestone Quarry was lost for a long period of time. Its rediscovery forms one of the Sioux legends. The Indian legends about the Pipestone and other subjects are fascinating, and when shorn of their mythical adornments tell us that the first Americans came from Mu, which adds another link to the overwhelming chain of evidence that America was Mu's first colony and that America today is the oldest land above water that has been inhabited by man. America antedates Atlantis, Egypt, Greece, Babylonia, India, and all other ancient nations. The Pipestone Indian legends also show that the first Americans were highly civilized people, and that they came from a land in the west beyond the setting sun. In reference to the rediscovery of the quarry, Omaha and Yankton Indian legends relate that Walregula, the Omaha wife of a Yankton Sioux, following the trail of a white bison, discovered the pipestone on the banks of the Pipestone Creek, where it had been exposed by the bison's hoofs. Extracts from Chanupa essay, legend by Paulina Papi, man that was struck by the R.A. Page 246. The Advent of Man. In the far-off past a million moons ago, the first of mortals to this earth below by great Wakan was cast. The first Dakota molded from a star he tossed and watched him fall down through the dark, till he alighted there upon soft ground. He was not hurt at all, and Wakan Yin, first Sioux. He ranged the land in hunting many a year until at last this solitary man. Where afar we see the sunset summer days in golden glory in the mystic land of legend in that far land of the west land of Red Man's home and story. Page 252. Chapter 9. Religion in Egypt and India. The Egyptian pantheon, many of our religious conceptions today are strong reflections of the old Egyptian. One might say indeed that our present-day religion came to us from Egypt via the Jews. For that reason I have decided to give in this book an Egyptian pantheon, which I have made up from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. In many cases, it will be seen that the symbol represented by more than one god shown in the pantheon. Under different guises and different names they, however, symbolize but a single conception. This comes from the scrambling of two sets of symbols when Upper and Lower Egypt were joined and became one kingdom. I am giving 24 figures, placing them 6 on a page for easy reference. There are many others which I have not included. These are the principal ones only. I can only give an outline description. Space will not permit of more. If more data is required about them, it will be. Amen was the great god at Thebes, and was Ad. Page 253. Page 254. Dressed as the king of the gods. The Latinized form of the name is Ammon. The Romans identified him with Jupiter. The Greeks called him Zeus, so called the hidden god. Before the 18th dynasty he was worshipped at Thebes as Amen simply, but was afterwards merged into Amen-Ra, the hidden sun. His color was a light blue. Neph was called the molder. He was known by the Greeks as Nonphis. Neph is one of the oldest of the Egyptian gods and was especially worshipped in Nubia and Fa. His headdress is a ram's head surmounted with a solar disk and uraeus. Neph is spoken of as the soul of the universe and the creator. His color was bright green. Neph's female consort was Seti. Seti was the female consort of Neph, and was looked upon as the Egyptian Juno. Her principal seat of worship was Elephantine, and throughout Nubia and Ethiopia. Her headdress was the crown of Upper Egypt, with a pair of cow's horns extending from it. Seti's color was a warm red human flesh color. I think that there can be no question but what Neph and Seti were intended to symbolize the two principles of the Creator, male and female. Chem was one of the deified attributes of the Creator. His special seat of worship was Chemo, Panopolis. He was worshipped at Thebes and to some extent throughout Egypt. His headdress consisted of 2 straight feathers. He was generally colored blue. Page 255. Ptah the Opener was the oldest of the Egyptian gods. His principal seat of worship was at Memphis. Ptah was the symbol of the creative power of the deity. The Egyptians called him the divine artificer. One of his symbols was the 2-sided square. He had many titles. One was the father of beginnings. The Greeks considered Ptah the same as their Vulcan his name, peculiar to Memphis, was Tasokar-Osiris. The regular Egyptian name, however, was Tasakar-Usar. His color was blue. Ta was without doubt the symbol of the four great primary forces, the sacred four. Neith was the Egyptian Minerva, and was the god. She is generally pictured holding up the heavens on her head. Neith was the special goddess at Sais. A corresponding symbolic god upholding the heavens on his head is found in the Maya of Yucatan. His color was blue. Neith was the symbol of the four great pillars that upheld the universe, the sacred four. Maut, called the Mother, was the consort of Amen-Ra at Thebes, and in this capacity represented the mother of all. Thus in Amen-Ra and Maut we find another symbolization of the dual principle of the Creator. Maut was especially worshipped at Thebes in connection with Amen, and at Chons with Amen-Ra. She was also honored throughout Nubia and Ethiopia. Her color was warm, flesh-colored red. Page 256. Page 257. Ra was the name of the sun as the monotheistic symbol of the Creator, monotheistic or collective. In the litany of Ra, he is called the Supreme Power, the Only One, etc. To the initiated, he symbolized the power of the deity, but to the populace he was stated to be a created god, the son of Ta and Neith. More errors have been made about this symbol by historians than any other symbol used by the ancients. His color was red. Khepra. Although this symbol is found in the Egyptian pantheon, it did not originate in Egypt but in the motherland and was brought to Upper Egypt by the Nagas from the motherland via Burma and India. The symbol is the scarab beetle, which is placed over the head of a human figure in the Egyptian symbol. The scarab symbolizes creative energy. From the Papyrus Ani, king's companion to Seti II, among the Egyptians, the scarabous beetle is no god, but one of the emblems of the Creator, because it rolls a ball of mud between its feet and sets therein its eggs to hatch. As the Creator rolls the world around, and causes it to produce life. The foregoing passage is one that should be especially studied by students of the ancient past, for it shows us that the Egyptians up to the time of Seti II understood the ancient sciences and the workings of the great cosmic forces, both of which are unknown to the scientists of today. Before our sciences can advance to any perceptible. Page 258. Degree: the present grotesque myths, the orthodox scientific teachings, must be abandoned and a study of the four great primeval forces made. On them the true sciences must be built up, sciences which teach us what life is and how it originates, the workings of the four great forces throughout the universe, with their origin, etc. The vignette shows an engraving which I found in a very ancient Maya carving in India. It is thousands of years older than the first occupation of Egypt by man. The engraving is symbolical, as it shows the Creator symbolized by a scarab, which is placed within rays of glory and rests on the symbol of Mu. Kneeling in adoration on either side of the rays is first man shown by his symbol Ki, the deer. This vignette is taken from the Egyptian sacred book, the Book of the Dead. It symbolizes man in adoration of the scarab beetle as the symbol of the Creator. The Egyptian god Khepra undoubtedly comes out of the Nagas' Ki. Atum or Turn was the god of the setting sun, otherwise Amenti, the sun below the horizon. Shu was the firstborn of Ra and Hathor and brother of Tefnut. Shu was looked upon as a symbol of the celestial forces. His color was generally black. Page 259. Page 260. Mentu was one of the deified attributes of the sun and often bears the name Mentu-Ra. He was merely a phase of Ra who with Atum symbolized the rising and the setting sun. Mentu was the special protector of Egypt. Osiris was one of the oldest of the Egyptian gods. Later in this chapter one shall give the history of Osiris and show who he was. In the text of the Book of the Dead it is stated that he was the son of Seb and Nut. Hathor was simply another name for Isis and is represented with the attributes of Isis. She was sometimes called Isis Hathor. Hathor personified nature with all that was true and beautiful in it, the female principle of the creator. Isis is the goddess of the triad Osiris, Isis, and Horus. In the triad, she was the wife of Osiris. Horus was the son of Osiris and Isis and symbolized the sun. Seb was the father of Osiris and Isis and was called the father of gods. Tefnut was his consort. In Seb and Tefnut again we find the dual principles of the creator symbolized. Khons was worshipped at Thebes, and, with Amen and Maut, formed the Theban triad. Khons symbolized the moon. He wears the disk and crescent moon. Thoth was the god of writing, learning, and medicine. It was he who composed the early and most important portions of the Book of the Dead. Thoth is supposed to be the Egyptian Hermes. Page 261. Page 262. Nephthys was the sister of Isis and Osiris and consort of Set. Anubis was the god of embalming and embalmed his father Osiris. Tefnut was the goddess of the rain and dew. She held a conspicuous place among the contemporary deities of Thebes. Ma or Mot was the goddess of truth. She represents the truth and justice of the supreme god. Nu or Nut. Nut is the feminine form of Nu. Nu was the father, Nut the mother, the life givers. Bast was the wife of Ta, and with their son Tum or Adam formed the great triad of Memphis. Set was the son of Nut and brother of Osiris. According to the myth, he murdered Osiris. Anuka was the third member of the triad of Thebaid, composed of Ka. Osiris was one of the oldest of the Egyptian gods. His worship was universal throughout Egypt at all times. Osiris was the representative of all that was good. The myths in Egypt about Osiris are bewildering. They claim that Osiris was once the monarch of Upper and Lower Egypt. It is claimed that Osiris was buried at Fuli. Other towns claim his remains. According to all these myths, Osiris must have lived since the union of Upper and Lower Egypt was accomplished under Menes about 5000 BC. Against this we find that Thoth, the founder of the paragraph, continues, page 263. Osiris. Page 264. Lower Egyptians taught at Sais the Osirian religion, and this was 14,000 BC. There were no kings of Egypt for an immensely long period after Thoth's time. Egypt was a subcolony of the motherland under direct control of the colonial empire Atlantis. Now let us see who Osiris actually was and the time when he lived. In two Himalayan monasteries, one in India, the other in Tibet, there are two Nakal tablets belonging to the sacred inspired writings of the motherland. They are identically the same, word for word, were copied from the originals in the motherland and brought to the continent of Asia by Nakal missionaries. They belong to the historical section of the sacred books. They relate. Osiris, when entering manhood, left the home of his birth, Atlantis, and came to the motherland, where he entered one of the Nakal colleges. Here he studied the religion and cosmic sciences of the motherland. When he passed his degree of master and adept, he returned to his own country, Atlantis. There he devoted his life to the teachings of the people, the first religion of man, and to weeding out and eliminating extravagances, inventions, and misconceptions that had crept into the religion of Atlantis under priesthood. Osiris became the hieratic head of religion in Atlantis, which office he held during a long life. The people loved and worshipped him for his gentleness, goodness, and kindness. They wished to dethrone Auranas the king and place Osiris on the throne. This paragraph continues. Page 265. Osiris would not allow to be spoken of and so condemned the idea that it was abandoned. He was murdered by a brother on account of jealousy. This was about 20,000 BC. His name was so revered, and he so beloved, that at his death he was deified, and as a lasting monument to his name religion was called after him, viz., the Osirian religion, just as today we have the Christian religion. I could not find the name of the brother who murdered him, so the probability is the Egyptians invented the name. Nor do I find anything about Isis and Nephthys, but it is mentioned that he had a son, who became the hieratic head of Atlantis at the death of his father. I do not, however, find his name. Osiris and Christ taught identically the same religion. Some of their preachings are word for word, line for line, and sentence for sentence the same. Both learned from the same book, the sacred inspired writings of the motherland. The religion of Egypt. The first we know about the religion of Egypt is where an ancient record states that about 16,000 years ago Thoth, the son of an Atlantean priest, planted the Egyptian colony at the mouth of the Nile, and at Sais on the banks of the Nile built a temple and taught the Osirian religion. The Osirian religion, as I have previously shown, was the religion of Mu after Osiris had cleansed it of all the extravagances that had crept into it in Atlantis, 22,000 years ago, the religion being then called after. Page 66. Him, the Osirian religion. When he died, his son became the hieratical head and was supposed to be called Horus, but whether Horus was his actual name or a title I cannot say, but a Horus was always the hieratical head of the Osirian religion down to the time of Menes, or about S000 B.C. Thus it is shown that the religion of Egypt commenced with that of the motherland as taught in the sacred inspired writings. From the time of Thoth down to the time of Menes, the Egyptian colony was ruled by the church, under the head of a Horus. The last Horus is recorded when Menes took the throne. Manetho, the Egyptian priest historian, says that during the 11th dynasty the priesthood began to teach the people to worship the sacred symbols instead of the deity himself as heretofore. This was the first step to the debauchery of the Egyptian religion, which reached its peak during the 8th, ended in every conceivable extravagance coupled with idolatry. The advent of Mohammedanism wiped out the old religion of Egypt, although the Christian religion had made a little headway owing to a people called the Copts. We must now go back some few hundred years to the time when the Israelites were the slaves of the Egyptians. A master rose up among them, Moses. Who was Moses? Who he was is a question, but he was the most proficient master of his time and, at one time, was the high priest of the temple at Sinai, which then was an paragraph continues. Page 267. Osirian Temple. Whatever Moses was, it is known that his wife was an Israelite and that he threw in his lot with the Israelites in all their troubles and adversities contingent with slavery. They elected him their head. He saw the Osirian or the inspired religion being debased by idolatry and was determined to save his people from it, so he modified the ancient Osirian religion to suit the then existing surroundings and conditions. The symbols of the attributes of the deity he discarded almost entirely, retaining only a few which could not very well be worshipped. He made the worship of one Lord God only the deity. Many of the teachings in the Osirian religion were in the form of questions. These he condensed and put into the form of commands. As for example, Osirian, have you honored and do you honor your father and mother, etc. Moses, honor your father and your mother, etc. There were 42 questions in the Osirian. Moses turned commands. Many readers of the Bible have been nonplussed when they come across the passage where Moses makes a serpent for the people to look upon in the wilderness. Some claim that it was a touch of idolatry. It was nothing of the kind. Circumstances warranted him in returning to symbolism for the occasion. The symbol the serpent was to concentrate their thoughts on God as the creator and the giver of all good things. One of the ceremonies among the Jews was a burnt sacrifice. The Bible tells us that the sons of the first. Page 268. Man, Adam, offered up burnt sacrifices. Yet among ancient records we find that 60 million of people lost their lives at one time in the same land before sacrifices were commenced. I never came across the word sacrifice or its equivalent in any of the writings of the first civilization. The first time I saw the word was in an old Maya book about 5,000 or 6,000 years old, in which it says, "And during the night Mu was sacrificed." In the writings of the first civilization, offerings only are mentioned. These offerings consisted generally of fruit, flowers, and products of the fields and gardens. These were taken to the temple and placed on an altar specially provided for the ceremony. On the front of this altar were inscribed the Tao, and underneath each arm was a double triangle that reads, "Place thine offering upon this altar." After Mu went down with her 60 million of souls, all the surviving people of the world commemorated her memory in one way or another, some by literature, some by edifices, and others by fire in some form. The Quiche Mayas had a fiery house in their religious ceremonies, the Egyptians a fiery tank in theirs, and without doubt burnt sacrifices in the beginning was the form the Semites chose. In later years, the Jews applied a theology to the ceremony. I wonder if there is a single Jew living today who knows the origin of their burnt sacrifices. I have never yet found one. The Phoenicians, another Semitic race, adopted idolatry and fell so low. Page 269. As to degrade themselves by offering human beings for sacrifice. Was Moses an Israelite? An Egyptian record would lead one to believe that he was not a pure Israelite. The record I refer to says, Moses was the son of an Egyptian princess who after. Not a word is said about the bulrushes. As an example of the gross extravagances in symbols and teachings of the Egyptian priesthood, I shall take the triad Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Let us see who they were and what was taught from them. Osiris was a man who lived on earth and about whom there are many Egyptian myths. There is also a short authentic history about him, showing that he was a great master and lived about 22,000 years ago. Isis was the symbol of the Creator's female attribute. From this union a son was born called Horus. Isis had a sister called Nephthys and a brother called Set. So that the female attribute of the Creator had 3 members, 2 females and 1 male, Isis, Nephthys, and Set. In plain unadorned language the foregoing says, an earthly man Osiris marries a spirit, a female attribute of the Creator Isis, and they have a son. But Isis was only one forming the female attribute of the Creator. The writings of the motherland say the Creator was Lahan, 2 in 1, not 4 in 1. Can anything more grotesque or atrocious than the foregoing be imagined? Yet this seems to be the theology. Page 270. And teachings of the Egyptian priesthood for a long period in their history, thousands of years. Is it any wonder that they were thrown into the discard? Dozens of other examples could be quoted, but I think this one all sufficient to show the abuses engrafted into their religion. During the early part of the history of religion in Egypt, such grossness does not appear. As soon as we know anything about her religion, we find its theology very complicated and, without question, this complicated theology was the parent of the diabolical abuses which crept into religion later on. In the early Egyptian religion, I find symbolizations ran somewhat parallel with that of the Polynesians. For instance, the marriage of gods. There is, however, this difference. The result of the marriage of Egyptian gods with other gods was only further to complicate theology. With the Polynesians, the marriage of gods resulted in phenomena, such as light, sound, etc., which is correct, being the workings of the cosmic forces. I shall now give some examples, both Egyptian and Polynesian. The Polynesians believe that all that has been created came from the marriage of gods. The first 4 gods were the 4 great primary forces, a name given them during the Earth's first great civilization. The Polynesians say, in the beginning there was no light, life, or soundless night called Pa enveloped everything, over which Taneoa, darkness. Page 271. And Mutuhe, silence, reigned supreme. Then the god of light separated from Taneoa, darkness, fought him and drove him away, and confined him to the night. Then the god Ono, sound, was evolved from Atia, light, and banished silence. From all this struggle was Atoana, dawn, born. Atia, light, married Atoana, dawn, and they created earth, animals and man. Now let us have a little Egyptian cosmogony. Seb and Tefnut, offspring, the gods, Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Set. Ra and Hathor, offspring, the gods, Shu and Tefnut. Osiris and Isis, offspring, the god, Horus. There were also the marriages of the gods and goddesses. Amen, Ra and Maut. Neph and Seti. Ta and Bast. Set and Nephthys. I have shown what all these gods symbolized, in a short way, in the pantheon. The Israelites in Egypt. While we are on the subject of the Israelites, let us follow them in their exodus from Egypt. When the Israelites made their exodus from Egypt, they left Goshen, which is a part of the Nile Delta, and, according to Egyptian records, papyrus, they crossed the Sea of Reeds and passed into Asia. The Sea of Reeds or Rushes is situated at one of the mouths of the Page 272. Nile. The water is very shallow, and most of it can be waded without danger. When they arrived at the Sea of Reeds, a submarine earthquake occurred in the Mediterranean Sea, off the mouth of the Nile, probably on the gas belt, which runs down from Crete and extends under Africa a short distance from the Nile Delta. This quake first drew off the water, leaving the Sea of Reeds dry. The Israelites passed over, the Egyptian army followed. During its passage, the returning cataclysmic wave rolled in over the Sea of Reeds, overwhelming the Egyptians. A mistranslation evidently occurs in the Bible. The Sea of Reeds was mistaken for the Red Sea. The Red Sea, at the point where it is stated the Israelites crossed, lies 200 miles from Goshen. The Sea of Reeds joined Goshen. To have crossed the Red Sea, the Israelites would have had to pass through 200 miles of enemy country, with an army in close pursuit, which means that they would have been overtaken and slain. Pillars. The Israelites, when in bondage in Egypt, erected 2 pillars of brick at the entrance of their temples. In the inner part of these temples was the Holy of Holies, where only the high priest might enter. The Hebrews. The word Hebrew comes from Ebir, meaning further back. Apparently, the Jews descended from 4 groups. 2 of the tribes entered Palestine about 1370. Later 10 tribes joined them. These came from Egypt about 1200 BC, or from 150 to 175 years later than the 2 tribes. Page 273. About 973 BC, the tribes separated, the 2 seceded and appointed Jeroboam their king. Rehoboam was at the time the king of the 10 tribes. Years later, the Assyrians attacked the 10 tribes, and history states that the Assyrians destroyed them. Whether or not they were wholly destroyed, they disappeared from history and are now spoken of as the lost tribes. It cannot be conceived that all were put to the sword. Unquestionably, some were taken into captivity and became assimilated with the Assyrians, especially as both were Semites. The Assyrians in turn were overthrown by the Medes and Persians. What has become of the Assyrians? Among their descendants today, we should, no doubt, find some of the descendants of the 10 tribes, but whether there would be any of them with pure Israelitish blood in them is very doubtful. Still later, the Babylonians conquered the 2 remaining tribes. These still survive in our Jews of today. They are, however, scattered throughout the world among all nations. These Jews hold the feast of the Passover. Why? They are the descendants of the 2 tribes who were not in Egypt. It was the 10 lost tribes that were concerned in the Exodus and consequently the Passover. Ezra and his associates wrote the Bible. What is known as the Book of Moses was written by them from documents obtained from the 10 tribes who were. Page 274. In Egypt. The writings of Moses were partly in Naga and partly in Egyptian. Ezra obtained a slight knowledge of Naga and Akkadi during the time he was in captivity, but neither Ezra nor any of his associates were Egyptian scholars. Is it any wonder they made so many errors in translating the Egyptian? Yet for all their errors their work was wonderful. The religion of India of very ancient India was that of the motherland, brought there from Mu by the Nakals, a holy brotherhood. These men were taught religion and the cosmic sciences in the motherland, and when proficient were sent to the Vedas and perfect the local priesthoods, who in turn taught the people. About 5,000 years ago, a race of Aryans began to drift down into India from the bleak valleys of the Hindu Kush and adjoining mountains. Their first settlement was among the Nagas in the Saraswat Valley. They were just hardy mountaineers, uncouth and uneducated. The Nagas, the most highly educated race in the world, took compassion on them, welcomed them into their schools and colleges, educated and advanced them. The Nagas received them too well for their own good, for it called from the mountains nearly all who had multiplied there since the destruction of the great Uyghur Empire of whom they were descendants. In time these Aryans dominated the whole of the northern parts of India, including their schools and colleges. Thinking they had learnt from the Nakals all there. Page 275. Was to be learnt, they proceeded to drive their gentle, kindly instructors out of the country into the snow-capped mountains of the north. After a period a sect was formed which was called Brahmins, who took or usurped the charge of religious teachings. To attain their own ends, they introduced into religion perverted, incomprehensible theologies having all kinds of extravagance. This was the commencement of the downfall of India, which gained impetus as time went on. They introduced caste, commencing with 3 only. The caste system was extended, until at last the lowest caste was looked upon as untouchables, and for a touch of an untouchable, the receiver of a higher caste must go into a purification before he could be received again by his own people. The result of this was the final step which brought India down from the high position of leading the world in religion, arts, and sciences. All that was left were a few embers where at one time was the bright light of a fire representing everything worthwhile in life. Then a great one sprang up among them, a Prince Gautama. He went back to the original teachings of the sacred writings. A vast throng followed his teachings, and these became the Buddhists. Buddhism was carried throughout the Orient and was the universal religion. It was only a question of time before a crafty priesthood began its negative work, but of northern India fell away from the gentle. Page 276. Teacher, Gautama Buddha, and introduced all sorts of impossible theologies and theories for the sole purpose of enslaving the people. Only those in the south remained true to Gautama's actual teachings. Today the center of Buddhism is a little unostentatious temple at Kandy, in the central mountains of Ceylon. But with all these priestly traps and pitfalls common to religions today, a spark of the truth has been again kindled and will soon shine throughout the world. Priesthoods and politicians never have seen nor ever will see the writing on the wall until those walls are falling on them and it becomes too late to escape. This has been the history of the world for the past 12,000 to 15,000 years. The people rise and crush the politicians, and the Lord, in his own way, weeds his garden. Aum is an inscription that has baffled scholars and scientists throughout the world, the Hindus included, for more than 2,300 years. Its import was lost when the Nakals were driven out of India by the Brahmins. Many scholars have attempted to fathom its meaning. None, however, arrived at any satisfactory conclusions. Even the oldest are indefinite. Examples: Manavadharma Sastra, an ancient Hindu book. Book 2. Sloka 74. In the beginning the infinite only existed called Aditi. In this infinite dwelt a UM. Page 277. Read all prayers and invocations.